and growth for themselves wants to work with. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the real deal of my India today. There's a saying, there are decades when nothing happens, and then there are weeks like the past few. You've seen the union budget, you've seen two major landmark trade deals on the external front, you've seen the monetary policy, and that culminates this week at the NDTV Profit Conclave 2026, where all of this is going to be discussed. We're talking about everything that you need to bear in mind from the perspective of policy, from the perspective of industry, from the perspective of markets. All of that gets discussed today. It's happy happenstance, if you can call it that, because we planned this event a long time in advance, and a lot of things have panned out as we had hoped that they would. Well, this is going to be an action-packed few sessions, and as I said, this is the place to be. If you'd like to share, it's available on all of our handles. We're live on NDTV Profit, and to everybody tuning in at home, make sure you tell us what you think and share your comments, and we'll take up everything that you share with us over the course of the session as well. But let's kick things off, and to do that, we would like to first thank our sponsors. This event is co-sponsored or co-presented by NSE, co-powered by LIC and Apollo Tyres, special partners Niva Bupa, APIS and Adani Airports, energy partner KP Group, NBFC partner Capri Loans, associate partners Rumta Steel and Generali Central Life Insurance, data and insights partner CRIF, impact partners Adani Power, Adani Ports and Logistics, and Adani Solar. Now, to kick things off, the first conversation of the day, it's titled The Economics of India's Next Decade. Please welcome on stage Praveen Chakravarti, economist and chairman of All India Professionals Congress. Joining him on stage, GVL Narasimha Rao of the BJP, former member of Rajya Sabha and former member of Standing Committee on Finance. Please, big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And with that, it's over to NDTV 24/7's editor of politics, Vasudha Venugopal.
Hello everybody, a warm welcome to all of you. There cannot be a better day to do this. The joint statement on India-US trade deal is out, and the Commerce Minister has just addressed a press conference saying that this is the time to celebrate, but the opposition is saying that this is also the time to be cautious. Praveen, let me start with you. I was listening to Piyush Goyal, the Commerce Minister, and he had this whole itemized list, and he says that this is the time to celebrate, and we have not done anything that will put the Indian farmer at a disadvantage. Then why is the Congress party opposing this?
Good afternoon. First, let me start by saying that any trade deal is a good thing for India's economy. India needs more trade, India needs free trade, and if anything, over the last decade, we saw a bout of protectionism in Modinomics. So I'm glad that there has been a U-turn on that front. Now, I have not seen the press conference that you're referring to because it just happened, but from what I have read about the details of the deal, what is unclear are certain details of the deal. Now, let me just give you one example. One of the details of the deal is that India is committed to buy $500 billion worth of American goods over the next 5 years. 500 billion over 5 years. So roughly 100 billion a year. Today, we buy 40 billion from America. How is it going to double or triple? What are we going to buy extra? How is this commitment made? Are we going to shift our purchases from some other country to this? And most importantly, if we have committed to buy $500 billion worth of, what have they committed to buy from us? Okay. Where is the commitment from their side? So any trade deal is good. It's good as long as it's mutually beneficial, what they say in corporate jargon, a win-win situation. Yeah. And we're not sure that this is yet a win-win for both India and America.
But Mr. Chakravarti, at least this could be a diplomatic win, right? The fissures that we saw with the US, the most powerful country in the world, are finally settling in.
See, I can't comment on a diplomatic win because I'm not a diplomat, I'm an economist by training. I'm only asking, like I said, I started by saying a trade deal is a good thing. We welcome trade deals. We want greater trade. We want more exports. But what is it that we are doing here? We need greater transparency. We need more details. And this is too serious a subject for us to just go by headlines. We actually have to delve into the details. And as they say, the devil is in the details. So what, for example, what are we doing with Russian oil? Are we not going to buy Russian oil? If that's the case, are we going to get it at the same price as cheap Russian oil? Because I remember the oil minister, Hardeep Puri, back then had made such a bombastic claim about how it is in nation's interest to buy Russian oil. Now, what happened to that?
Mr. Rao, the fact that, we might lose the trade surplus that we have with US, that seems to be a concern.
Good afternoon to you and Praveen and all the attendees. We are looking at a $30 trillion export opportunity. The deal has taken this far, even to come to this stage, because India and under Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, we stood our ground. Had we so-called yielded to pressure, a deal would have happened long ago. India has finally agreed to this deal based on our terms, based on protecting our interests of our farmers, our MSME sector. These are paramount. And this happens after we have signed several other bilateral trade agreements, including the trade agreement with the European Union. So all that has actually resulted in we getting a very positive deal with the US. And had this not taken this long, had India not prevailed over the US, it could have happened a long time ago. Certainly it's a deal in Indian interest. It's a deal that will help us realize our goals of Viksit Bharat. It's a deal that will help us, this triology that Finance Minister mentioned in the budget, where we are looking at impetus to growth as one of the three major pillars of our economic policy. So certainly it's a great deal, and its deal protects our interests and also boosts our growth. I think Indian exporters have a lot of good news to cheer about today's development.
Mr. Chakravarti, two questions. This non-tariff barriers is being talked about, because it will bring down delays and compliance. And of course, the fact that, the deal is finally done, So what about the non-tariff barriers and the fact that the government is very clear that interests have been shielded? Do you think that those are positives?
See, as far as the non-tariff barriers are concerned, specifically around quality control orders in the textile sector, I think the finance minister announced it in the budget. The chief economic advisor had it in his economic survey, and that's a good thing. The abolition, because I've held that the imposition of non-tariff barriers was wrong in the first place. So now if they have learned from that and then removed it, it's a good thing. We keep going back to protection of farmers, and this is in the India's interest. I would like to believe that. I want to believe that. I want to believe that this is good for us, good for the country. Where are the details?
Okay. Where are the details, sir? The details came out only today because till yesterday it seemed like a tale of tweets, right? Because there were many tweets. But finally we do have a paper now. Why did we not get the details? Because the parliament wasn't running?
No, I think a lot of finer details have to be worked out. It's a question of you have a strong negotiation. You don't really sign on a deal prepared by somebody else. Every point has to be agreed upon. What we have is a framework, and this is certainly a final agreement is on the cards. Actually, Piyush Goyal ji wanted to make a statement on this in Lok Sabha. And you know how the parliament was not functioning. There was a stalemate over the last 5 days. Certainly. So therefore, a press conference had to be held. Opposition could make an issue out of it, why a statement has been not made on the floor of House. I hope at least sense will prevail. Opposition will allow the House to run on Monday when it convenes for the next week. And certainly there can be a statement from the minister. We will have a budget discussion next week. Union budget discussion. We've just concluded the motion of thanks to the President address. So in that budget discussion, I think the opposition members, if they are wise, they will have all the occasion to really
They're saying that
comment.
if you let the LOP speak, then the parliament will function and, the minister can
No,
also
you see,
speak about it.
No, LOP was repeatedly urged to speak. I think he was hell-bent on only creating chaos. I think he was not so much interested in giving a speech. The entire opposition lost an opportunity. One, it's quite unfortunate that the Honorable President's address, I think opposition did not speak on this, did not thank the President, which is customary, which is a parliamentary convention. And on the other, they have not used the opportunity to put their points across. The entire debate cannot veer around one point. Rahul Gandhi wanted to just press one point. He had made that point. He could have used the opportunity. He could have used the time. The opposition could have used the time to discuss on a plethora of issues. It's very unfortunate. I think we have a very, I would say, a bad opposition that is hell-bent on taking its graph further down and down after each session. They don't seem to learn. I will not say we are happy about it. We are sad about the parliamentary, the death of parliamentary democracy, but we are happy about the non-functioning opposition.
Mr. Chakravarti, the Prime Minister spoke for 97 minutes. That was also with disruptions. And BJP feels that it is because of the opposition that the details of the trade deal could not come out, specifically in the floor of the House.
The last time I checked, India won independence in 1947, which meant we have the freedom, and we presumably have a freedom of speech in this country. The leader of the opposition wanted to quote a written text by the former army chief. What in this country prevents that? What in this country prevents anybody, let alone the leader of the opposition, to quote what was factually written by no one less than the former army chief? I think all of us agree we need that freedom of speech, don't we? Why was it prevented? What is the fear? What are they running away from? What has he said? So are we trying to say that an entire deal with America, which is one of our largest trade partners, and the details of that deal, which is important for the youth of this country, for the future of this country, could not be discussed because the BJP had a problem with 2 lines with what the army chief wrote? This is laughable.
Okay.
I think when we talk about freedom of speech, we also need to understand how Parliament functions. Parliament functions according to conventions. Parliament functions according to rules it has framed for itself. And when you are speaking on a debate with you, I cannot talk about something which is not relevant to this topic. You will not allow me to speak if I start talking about something that has happened.
That's an important point.
So
it's also about being sometimes politically intuitive, right? When the country wants to talk about something, why is the leader of opposition talking about something else?
You are not a judge of that. That's what I said. I think all of you are mistaking freedom of speech. This was about the nation's security. This was at Parliament. This was in response to the President's address. And this was by no one less than the leader of the opposition. And all he wanted to do was quote 2 lines.
Okay.
Facts of what was... So I still don't understand what the issue is. So what are they running away from? Right? But I know this is not the forum
that's
to
a
continue to
convention.
discuss.
You see, freedom of speech does not mean that I stand up and talk on a subject that I like before the speaker. He will expunge my remarks. If I have been a member of parliament, if I am speaking on a topic, I have to stick to it. Otherwise, there are warnings from the chair. And if you continue saying it, you could actually be forced to stop your conversation, your speech. Your views can be completely expunged. Freedom of speech does not mean I will do whatever I feel like.
Okay, we're just hoping that from Monday we could possibly have a discussion on that. But Mr. Rao, the one criticism that the opposition always cites is that while growth is on track, inflation is being regulated, the gains of this growth is not being it's not really going to people as such in the way it should, because, we do see that salaries are not increasing. There's also concern around, essentials becoming unaffordable. Do you think that the government has a plan when it comes to, making life easier for common people?
It's already easier. So I don't think where you get your perceptions from, because facts you mentioned, inflation is at one of the lowest levels, highly manageable level. And how does it not help the common man when the inflation is low? Does it not help the salaried class
No, it's
when
about
the growth,
incomes also, right?
when we are the fastest growing large economy in the world? Yesterday, RBI said they have further improved our estimates for this year at 7.3% growth rate. Does it not help? It has helped. And among the three pillars that Finance Minister, I repeat, I go back to the speech, among the three pillars, she talked about growth, she talked about inclusivity. Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas is nothing but inclusive concept. There is everything in this budget regarding farmers, the youth, women. Every section is benefiting from this growth. And that's why after a long time, there is a sense of happiness. When the GST rates were cut down 6 months ago, 4 months ago, did it not benefit every segment of every section of the society? GST is paid by everybody. The rich man, the poor man, everyone pays GST, and they have been given a huge relief. We have rather surrendered 1.3 lakh crores in GST revenue in this financial year alone. That which means actually in a matter of few months, we have foregone 1.3 lakh crore, because that's directly money in the pockets of the people. Similarly, we have foregone almost 1.25 lakh crore in personal income tax income last year. It's only because we have raised the income tax slab to 12 lakh rupees. So government has kept the common man, the salaried class in its mind, the poorer sections in mind. 25 crore people have come out of extreme poverty. This is World Bank statistics. So does it not benefit people? So certainly every section of the society has benefited, and that is our growth strategy going forward.
Mr. Chakravarti, how would you respond to that? The fact that macroeconomic fundamentals are on track, what are your large concerns?
See, I think first we must all agree as a country to stop talking about headline GDP growth. It matters almost nothing to the average Aam Aadmi. There is a very clear divorce between headline GDP and incomes and prices for the common person. And it's not just in India, throughout the world. Number two, simple question. If everything was so good, why are 80 crore people dependent on the government for food? Still, 80 crore Indians depend for food on the government. They should be able to afford their own. So I don't think it is a secret that there are no jobs, not enough jobs in the country. I don't think it's a secret that incomes are growing as fast as prices. I don't think it's a secret that inequality is rising. So when we say there's a divorce between headline GDP, what do we mean? The benefits of headline GDP growth are accruing to a very small section of people. And I'll give you one statistic, just one, because a lot of people hear from the markets, equity, capital markets. You know, there's a lot of talk about how there's been a huge amount of domestic retail money that's come into the equity markets in the last 10 years. I'm quoting SEBI's own report. SEBI came out with an investor survey report of 2025 just 2 weeks ago. 3.7 crore households, only 3.7 crore families have investments in the stock markets, according to SEBI's 2025, less than 10%. You know, the same SEBI report in 2015, what it said? How many households were invested in the stock market? 3.3 crore. What does that tell you? There's actually been no growth in the number of families that invest. Very little growth in the number of families that have the incomes and the affordability to participate in stock markets. But what did we see? The amount of money has gone up 10 times, which means the same people got a lot more money that invested. It's just one statistic to tell you about the inequality. So I think we should stop crowing about headline GDP growth, fastest growing economy, and all of these things, because these things don't matter anymore.
Right.
I talked about poverty. Poverty is not poverty of the rich. Poverty obviously is something that relates to the underprivileged sections of the country. When so many crore people have risen above poverty line, if that is an international finding, not a finding given by a government agency, you have to believe this growth is happening with equity. with access to resources for every section of the society. Secondly, when we reduce GDP, I'm repeating myself, does GDP, the GST, lowering of GST, does it not benefit every section? The problem is the Congress party tends to believe some odd statements that India's economy is down in the Trump or down in the dump or whatever. So, whereas the whole world considers India as the bright spot in the economy.
Mr. Chakraborty, are you being overly critical? Because you know...
From fragile 5 in 2014, today we are fourth largest economy in the world. Has it happened only through headline GDP numbers or some kind of fictional numbers? This is the world accepting India as a rising superpower. We are fourth largest. We will be third largest. You left us at one of the 5 weakest economies. Today, we are the fourth strongest economy.
So that tells also a criticism against the Congress party by the ruling party that, you know, when you call us a dead economy, you're also sort of like, you know, diluting the confidence of investors and also the fact that you don't recognize the merits in whatever reform the government has attempted to do.
First, my friend GVL said India's economy is down in the Trump. I hope it's a Freudian slip. No, I'm just kidding. You're not blaming Trump for our ills, are we? No. See, when it comes to, confidence in investors, I think we as a nation are confident enough to face the truth and facts. We don't need to fool ourselves. We don't need to fool ourselves by saying everything is hunky-dory when it is not. Or we don't need to fool ourselves by saying everything is bad when it is actually good. Okay? So if someone says it's a dead economy based on whatever, that doesn't dent confidence. I mean, are we that meek? Are we that fragile? We're not. Every business can make their own decisions regardless of what the others say, right? And we're confident as a country, as a nation.
It's Rahul Gandhi saying it, right?
That's
so
fine.
The leader of opposition saying.
I'm not saying I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm responding to your point about it dents the confidence. Why should it dent the confidence?
But why should it be
if it's dead, it's dead. If it's not dead, if it's alive, it's alive. That's a debate. You can debate that. Okay? So it doesn't need to dent. I mean, let's not hide behind these nationalistic kind of sentiments of, oh, you can't say anything negative and we're not that weak as a country. We're very, very strong. We can face the truth.
But talking about states, do you think that there is a general concern about the fiscal status of many states? Because every state, be it opposition ruled or BJP ruled, there is a sense that there is a lot that's being spent on welfare. You spoke about Tamil Nadu, there's also Bengal, both of these states are going to polls. Is that a serious concern, the debt that states are in?
I think, and this is a matter of serious discussion, so I don't want to politicize any of these things. On that front, I think as far as our macro and fiscal situation is concerned, first thing, I think 2026 budget will go down in the history of Indian budgets as the first time where we start looking at union and states combined from a fiscal point of view. So it's not enough to just focus on union budget, but it's important to focus on states budget. So it's a very important point that you bring up. Why do I say that? All states combined spend more than the union government today. 40% of union government's 40% of India's tax revenues come from GST. GST is not decided by the union finance minister on the union budget. It's not decided by one state alone. It's decided by the GST council. Debt. The union government, the finance minister said, we are now going to move to debt to GDP as a metric. Yeah. The union government's debt to GDP is 56%. She's promised to bring it down to 55% next year and go down to 50% in 5 years. It's laudable. It must be appreciated. But the concern is this. What's happening to states? All states combined, their debt is half of the union government's debt. All states combined, their debt to GDP has actually gone up from 22% to 28%, and it's only rising further. So when international ratings agencies, foreign investors look at India and India's debt to GDP, they don't look at only the union government's debt to GDP. They look at India's debt to GDP. Okay. And that is a serious concern. So you're right that if you take states like, say, since you mentioned Tamil Nadu and Punjab and Haryana, their debt levels have gone up 10 times in the last 15 years. And that is a little worrying.
Okay. Sir, let me ask a question on the trade deal because that's the news
No,
point.
let me first respond
yeah, finish
to-
it and then tell me when can we expect more clarity and how confident and optimistic are we about the ramifications of it?
No, regarding the debt to GDP ratio, we have among the countries, large economies, we have one of the lowest debt to GDP ratios. Compared to Japan, Japan is the highest, then US, then many other countries. So we are certainly at 55% also. That's a very good metric pairing when you compare it against other large economies of the world. Number two, among the states which are bad performers, I think I have to say this, they are all opposition rule states. Mostly Tamil Nadu, we've never been in power in Tamil Nadu.
Right.
West Bengal, much more than 30%. Punjab, one of the worst performers. There are many other states, smaller states, but they have other geographic and other economic considerations. But the worst performers are opposition ruled states. So certainly going forward, if Praveen agrees, I think people of these states, Tamil Nadu and West Bengal, they all must vote for a change of government. They must vote for NDA because NDA means Modi-led governance, Modi-ji-led governance means better economics, better management of the economy.
Like I said, I was going to keep politics out, but it's been dragged in. Haryana and Maharashtra are actually some of the worst states in terms of
Not
debt.
Maharashtra. Maharashtra has a very large GDP.
Okay, so the battle
therefore
lines are drawn.
they-
Let's now wait for the ministers to come and speak more on this. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Only on NDTV Profit you have this kind of discourse. Now, this is just the trailer. This is just a taste of what we've got lined up for you over the course of this evening. Of course, a lot of what has been said on this stage will get talked about in a lot more detail. Now, I promised at the start that we would talk about things from different perspectives, from the perspective of policy, from the perspective of corporates, and from the perspective of Dalal Street. And Dalal Street, when it looks at India's corporates, has been waiting for it to press the lever on capex, to press the lever on investments. Because if anything, that is one aspect that has been a little bit anemic over the course of the last several years. So the question is, ambitious plans are being drawn out at the center with regard to policy heading into 2047. The roadmap is set. Problems on the external front are being resolved even as we speak. And the uncertainty is dissipating somewhat. With this increased clarity, increased certainty, what does corporate India think about who really benefits from India's opportunity? And how will they make it more inclusive? What will their role be? That is what this panel is going to try and capture. Please join me in welcoming on stage Mr. Yashish Dahiya, who's a co-founder and chairman and group CEO of PB Fintech. Rahul Bharti, Executive Director, Corporate Affairs, Maruti Suzuki. Rajesh Sharma, Managing Director, Capri Global Capital. And to speak to them, already on stage, NDTV Profit's very own Executive Editor, Nisha Poddar.
Thank you so much, Alex. And yes, I heard the word anemic when it comes to corporate India, but the kind of strides that we have really taken in the last few years, and especially with a startup representation over here, we cannot really say that entrepreneurship or corporate India or manufacturing anywhere has been anemic. But when we talk about the last few months, the way the uncertainty has really dissipated when it comes to the US trade deal, which, come on, we have to accept, It's our biggest lucrative market. And on the other hand, the government worked, while that uncertainty persisted, government really worked on the second strategy, which is opening the other markets, and that's where the EU FTA along with several others really opened up. And in the middle, the budget also planned for, if nothing works out, we have self-reliance in manufacturing. So that's how I will sum this inflection point, but the biggest tipping point for Indian manufacturing and Indian promoters and Indian entrepreneurs is the opening up of the US market, and therefore the tariffs being competitive from being one of the most punished nations when it comes to the US tariff, we have become the most favored one, and that's coming in as a very big news. From the manufacturing space, we have great representation in Maruti, exporting for several years, a large manufacturer leading from the front when it comes to our global roadmap. So Rahul, when we talk about the manufacturing thrust of India, this US trade deal, what does it mean for the manufacturers and also opening up the most lucrative market much more for us?
I think, as you rightly said, the US trade deal, one, of course, will put a lot of uncertainty to rest, and a lot of apprehensions about very penal kind of tariffs on some of our sectors. Since I come from the auto sector, I particularly know that auto component sector was up against a wall. They had to face something like a 50% tariff, which is just impossible to penetrate. So across sectors, I think it will open up a big opportunity for exports. From whatever we are hearing, whatever little details have come out this morning, we don't think there are many areas of sensitivity where there are much concerns. And though the details are still coming, but if I take an example from the EU FTA, India-EU FTA, I must compliment the government wherever we had sensitivities on the domestic front and wherever we had export interest, they have balanced it extremely well. All the areas of sensitivity have been taken care of really well. There has been a very calibrated approach in opening up relevant sections and being sure that when you go into granularity, some sub-segments have been taken care of, some sub-segments have been encouraged while participating in the global stage. So I think it's a big step forward for India. The other big advantage is at a time when geopolitical, kind of tensions, export restrictions are there, it opens up an avenue. So India is not now delinked from many large parts of the world. It's connected.
Yes.
That's a big de-risking that is happening.
All right. So very, very encouraging words and steps being taken by the government. But I have a few difficult questions to ask you, which I'll come to next. But Rajesh, MSME has been given special prominence in what Piyush Goyal just now also enumerated. Besides agriculture, a $30 trillion opportunity for the MSME sector. You are at the last mile of connectivity as an NBFC, providing the much needed credit for the MSME sector. How can they capitalize on this opportunity?
So I think we all know that MSME is contributing close to 30% in manufacturing and also about 45% in the export. So they are a very, very important pillar. Now, if the budget and the government is focusing more on the infrastructure spending, manufacturing and service sector, all these sectors are ultimately going to boost the MSME sector on ground. And the more demand will create more demand for the credit. And I think as a NBFC, the sector is going to help meet them last mile connectivity where formal banking system is not able to meet their demand because they are not that well organized in terms of offering paperwork and meeting the complex credit requirement. So I think this MSME sector now, even the larger corporates is building in their ecosystem. The MSME is their effective, lot of process and lot of assembling work and other features doing. So they are no more just a vendor, but they are becoming the important ecosystem of the entire manufacturing hub. And being the more demand rise, more expansion will happen, the more credit demand will happen. And I think NBFC are poised to meet that demand. Recent RBI focus and even the mentioning of NBFC in the Honorable Finance Minister budget that NBFC is going to play a role, that clearly bring a focus that NBFC are going to play important role, and we are
Yes.
glad that now everybody, including government and RBI, is recognizing that. That is
That's
going
right.
to help us.
That's right. NBFC is the lifeline of the growing MSME sector. Credit is one of the biggest challenges that they face, and we'll talk more about that. But Yashish is here to really be the representative of the entire startup ecosystem, which has created a huge pocket in corporate India and added heft to our from the India Inc. perspective. Yashish, is that a sigh of relief, which not many people now talk about right now, but US trade deal being signed also really projects the better relations with US, and now it's really aligning, both these countries are really aligning. Isn't that a relief coming in for the startup ecosystem, which is so heavily dependent on also the funding from the venture capitalists and the market that really understands this space so well?
So I think, yes, number one, but more than a sigh of relief, it's an opportunity. And I mean that not just from a US-India trade pact, but the the India-EU trade pact and the India-UK trade pact.
Right.
See, we have to understand one very simple thing. Along with the Silicon Valley and maybe some parts of China, India has the most advanced consumer tech market in the world, along with them, right? I have zero doubt in saying we are the most advanced insurance player in the world. Zero doubt, zero doubt. Now, why do just Google, Facebook, and Amazon have to be here? Why are we not dealing with consumers in Europe or the US and bringing the intellectual property here and the eventual monies here?
Yes.
Right? And I think that is something that requires maybe a little more focus. Let's understand, yes, they have smaller populations, but they still have richer populations, and those are the spending consumers in the world. Even today, those markets are 15, 20 times bigger than ours. And as we focus here, we should also keep that focus to develop our capability and talent set. And that is somehow, if you build that as a brand, that is usually more resilient than the services business, where all you are doing is you're servicing somebody who's servicing customers there. But if you're the person serving customers there, that is far more resilient. We are ready, as are so many others. I think if I really talk about it, Lenskart today has 40% of its revenues from abroad.
Yes.
We've been thinking of going abroad. We are already the market leader. And I think this should be encouraged. It's not just manufacturing.
Yes.
It's our talent, which is coming in from, I would call it consumer technology, which should be encouraged much more. It's not just for India. It can be for, it is now time for it to be for the world. And the reason I say sigh of relief, since you asked, see, as we do these trade deals, we all become friendly in trade with each other. Yes. So those regulators will also accept us much more. If the UK financial services wants to be here, then why doesn't our financial services want to be there?
So,
I'll try to stop there, yeah.
yes, so that's a cue for the government to expand it from manufacturing to several other alignments also in the lucrative markets. But now to the question of the auto sector. Now, Rahul, you'll totally agree with me that when it comes to the EU deal, we definitely gave up and compromised on the privileges that the auto sector really enjoyed. Is that a worry for the US deal as well?
Okay, let me. So this was true, or this was perceived as the truth before the negotiations happened. So the dominant perception was that to secure our export interests for the textile sector in the EU, we will have to give up our domestic market access in auto to the EU. Having said that, after now in hindsight that we see, and many details are out now, I think it has been an excellent win-win deal. Auto has been opened up in a very calibrated manner, in very select segments, sub-segments, And they have also nudged the domestic auto industry to participate more. As far as Maruti was concerned, we were already exporting, we had started exporting even our EVs to Europe. So we are more excited about it because our opportunities will grow.
Yes.
And we see it as an export opportunity. To some extent, I would imagine a gentle nudging out of your comfort zone into participating with global competition is actually healthy. So it's a win-win.
All right, but one more aspect which we definitely have to consider at this point is that the government really took care of all the aspects of the value chain, even to support manufacturing, new age manufacturing and the EV space when it came to the budget. So you have a strong opinion on that as well.
Oh, yes. In fact, some of the very key interventions in the union budget are, the Honorable FM has spoken about some strategic and frontier sectors. Which are those? Semiconductors, electronics, then rare earth magnets, capital goods. Now, these were the pieces which were missing in our larger manufacturing story. And I'm really impressed. They've done a very, very pointed, selected, thoughtful intervention on these specific segments which can provide a major fill-up. So if these pieces are strengthened,
Yes.
India will be a huge manufacturing powerhouse globally.
With the present era of the tariff war that we have seen, at least one thing everybody has learned, that never give up one of the negotiating power to anybody, rather have all of those chips in your own pocket. Rajesh, when it comes to MSME sector, now enough support has been at least intended by the government in opening the market, as well as the budgetary allocation and the support when it comes to the funding and liquidity aspects of MSME. How do you see the growth that is really taking shape and the kind of quality of risk that is really building from the MSME side? Do they have the kind of support needed to take it to or catapult to another level now?
So if you look at, there are about 34 trillion rupees credit gap exists even today for the MSME sector. So while there is an enhanced focus on using the technology, data science, analytic tool and the better governance, where the regulator is also focusing, I think if everybody follow those and invest upfront in the technology side, the risk will be taken care of to the great extent. Now it comes out to the capacity building, that how NBFCs and other lenders can build the capacity to meet that credit demand gap and bring the efficiency level. I believe that opening of various other avenues, including bond market where the focus is coming, I think capacity building will take place, and the risk side, more investment in the technology side by the lender will give a immense support to the MSME sector in making those credit available which otherwise they are deprived of.
That's right, more usage of new age technology, and that is also seeping into the new age manufacturing as well. But Yashish, coming from the AI jitters standpoint, Anthropic has caused enough jitters in our market in the recent time. How do you see this AI ecosystem, and how well built is Indian capability to take that leap forward and be ahead in the game?
See, when you talk about AI, the way I see it, it's increasingly becoming a commodity, where and the price of that commodity is going lower and lower. Consumer brands will, in my opinion, like even with AI, somebody has to make money. Yes. Are they going to make subscription money, or are you going to get paid by somebody, right? So I think there is a very clear space for brands to adopt AI and utilize it for their customers.
Yes.
In their limited use cases, and I think that is what will eventually come out. What you will, in my opinion, see is, from a consumer's perspective, most people will now, instead of Google, it might be somebody else. But the point is, there will be somebody out there which is the go-to place. That's just the human psychology. We don't have space for 10 different almiras. We go to one almira for one thing. And out there, you will use AI as a technology, but it's such a commodity. Suppose you build a very good AI tool Tomorrow I'll build one better. Day after he'll build an even better one. And the fourth day he'll build an even better
But
one.
we have seen this kind of evolving technology in the past also,
But it'll just
till
bring
it
down the
comes
cost.
to a stabilized level.
Which is basically the cost coming down.
Yes.
Cost will keep coming down
Yes.
to a point where everybody can afford it. My view is today, if I want to use AI to talk to our customers,
Yes.
and one of the things people say is India has not taken on a lot of AI. There's a
Yes.
reason for that. Our cost of a human being today is about 7 rupees a minute. And good AI is 11 rupees a minute. So if you look at the European context out there, the cost is 50 rupees a minute. So the AI is working. When the cost comes to 2 rupees a minute, it will work here also at 11 rupees a minute. Why should I take AI when my employees is better than that? Besides the fact that it's painful to manage employees and it's easier to manage AI.
Yes.
Sorry, just talking in simple terms.
And also adopt the latest technology in AI, probably the way we did in the financial services, where we have the best capability right now in the world. I'm just putting across my point when it comes to the AI discussion.
I think AI is too easy, is all I'm trying to say.
All right.
It's not hard, it's easy, that's all.
All right, it's transformative. When it comes to the technological use in manufacturing, a large part of customers, investors are now telling me that the next wave of investment is going to be the technologically enabled manufacturing space. How is this leapfrog really taking place, Rahul?
I think that's a very, very valid observation that I agree with. So even when we, for example, design our cars, we have a term called software-defined vehicles. We think of the software first. So, and then we define the vehicle on those lines, and then we develop the car. So there's a lot of electronic controls that go into the car. Most of them are around themes of either powertrain control or infotainment or cruise control, chassis control, for example. So we have a lot of technology, the new tech that is going into the car, and along with that, many opportunities are opening up in the software space to make the best out of that. Apps, for example. So Maruti Suzuki is engaging with many startups, because we know that these ideas come naturally to them in their kind of context. They are probably better suited for some kind of development. So we have a program where we are engaging with startups. I think we've 6,500 startups we've engaged with. Many of them we've onboarded, many of them we've given free proofs of concept, and many of them are partners. I think almost 30, 40 of them are partners today to Maruti Suzuki, and we have the humility and the curiosity to learn from them. So you're absolutely right. The new age manufacturing is about tech and about knowledge. And it's not just in the products, it's in our factories also. Our newer factories are Industry 4.0, or even they have many features of Industry 5.0. So I'll give you a small example. The sequence in which we make models in our line, because we make models for hundreds of countries with variant specs, there are about 600 variants of them. The parts that are coming from the suppliers are coming in the same sequence as in which we are, and that supplier is coming situated cities away. So hundreds of kilometers away, the parts are coming in the same sequence as I'm feeding my assembly line. That is the level of technology that we have reached. So, and in other aspects like safety, for example, it can be leveraged big time.
All right, so this is a very big evolution really taking place. Final word to you, Yashish, on innovation, on startup development, what more needs to be done? I know this budget didn't have enough for you, and the trade deal does not give you the benefit, but at least the alignment and opening of lucrative markets is really taking place.
No, I think the trade deal does give us the benefit very clearly, because what the trade deal does is opens up the thought processes of those countries. So when I talk about us, whether we are in the EU or in the UK, those countries are more accepting of the ones who signed the trade deals with them when their own trade deals were. See, this was going on globally.
Yes.
The EU was facing pressure from the US while India was having and they both signed the deal. So both have goodwill for each other to some extent.
Yes.
And in a way, both of them have in a way got the US to sign.
But
It's
I must
all been
also
good.
put this out, Yashish, that your startup universe has given a huge amount of return benefit to the US investors who came in and supported the companies. And therefore, it has become the best IPO destination for most of the venture capitalists. And that's what we have already provided to US as a benefit of the Indian economy. And that's something that they cannot really deny.
I think we have to think of it, by the way, I think yes, even today someone like us would have about 30% shareholding from the US. Or US entities, maybe they're coming through Singapore, but they're still US, but that's 30%.
Right.
We are more than 50% domestically held.
Yes.
These are domestic mutual funds. So actually you'll be surprised, the biggest investors today in the...
They have fueled this.
They are, however, please don't see this as a money return business. 23,000 people are employed. This is no longer low employment, just our organization.
Of course.
Right? When you look at the others, if you look at the startup ecosystem, probably hundreds of thousands of jobs have been created.
Of course.
Because of which, you know, the entire economy benefits.
So the growth capital is for the growth of the economy, Yashish.
And
so
more
that point taken,
more
yes.
importantly, high-end jobs are here. See, because assume policy was run by Google, then I would be sitting in the US. You know, the point is, it's the fact that our headquarters is here. That the main CTO, CEO, CFO, CPO,
Right.
everybody sits here.
Right. So this debate for another day, but thank you so much, Rajesh, Rahul, Yashish, for really emphatically sharing your expertise and your insights on this discussion. Thank you for such a patient audience as well. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, for a picture, please. Do we have the picture? Okay, we can move. You take one? We should capture this moment. Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause for this lovely panel. Can I have? Okay, so we've got a couple of minutes before the start of the next panel. Let me call on stage Neeraj Shah, please. Neeraj, I think this next conversation is going to be a great one. Let me just fix that for you.
Thank you.
Yeah, see, this is what co-anchors do. But having said that, I'm really excited for this next conversation because it's going to be about divestment. And there's so much that is said about divestment, right? And over the years, we've been looking forward to a certain number. It hasn't yet taken place. What would you like to know, just as a sneak peek to the audience?
Yeah, well, firstly, I mean, I would love to be an audience, Alex, and let Shrimi drive it because she tracks it so closely. But frankly, the one or two things that will come to my mind, or one or two things that I would love to understand, would be the different. There is an ambitious target for FY27, right? So, what's the difference between the equity raise as well as the asset monetization between that 80,000 crore number? Part one, and part two. Will this time around, presuming that 2026 is a banner year for equities because India has underperformed in 2025, will India take advantage of presumably higher valuations to unlock the assets that they have at a favorable price?
Excellent. Okay. So that you've done half my job for me. Why don't you make your way to the audience? I'll bring you up once we've got the entire panel on. All right. So I think that sets the stage. But let me still introduce the panel the way that I envisioned it, right? The days of our PSUs looking sickly and being sold at a song are behind us. Now they stand tall and proud with strong asset quality and loan growth for the banks and strategic focus for all of those that are commodity focused. But a question that many have asked, and Neeraj brought this up, why is the government not selling more of the proverbial family silver, particularly because the value has gone up to where it is right now? But some comments by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman during the budget 2026 on strategic divestment opened up what could be a realm of possibilities, particularly in the real estate space, where so many of our PSUs are very rich and powerful. The unlocking of that could be the next big thing. But what is the word on divestment? Why not go straight to the source? So please join me in welcoming on stage Dr. Arunish Chawla, the Secretary of DIPAM. Please, sir. There, sir, on the right. To join him on stage and take this conversation forward, please join me once again in welcoming Mr. Neeraj Shah, who is Executive Editor, Markets at NDTV Profit, and Chief of Bureau, Shrimi Chaudhary. Big round of applause. Shrimi?
Thank you, Alex. And sir, thanks so much for gracing the occasion. Well, Alex, you mentioned one word in that why doesn't the government sell the family silver? Considering what silver prices have done of late, maybe selling the family silver is not a great idea. But I want to start off, sir, by asking you one question that has come in the minds of a lot of investors is that if this target of 80,000 crores for FY27, stiff, considering what has happened in the recent years, how much of it is differentiated between equity disinvestment versus asset monetization? And does it bake into account some of the usual suspects like IDBI, or is it beyond that?
Since you talked about silver, let me first clarify. We neither sell family silver nor obsessions. We follow a composite value creation strategy, and that essentially rests on 4 pillars. Improve corporate performance for the CPSEs, list them, create market cap, make them subject to the market discipline, give fair dividends to all minority stakeholders, citizens, who have reposed their faith in us, and a calibrated disinvestment. You have to see the 4 together in a macro framework. That is important. Remember, we are not a department of disinvestment anymore. We are DIPAM. We are a department for investments. We are a department for public asset management, and we light diyas or in the lives of ordinary investors, in the lives of minority stakeholders. That having been stated, let me back it up with evidence. The CPSEs, particularly the ones in the strategic sector, are doing extremely well. Their market cap has increased 5 times in the last 12 years. The dividends they are paying to their shareholders have increased 3.5 to 4 times during the same period. In the closing year, which is 25-26, our CPSEs achieved a record profit of 3 lakh crores, and they distributed a record dividend of 1.4 lakh crores, partly in the last year and partly in the previous year. And our market research shows that if you compare it to the Nifty 50, while the CPSEs just have a market cap of 10%, 10 to 15 if you put the financial institutions together, they distributed as much as 25% of the entire dividend on the market. It is not without reason that most mutual funds today have dedicated portfolios for the public sector, PSEs,
Sure.
and the National Stock Exchange and the Bombay Stock Exchange have specific indices dedicated to them. Over to you.
Completely agree. So but just before Shamit, I still want an answer to my question, which is that of the stiff target or of the target. Let me not attach an adjective to it. The target that has been laid for FY27, you could be forgiven for saying that because PSUs are doing so well, let me not disinvest as much and let me do asset monetization in some fashion. What could the mix be when you want to reach this target?
Okay. You used and not used the adjective. I will use it. We are happy about the target. It is there because we want it to be there. And we have also innovated and moved on. The 80,000 crore target that you are talking about includes not just traditional disinvestment, not just traditional land sale. It includes all the new innovative forms of asset monetization. For example, in December this year, we got the regulatory approval for launching the first public InvIT. Now, let me explain to the viewers what is an InvIT. A public InvIT is the capital market equivalent of traditional risk capital, and it monetizes the present value of user fees and redeploys it to create infrastructure and public assets. If you watch the budget speech carefully, Honorable Finance Minister talked about a new innovation, which is REITs for monetizing and redeploying the surplus PSU land. This is also an exciting development because it will monetize the present value of rental revenues to redeploying unproductive or idle assets into productive use for everyone. It will enable this redevelopment without putting any burden on the budget or the parent CPSU which owns the land. So these are innovative, happy developments. We are trying to launch the first public InvIT in the country before the end of the current financial year. And we will take it forward, which is why 80,000 crore is good for us and good for the country.
Let me try, Neeraj, that once, because what we are looking at, the breakup, is it going to be 50-50%, 50% asset monetization, 50% from disinvestment? Are you trying to say that?
The reason we follow a composite strategy and the reason we don't break it up is that you can't work it out.
No, I do understand because government move away from that separate target for disinvestment and it's a part of capital miscellaneous receipts. I do understand, but sir, some estimation in mind, I'm sure.
No, that's correct. But why we avoid doing that is because we are a market-facing department and you are a market-facing channel. We all know the difference between ordinary media communication and market-sensitive communication. And, you know, whenever we always keep 2-3 assets ready at one time, see the market conditions. We have an in-house DEPA model. We have a market research unit which works on it on daily basis. Whenever we do it, we enter it with a aplomb, we announce it, and we go ahead with it. Mm-hmm. It has been our experience when you give verticalized micro targets, your viewers and market participants work it out. They have a counter strategy. It creates a price overhang and does not give us the best value for the silver that you said.
Okay, let me, straight come to IDBI Bank. Deepam posted, last night that government has received bids from all potential bidders for the strategic disinvestment in the IDBI Bank. Wanted to know how many, bidders have applied so far, and when we could expect the announcement of the winning bidder.
We are careful about the privacy of strategic investors and the integrity of the transactions. The tweet which we put out is worded very carefully. We do not give either the number or the identity of bidders or any information which will help you figure it out. But I will not disappoint you.
But I'm...
I'll not disappoint you. We have reached the final stage, which is the evaluation and approval stage. You will hear more from us by end March, the end of the current financial year.
Okay. But I'm not asking you to actually reveal name, and I understand the market sensitivity towards it. I'm just asking the number of bidders which you received.
Let us
2 players, 3 players?
Let us respect the integrity of the strategic transactions. No strategic transaction in the corporate sector is done in the glare of the media. And if you, on either side of the table, there are institutional players, there are consortiums who also are listed on the markets. They have regulators to face. So let us stick to what we have said officially on the Deepam handle and wait till the end of March.
So then a short one, but IDBI Bank therefore becomes a part of that FY27 target. Would that be a safe assumption?
I guess so.
Okay, fine.
That's why the increase in the budgeted target for sure.
Yeah, the small one though, a slightly short-term one, but the market is agog with chatter that there is a heightened small individual number, but a fair degree of transactions happening in Q4 to end FY26 on a high. Would that be a fair assessment? Are investment bankers going to be busy?
Yes, we started the current year with aplomb with a few transactions. Then you know what happened in the middle. Then of course we picked up again. Now that will be behind us because the deal has been signed. Then we picked up again. We did a few more transactions. Now that these headwinds are over, we will do a few more transactions within the current financial year, and you will not ask me which ones.
Just for understanding sake, sir, with India-US deal now reaching the finality, and of course it will improve the overall market sentiments, all the disinvestment proceeds in the pipeline, how are you seeing that to be coming forth for the next year? Will that impact the valuation significantly?
I must clarify that in the Atmanirbhar Bharat policy, disinvestment and closure is seen together as a composite whole. So both disinvestments and closure will be pursued actively in the coming financial year. And let me also explain to the viewers what is this Atmanirbhar Bharat policy. As you know, in the first 3 decades post-independence, we adopted the commanding height paradigm, where the commanding heights were reserved for the public sector, and it became a bit of public versus private. And economic history tells us what happened. The Atmanirbhar Bharat policy, which was announced by the government and the Honorable Prime Minister in 21-22, reorganizes the public sector landscape into 3 verticals. A strategic vertical, which includes natural resources, to ensure the security of our supply chains. 2, it includes the traditional infrastructure, which is, could be either non-rival or non-excludable or both. And that typically means transport, energy, and the financial infrastructure. And the third big element is national security and defense, which is a public good in its own right. This constitutes the strategic sector. This is where the public sector will remain to ensure our national security and to ensure we can navigate the 21st century geopolitics while supporting our economy and the people. The second vertical is the exempt vertical. Now, this is where the public sector will survive to support the vulnerable groups, to ensure inclusion, to support farmers. These are the areas of market failure or areas where markets have failed to reach. All other areas, particularly in the manufacturing and in organized services or business services, will be in the non-strategic domain. It is in this domain that we will be fastest, and we'll be progressively disinvesting or closing enterprises which are not doing well. That's part of our roadmap, and we are committed to it. The difference between the commanding height paradigm and the Atmanirbhar Bharat framework is that while the earlier one was public versus private, the Atmanirbhar Bharat framework is public and private. We will survive, move together, and take the country forward.
I have one last question, and I know the time is up, but my question lends itself to some speed and being nimble. The recent, I'm using that as an example, but when the promoter of one of the companies in which the government also has a stake did an OFS because the prices had reached fairly high valuations, it is often thought that can't the government be nimble to shave off, if not actually sell large stakes into held enterprises when valuations really go north? Can we expect that Deepam or the government will be more nimble in shaving off, if not sell, stake at very high valuations when the valuations give you the ability to do so?
I know what you're talking about.
Everybody knows that, trust me, sir.
I will not be able to give out the strategy.
Sure.
But if it lies in the strategic domain, then we have to move carefully.
Okay, well, that says it all.
Just a last question as well from my side, that there is a perception in the government to not very open with the foreign investor when it comes to a strategic sector like banking. With IDBI now reaching advanced stage, do you think that there will be a shift in that perception?
Absolutely.
Or the change of stance?
Absolutely. I steal your words. The perception is already changing, and it must. We welcome anyone who reposes their faith in us, is ready to invest, if I may use the expression, create a beachhead here. We welcome all of them with open arms, and we'll provide them the policy support that is necessary.
Fair point, sir.
On that note, by the way, anybody doubting that PSUs have done well, just look at the stock price performance of a State Bank of India versus any of the other banks, and you will get an answer. Yes, PSU have done splendidly well. But
Absolutely.
From Shrimi and me and the team NDTV Profit, thank you so much, sir, for joining in today. Really appreciate your time and your insights.
Thank you very
so
much.
sir.
Alex, would you take a photograph for us?
Yes, of course. Thank you. And big round of applause. By the way, what you just witnessed is a masterclass on both sides. The hard-nosed journalist asking the tough questions and asking questions repeatedly, and the seasoned bureaucrat defending and leaving some of those deliveries with alacrity. So you saw both sides, and you got some insight on what Deepam plans. You failed to get an answer to how the 80,000 crore is going to be split, but you got some sneak peeks on what is lined up in the new financial year. Now, some part of what we've already spoken about is who benefits from India's growth story, and we're taking that conversation forward a little bit. There's been quite a bit of conversation about a K-shaped recovery in India's economy, where some pockets are growing exponentially, while others are still showing slower growth, or no growth even. What will it take to have broad-based growth? We may be heading inexorably towards becoming the third largest economy in the world, but how can that be made more inclusive? There's been a conversation about jobs. What are the strategic shifts that need to be made on the policy front and also from the perspective of industry to ensure that we are able to leverage the quantum leaps that are currently being made on the front of technology so that we're not left behind and that nobody in India is left behind? To give you some perspective on how the industry views this, please join me in welcoming on stage Mr. Rajiv Memani, who is the Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of EY India and the President of the CII. Sir. It is also falling to me to introduce myself. My name is Alex Matthew, and I will be having the pleasure of speaking to you, Rajiv. So, do I need this? Is this on? Yeah, okay. I don't need to hold it. Okay. So, Rajiv, let me start with the biggest news point, which is the signing of an agreement with the US. This was this dark cloud on the horizon and this looming threat. Tariffs were already underway. There was quite a considerable amount of pain that companies facing the external sector were facing. More than anything else, while we wait for clarity on this, is this a sigh of relief that is resounding across industry in India?
Thanks a lot, Alex. I think it's a very positive development. It's very positive for the sectors who have got impacted because of the tariff that was raised up to 50%. And a lot of these sectors were labor-intensive sectors. Beyond a point, a lot of these companies were MSMEs who were 100%, or large part of their revenues were really from exports to US. So for many of them, it was an existential issue in whether it was in gems and jewelry, leather, textiles, garmenting and everything else. So I think for them, it's a big relief. The second is from an overall industry standpoint, whilst this number per se, impacted number is whatever $50 billion number that everyone was talking about, $50 to $60 billion that was getting impacted. So in the overall scheme of $4 trillion, it doesn't impact. But from a sentiment standpoint, it had a massive overhang. So any media interaction you went to, any industry to industry interaction, any industry to government interaction, and if you talk to any investors who are looking at investing in India, this was the big issue. So I think you have, in a very strong overall economic environment, you had a few clouds. This was probably one of them. And I think that clearing away gives a massive sort of impetus to when you saw financial markets, stock markets, overall sentiment of the economy. The third is when you look at the overall global context, a strong India-US relationship has very positive ramifications. So when you're engaging with other countries also, when you're engaging with other economies also, it's very, very positive. And fourth, we must realize US is a $30-35 trillion economy, almost $3.5 trillion of imports. India's share is less than 3% on the merchandise exports. I'm just talking of merchandise imports. Sure. So when you have that market to a large extent, to 60-70% excluded, when you have that market fully included in that, then I think it has a very positive impact, whether it's for Atmanirbhar Bharat, whether it's for people, companies looking at setting up manufacturing. So that's very positive. And then there were some question marks on services, on pharmaceuticals. I think that also goes away. So I think net, it's a very positive move for India, for sectors that are impacted from a macro standpoint, and also going forward, as India looks at stepping up much more strongly and emphatically on the manufacturing side. I think it's a very positive move.
And of course, we'll get some more clarity on the deal when the Honorable Commerce Minister speaks to all of you later today. Before that, though, let's talk about, interestingly, about 14 years back, Rajiv, or 15 years back, the term that people used to use in corporate India and otherwise, of course, to talk about an uncertain environment was VUCA. With the degree of uncertainty on the external front and the way that the world has changed, seismic shifts that we've seen in geopolitics or otherwise, and the way trade has been weaponized, how would you describe the scenario right now when you compare it with 15 years back?
It's very hard. I think this probably would be, I mean, there is always a current bias, but I would say from a geopolitical, geoeconomic standpoint, this would be one of the most challenging, uncertain time for sure, with so many things happening at one go, and fundamentally a change in world order, a change in how countries view their economic strength, view their strategic strength, and how do they effectively leverage. Earlier, strength was used to, in many ways, build a world order. Now, I think strength is used much more to say how does it benefit, the individual country concerned. So I think that's a big change. And therefore, economic strength, strategic resilience, supply chain resilience, how do you stand from a defense standpoint? How do countries focus more and more on resilience? I think all those things become much more important. But honestly, from my standpoint, a bigger change than this, I think we are focusing a lot on geopolitics and geoeconomics. The related issue is that all the countries are looking at having a right balance of trade and others. So, you have one part of the world which has massive trade surplus, which is almost doing 30% plus manufacturing of the world. How does the world cope up with that? I think that probably, in my view, is a bigger question mark that we'll see, because some of those countries are also very, very advanced on technology, on cost curves and everything else.
Sure.
And the second is AI, where I don't think there is any week that goes where you don't have that. And somewhere in the geopolitics, geoeconomics, I hope we don't forget that these two things are bigger challenges that as industry, as economies, as policy makers, as government, which will have a much more fundamental impact than geopolitics and geoeconomics.
I'm glad you brought that up, and I'm glad that you brought up artificial intelligence, because as I said at the start, it's been a week of screaming headlines, and it's been a very busy week for all of us. But this Anthropic piece that came about, right? And the questions that were raised. But I must say that I was at the Monetary Policy Review yesterday, and you had Deputy Governor Poonam Gupta speak about a survey that the Reserve Bank of India has done about the implications of artificial intelligence. And she said that the view is that productivity does see a spike, but interestingly also employment sees an increase, rather than the perception that employment sees a hit, because there is a churn and people seek employment in other sources. Your opinion on this topic that we're talking about, inclusivity, in the context of building strength and Atmanirbharta, and also building for the world, because I've read conversations that you've had in the past, and you speak about the importance of labor-intensive sectors and giving them support, creating jobs through manufacturing.
Yeah, so many questions in one, Vivian. I think my personal view is AI will change. Whether it will change probably more rapidly than what we had anticipated, may not be as rapidly as what the software companies talk about, but it will definitely change more rapidly than what industry anticipates. Today, if I was to go to any corporate, if I was to sit within EY, if I was to look at how we are doing work, it will be really stupid for me not to think of how AI would challenge what we are doing. So whether we are doing consulting work, whether we are doing tax work, whether we are doing compliance work, I think fundamentally, if we don't change, someone else will come and change it. And that means that a lot of manual, repetitive, process-related work, even work where you had to, I mean, even on the legal side, on other areas, things that took hours or days to do are done in a matter of minutes. So definitely it enhances productivity, but I think to say that it does not have or may not have an impact on jobs, I would say it's early to say. One thing is for sure that the nature of jobs will change. And I think the impact, fortunately or unfortunately, will probably be at the entry segment. I think that's where the impact will be most. So countries like India, which have one advantage, that we can be the AI labs of the world because of the size of the population that we have, the number of people that we have. I think that's a massive positive for India. But we have to be very mindful of the fact that things can change very rapidly when suddenly some of the largest hirers in the country reduce their hiring. So no one's, when you talk to a lot of corporates, they are not saying that we will reduce the number of people that we have. A lot of them are saying, okay, we are factoring in 15% growth, but honestly, we really don't want to hire to achieve the 15% growth. I mean, honestly, even in the media industry, creative industry, there's a massive change. So I think the nature of jobs will change. And I think as a country, we'll have to now start seeing how do we prepare, how do we change our education system, what are the kind of universities that we want to have. Do you want to have as many universities? I'll be provocative here. Or do you need more vocational institutes? How do you encourage the adoption? How do people get smarter on the adoption of AI? So I think a lot of that has to change. I don't think it's happening at this speed at which in my view, it needs to happen. Whether it's on curriculum, whether it's giving a thought on skilling, reskilling, on vocational, or newer skills that are needed. And India needs to pivot very, very rapidly to industries that are labor intensive, whether it's manufacturing, not only labor intensive manufacturing, but manufacturing in general. We still have a merchandise trade deficit of $280 billion.
Yes.
$80 billion of that can be oil, but we can go more aggressively into energy transition. We can create far more value added into India. And also sectors like tourism, which I think has a big reference in the budget. So I think I must compliment the economic survey and the budget makers for bringing that. We really need to put a great focus on that so that it creates the economic engine that can employ and create much greater economic activity in India.
So let me ask you this, because the way that you're describing it, Rajiv, you're saying that the adoption of this new technology could well create a bit of a shock or a dislocation. And you've very ably described this. I think everybody will appreciate that the impact will likely be at the entry level. And so from that perspective, what you're saying in terms of creation of jobs becomes that much more important. You've described a few possibilities, but what can be done on the policy side and what can industry do at this moment, given our current capabilities, without rapidly changing that? And that would require capital as well.
See, I think from a policy standpoint, there are 2-3 things. One is India cannot shy away from adopting AI at full scale. So I think whether it's government, whether it's industries, the infrastructure that's required, I think that we need to do. Data centers, I mean, AI, the growth of AI depends largely on, or data centers depends largely on data and energy. One search on ChatGPT consumes 12 times the amount of energy one search on Google does. So that's the number that we are talking about. And I think sooner or later, many countries where the energy cost is high, they will not be able to build the data infrastructure that's required. In US, the energy cost is 18 cents. In Europe, it's even higher than 18 cents. In Middle East, it's 4 cents. India will be 7-8 cents. So I think India, given the data that we have, given the amount of the energy cost and the efficiency and energy cost, especially if you are able to rapidly transition to on energy transition, we can do very well. So if I just use the example of data centers, if you are going to have 7 to 8 gigawatts of data centers in the next 5 years, that means a capex of roughly 12 lakh crores. Out of that, 8.5 lakh crores, if you study the bill of material today, 8 to 8.5 lakh crores will be imported.
Right.
Is there a way that out of that 8.5 lakh crores, we can do domestic manufacturing for 4 to 5 lakh crores? Can we have a proactive strategy for that? So I think we have to really work on the entire AI ecosystem, but can't shy away. As a country, we should be the fastest adopters. We should use that as a massive competitive advantage and also become the use case capital of the world, using GCCs, others and everything. That's one side of it. The second is also building the protection that's required, whether it's in terms of cyber protection, personal protection, data protection, integrity and others. I think the laws and the regulations around that, which the DPDP Act has come, I'm sure many versions of that will come. I think that's also a very big positive. The third, which is very, very important, is reskilling and imagining a world or reimagining what the future of India and what the future of jobs will be.
Yes.
Whether for people who are in the AI or the 15 million, 20 million children who are going to get into the work stream every year, what are the newer opportunities that we are creating? And if India is going to go big in manufacturing, which I think with the trade deals done, which is a huge compliment to the government in the way they have done it and how successfully they have done it, the reforms that we are doing, I have no doubt that manufacturing in India will pick up. The government policy is very clear, but we need to accelerate manufacturing, infrastructure, have the people, have the skilling. So whether it's getting people at the higher end of the skills or people at the medium to lower end of skills, and blue-collared workers will come back much more emphatically. I think as a society we need to embrace them and we need to create skills that can take care of them.
Fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause for Mr. Memani.
Thank you.
Rajiv, pleasure.
Thank you very much.
All right, and also, food for thought. How much electricity are you using when you say thank you to the large language model that you just chatted with? Thank you, Rajiv. All right, now let's talk about the economic survey, which usually sets the tone for discourse ahead of the union budget. And the data and the observations that it contains are valuable, not just from the perspective of the academic, but also because it provides a glimpse into the key focus areas for the government. At a time of swirling uncertainty on the external front, the question is, what are India's priorities? How can it turn a challenge into an opportunity? That, and also, what is this amazing orange economy that has been spoken about, and what are the prospects there? Who better to speak about it than the primary author of that survey, Mr. V. Anantha Nageswaran. Please put your hands together for the Chief Economic Advisor of the Government of India. To speak with him, NDTV Profit's very own Managing Editor, Tamanna Inamdar, as well as Bureau Chief, Shrimi Chaudhary.
Thank you so much, Alex. Thank you, sir, for speaking with us.
You're welcome.
There is rarely a time in financial news coverage that things move so fast that the whole perspective of your conversation changes. And I was just thinking about it. We had an extensive, detailed and exciting economic survey. Then we had a promise-filled budget with some really new, innovative ideas. Then you had a monetary policy which added dimension. And here comes the India-US trade deal, announcement to framework in 4 days flat. I wonder, we journalists are gasping for breath. As the Chief Economic Advisor, how busy are your days right now? Let me start with that question.
if you guys have been sort of gasping for breath, you can imagine how it is inside. Over the last 6 to 8 months, as the PM has been saying, the Reform Express has been underway. So apart from these 4 things which you mentioned, and also you missed out the Indo-US Free Trade Agreement that happened.
The EU.
Indo-EU.
The EU-Indo Free Trade Agreement.
So that also happened in the last 2-3 weeks. And then, in general, I suppose, along with the overall geopolitical developments in other areas as well. So it's been quite an intense 1 year, I must say. And but we are happy that both these 2 trade agreements do set up the economy nicely for 26-27.
I think it's the reform bullet train, not just the reform express right now.
That's well put. Yeah.
Let me come to brass tacks though. Let's start talking about the GDP number. We have a range in the economic survey, 6.8 to 7.2%. This was, like I said, this is a week which seems has 3 months or 6 months of news flow in it. From then, taking into consideration the India-EU FTA, the India-US interim agreement ahead of the bilateral trade agreement that comes in, is there a good case to revise this upwards? A lot of headwinds which would have been baked into that range have now receded, and visibly.
No, I agree with you. So that's why I said in the couple of days since the US-India agreement came into the picture, I did say that there is an upside risk to my range of 6.8 to 7.2, or let's say the midpoint is 7. Now I can think of an upside that could last anywhere between 20 to 40 basis points. But the reason why I would still wait until we see at least the first quarter of data for the new financial year. First, we have to wait for how the GDP numbers, new revised series, and the new base year play out. And secondly, simultaneously, if you read the economic survey preface, we talk about the 3 global risk scenarios, and they're also beginning to play out simultaneously. The way the volatility in financial markets has been rising in multiple asset classes, etc. Those spillover effects are still probably underway, etc. So there are, while India-specific developments have been positive unambiguously, we need to also factor in these global risk factors. And if we do that, then I think we need to take a calibrated look at how far I can increase my growth projections, or am I comfortable with the range that I have already indicated, is something that we are still working our way through that.
No, fair enough, but all things remaining the same, between the economic survey in the last day of January and now, the volatility in commodity prices, say, remains the same. Other global risk factors remain the same. Maybe AI comes in as another risk factor, I don't know. But one major, very visible, glaring problem seems to have receded. Is it fair to say that 7.4% is not an out of the park kind of an upper end now that we can look at?
Before I answer your question, I must say I'm very impressed with the way you said everything else remaining the same. I thought only we economists keep using ceteris paribus, etc. This is the first time I'm hearing a journalist using those expressions. Ceteris paribus, of course, you said other things remaining the same. So I'm quite...
so we're listening and learning.
So, look, again, but unfortunately, we know that other things are not remaining the same, right? Gold went from 4,000 to 5,300 and came back to 4,600, now again back to 5,000. And what we are seeing in copper, etc., or for that matter, our own bond yields now close to 6.75, 10-year bond yields. All these factors are also happening simultaneously. Yes, I have to put on the positive side of the ledger the US-India Free Trade Agreement, which wasn't expected in general, and our own projections of 6.8 to 7.2 did assume that status quo would continue and not an announcement would happen. And therefore, on that score, you're absolutely right. But I also need to understand that, as I said, other things are playing out as well. But on balance, I would still say that now I'm prepared to concede that there is an upside risk to my growth estimate rather than a downside risk. So it's skewed towards the right side rather than the left side of the tail.
Mr. Nageswaran, on the trade deal itself, we have seen, the initial agreement talking about, stopping oil from Russia. That's one of the conditions. Just wanted to understand that whether it will have an impact overall, not just diplomatically, but also financially. Are you reading that India may face potential loss as a result?
Look, I think these are relatively sensitive, and I don't think there is much to be gained by speculating on these things in public. Okay. At the same time, I can say that oil prices will be subject to, I mean, again, using Tamanna's phrasing, other things being equal, if the Iran situation doesn't get out of control in the Middle East and oil prices remain the same. So from an oil procurement perspective, it may not necessarily mean a big deal of difference to India. And also Russia is aware of the fact that after the Rosneft and Lukoil sanctions were announced, there was a natural tendency for India to remain cautious because we didn't want to expose our financial system to sanctions as well. So they also understand the compulsions, just as many other countries also take measures to safeguard their domestic industry in the face of sanctions. I mean, so when Nayara Energy got shut out, when Microsoft Office removed their email client server facilities, even Zoho couldn't offer them an alternative because they were serving European customers as well. So they didn't want to get caught in that sanctions web. So there are compulsions and countries understand that. So I don't think this will be a major problem area for us.
Just also wanted to understand that India and US has trade surplus with 18% now we agreed upon. Do you see that thing continuing? We will remain trade surplus with 18%?
No, I don't think obviously you should look at India's duties alone in isolation. It has to be seen in the light of what are the duties that other countries face. And if you read the statement this morning, you would have also noticed that there is a line about that says India will continue to negotiate for lower duties from the 18% level. So 18% in isolation might appear as if it is higher than what it was 1.5 years ago or whatever, or 1 year ago. But obviously other countries also in the region, your competing countries face a similar or even slightly higher duty. So in that sense, I think it will continue to serve as well.
I just have a couple of follow-ups, and I'm going to rephrase Shrimi's question and ask it again because I think it's an important one. And I understand that we're waiting to hear official word on how much India reduces Russian oil, do we shut the tap, etc. My question is, can we afford to? Does the math work with Venezuelan oil coming in larger quantities? What if there is a situation where we have to reduce what we get in from Iran as well? How does the math work where we sit right now?
Obviously, if you speak of math, then math has to be worked out rather than being able to answer off the cuff. So these questions are not that easy to answer off the cuff. We need to work out the math before we can give you an answer.
It sounds like it would be a tough situation. So just let me put the first part of the equation in play. Can we afford to go to zero on Russian imports as of today? Or will it have to be pared down?
As I told Sharmi, I don't think it is useful for us to speculate on this in public, and I don't think that is the commitment we have. We haven't said anything of that sort. So I don't think we should be looking at too much of hypotheticals at this point.
Okay. If I may ask you on the rupee, the currency has been in pain because of a lot of factors, including, I think, tariffs are part of it. Crude prices, I would say, a year ago to now, were pretty much the same. Eased off, gone up, eased off. So that's not the big pain point. Do you see the rupee now strengthening? And maybe if we see a reversal of what has happened with foreign flows, or at least FPI flows, how do you think that figure or that situation now pairs out?
I personally think that the rupee will be one of the big beneficiaries of this trade agreement with the United States, because with respect to foreign investors, whether direct or portfolio investors, for them this was a stumbling block because questions were raised about whether China +1 was becoming India +1, etc. And portfolio flows also, apart from other considerations, valuations, no AI story, etc. I think this damaged the sentiment quite significantly, and to the extent that this is removed, this barrier is removed, I do believe that the Indian rupee in 26-27 will be one of the beneficiaries of this trade agreement with the US.
Do we retrace a lot of the losses that we've seen? I think close to 50 basis. Do we retrace the losses in the last 1 year or so? Or
loss of what?
I mean the slide of the rupee, yeah.
Look, I mean, it's difficult to give you a precise number in terms of the forecast for the Indian rupee dollar exchange rate, but I do believe that we will definitely at least see the rupee not following a one-way path towards weaker levels. But again, as I said in the case of your earlier question about the growth rate, there are other things that are also happening simultaneously, and we, in the economic survey, we did point out that in general, if you take a last 5-year view or last millennium, since millennium kind of view, the Indian rupee has not been an outlier in terms of depreciating against the US dollar.
Mr. Nageswaran, how are you reading the zero tariff? I wanted to understand, as India is getting zero tariff on select items, however, US is getting across the basket. Wanted to understand how you reading that. Is it concerning A? And second, do you see any impact coming on overall government receipts with government receipts with customs playing an important role in this with 18% tariff?
No, I think two things. First, on the second question on government receipts, right? No, look, when you have an expanded economic activity happening, the customs duty receipts being on the lower side is easily offset by expanded economic activity and tax revenues coming from other sources, whether it is employment generation leading to higher income taxes, or whether it is GST transactions, multiplier effects of higher economic activity and higher domestic production to cater to external markets, because now you have access to different markets, EU countries and the US, that easily will take care of the customs duty receipts angle that you are pointing out. But look, zero duties are reduced duties are part and parcel of every trade agreement we have entered into. So why is it this different? I mean, we have agreed to reduce import duties on automobiles as part of the European Union trade agreement as well. So, I mean, that is part of the game. You reduce access and you reduce duties and they reduce duties, and that is how you expand the pie in total. So this is nothing unique about this.
You know, why I'm asking that, because of course we have just seen the budget with all the budgetary targets for both, indirect and direct taxation. I'm not sure whether this will be factored in that. So are we going to see some change in the budget estimations?
No, budget estimates are already quite conservative and reasonable. If you look at the overall tax buoyancy assumed in the budget is 0.8, which is much lower. Of course, you might say that is because mainly influenced by the lower number for GST, because compensation cess is not there. If you look at the other taxes, your buoyancy rate assumption is 1.1, but there again 1.1 is consistent with the long-term average, but not in the last 5 years when the buoyancy was higher. So we are being conservative already.
I'm going to switch tack a little bit. We'll talk about the Indo-US trade deal, but I want to look at it from our perspective. At the start of these negotiations about a year ago, there were a couple of things that were in conversation. One of them was that even without the pressure that was being exerted on us to come to a certain deal, India needed to reduce her tariffs and her non-tariff barriers across the world. Do you think that in that sense this is a step in the right direction? And do you think our domestic industry is actually ready for what is to come as we see the consequences of these 5 deals? I won't even talk about one. These 5 deals play out.
Look, it's a good question, and the answer is not straightforward, because it is a balancing act. Because we know that from the point of view of competitiveness for our own manufacturing, we need to reduce duties on primary and intermediate products. At the same time, we do understand, and as all other countries do as well, that in a world of geopolitical fragmentation, you do need to have some protection. Otherwise, indigenization will not happen. But this is a statement I can make as a matter of principle, but how do we arrive at the right balance between the two depends on sector to sector, product to product, etc. So we need to do both. And that's not the most interesting of answers, but that is the most realistic of answers.
No, but it's the most relevant of answers, because if you look at the events in just the last week, we've had a budget which has focused on self-reliance, and then we have had, sandwiching it, trade deals which have talked about opening up at a time when the world is becoming more protectionist. It's each country for themselves.
The budget also did a lot in Part B of the budget speech and the finance bill. You will see a lot of customs duty reductions on many products, whether it is aircraft parts and components or nuclear energy capital goods, chemicals. So I think
But the ones we need to become self-reliant.
Exactly. So we need to make sure that we are having lower import duties on input-oriented products, which is what we have done in the budget as well. So self-reliance does not mean that you keep customs duty higher. Self-reliance means you know where to calibrate it. That is what the budget does. And more importantly, the survey also points out, yes, we do need to give space for domestic production to happen, but protection cannot be in perpetuity, and protection has to be always in return for certain quid pro quo from the industry in terms of export performance and achieving export competitiveness. So it is a balancing act, and we are trying to do both at the same time, choosing the areas where we have to protect and how, and choosing the areas where we have to reduce the duties so that we can become competitive and self-reliant over time. So it has to be multiple approaches at the same time.
Just wanted to have your view on the fact that after this condition, India, US on that, stopping oil from Russia, how are you seeing India relationship with Russia going forward? Do you think it will get impacted?
I work for the Ministry of Finance.
Is it concerning for you?
I work for the Ministry of Finance and not External Affairs. You should be speaking to the Foreign Secretary on this.
But you always mention the geopolitical issues in your survey. So from that perspective, I'm trying to understand.
It is one thing to talk about geopolitical issues in the abstract and to comment on a specific bilateral relationship, which is both sensitive and strategic. So I would rather not trespass into the area of my colleagues.
I would like to come to you now on a broader question, and in the middle of all of the events that we talked about recently, I think one big one is the sort of stark realization of what artificial intelligence is going to do, specifically to one sector. For one day, it seemed as if the Indian IT service industry had been completely written off, then some sanity returned. Just wondering, what is your view on the impact of AI on us as a nation, on jobs, and on a very core sector?
Look, I mean, it is, again, unfortunately, it is difficult to give you precise answers to this. All of us know in the abstract that cognitive jobs will be under threat, coding will be under threat. People like Mr. Wembu are tweeting about Anthropic's products or how they are so good in coding, etc. So yes, and this is something that has been brewing for quite some time. But I think specific impact in terms of more than laying off people, in terms of future hiring will be impacted. And that is where I think we need to therefore make non-cognitive jobs where AI complements humans or where jobs can be created independent of AI. And you look at the budget, there are 4 areas that stand out, although they were not packaged in that manner. Whether it is the care economy ecosystem or the allied health professionals or tourist guides or the orange economy that the budget spoke about, these are all areas wherein you try to create skilling and jobs in areas which will not be touched by AI, which can flourish independent of AI, and that is the way to look at. So one is to prepare your youth to be able to participate in the world that will be dominated by AI in cognitive spaces, and the other is to strengthen and make it respectable and fashionable to work in areas which are not necessarily located in steel and glass buildings.
That's an important one.
Yeah.
Your predecessor in 2017, in his economic survey, Mr. Arvind Subramaniam, first wrote a whole chapter about UBI, Universal Basic Income. And there was, I remember back then, a lot of talk about it. Are we reaching the time where we need to revisit that concept, or are we already there in some way, where there is provision for food, there are schemes like the GRAMG? How do you look at it conceptually? Because the world is beginning to talk about it now.
I think it's a very important question that you are raising, and I think I will not be able to do justice to it by giving you a 20, 30-second answer, because I think human dignity isn't merely about just having an income to provide for your basic needs or beyond that. How you get that income also matters for your sense of self-worth and self-esteem. And second, when you talk of universal basic income, you're assuming that the fiscal authorities get the revenues that they need to be able to offer universal basic income for the population. But we know that capital is mobile, capital is fungible, and therefore businesses will relocate to areas, and you cannot ensure globally that there is no tax arbitrage. So that is why you have to also speak about the importance of a sense of national interest and responsibility on the part of businesses if the concept of UBI has to become widely practiced. Even then, I'm not sure about the behavioral implications of UBI being the answer, okay, to this problem. So I think this is an important issue that you raised, but I don't think it is possible to do justice within the time frame of this conversation.
So we have your commitment for another longer conversation on this then?
Well, I think we need to have a longer conversation and also multiple perspectives on this issue to come up, and we should have some private sector also being there, and we need to hear some sort of a national compact here. It is not only a policy matter.
I take your point and I welcome it. We should try and organize as well. Thank you so much, sir, for your time today. Fantastically answered, every answer in place. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir. 739 pages, 16 chapters. The economic survey this time around. So in case you missed any of that, what you heard today should capture quite a bit of it. But you should go and take a glance at the very least. All right, now, India's renewable energy edge, that's what we're talking about next, and 500 gigawatts. 500 gigawatts, that's the stated objective for renewable energy capacity creation in India by 2030. We're just less than 4 years away. And believe it or not, at the pace that we're currently going at, our next speaker believes that we will hit that mark sooner than the target. So we will have 500 gigawatts of renewable energy capacity before 2030. To talk about the opportunities that this beautiful space presents, please join me in welcoming on stage Dr. Farooq Patel, the Chairman and Managing Director of KP Group. Dr. Patel. And once again, it is my pleasure. Okay. So, my pleasure to take you through this conversation. Please. Exciting times, sir, in India. So, first, your initial thoughts about this overhang, and I'm asking this to practically everyone I meet today, it's unique insight, on this overhang of the trade deal being, or at least an agreement being signed with the US. Your initial thoughts? The mic, sir.
Of course, it's excited to the all sectors, including renewable energy also. Because the way we are gearing up the renewable energy sector, we need more export from this country to the another country, and all over world is looking option of the China is India. That's the main important thing.
So you're saying that India can compete with China on renewable energy?
Yes.
Give us some perspective, sir, because the scale, and I think there are people in this audience who have visited China. I'm sure that you're aware as well, so you can give us some perspective on that.
It is 96%, 95% China is making the panels. 85% or more than that, they are making the wafers. But one side, in all condition, our people, our renewable player are making the projects, and that's the main important. How to make the project in dust, how to make the project in, say, snow, how to make the project in higher terrain and all. So we are only the option for the world to make a sustainable project. I say sustainable because the project of the renewable, each project is having a life of 25 years.
Okay.
Where India have the reliable partner or the reliable people who can do the better project than the China. That's the thing, mainly.
When you say, so I want to double click on that before we get into anything else, and we'll talk about scale and what India is doing as well. But when you say it's better than China at this moment, what do you mean, sir?
See, only making up wafers or the panels is not important, but the important is how to make this project to be run till 25 years.
Right.
And that's a very important thing because it's a huge capex going inside of the renewable projects. But at the same time, 25 years reliability also public required or the people required of the world. And India is the best choice for that.
So give me some perspectives and the audience as well. If you say that a standard project, a solar plant, right? It can be used for captive power, that is for a company to set up this renewable energy capacity to feed into its own processes, or it can be created to sell to the grid, right? So commercial purposes. What is the average size of a project like this? What is the kind of capex required? And how quickly can it break even?
See, it is from 1 kilowatt to 1 gigawatt.
It's massive, right?
It's a mass.
Right.
And solar, especially in a renewable energy, where you can do the 1 kilowatt also, and then you can do the 1 gigawatt also.
Right.
Whatever you need for your consumption, you can make the project. At the same time, government also provides so many tenders from the 5 megawatt to 500 megawatt or the gigawatt size also.
Well, what's costing like and how quickly can you turn it around?
I can say today only the solar project is 3.5 with GST and all as a IPP you can do for the 1 megawatt, 3.5 crore rupees. And the wind project, of course, 6 crore rupees per megawatt is going today. And the base is about 1.7 crore rupees per megawatt hours. That is the roughly idea I am giving to you. But one thing is very clear that it's a capital incentive project.
And how quickly can you break even if you're spending that kind of money?
See, in the IPP project, if I say, if I put the project for myself and feed to the government grid for the government, it's take a 5.5 years or 6 years to
5.5 years?
Yes. And if I'm using that project for the captive use, it may 3.5 years or 4 years.
3.5 years. So it's a great prospect, and that's because the cost is competitive in terms of the energy cost as well, right?
Yeah, it is.
Okay. So let's talk about scale, right? Because ultimately, a lot of people are buying into the idea, as you pointed out, it's viable. Buying into the idea of creating at scale. But let's face it, sir, and you can give us perspective on this as well. You already said that a large part of the wafers, a large part of the panels are being made by China. And the Indian capacity is getting created, this value chain is being created, but the pricing is not matching up. So how do we reach that scale? What is the kind of investment and capacity that will need to be created in India for us to have that edge in renewable energy?
See, what we thinking is renewable energy is a solar panel or the wind machines or turbines. But it's not like that. See, renewable energy required a solar panel means projects, then the stable grid, then the base, and the, I say smart metering, or you can say the stable of the IT, all connections to be lined up. These 4 items which make the renewable energy to be sustained till 25 years.
Right.
Only panel cannot do anything. Only inverter cannot do anything. But the grid sustainability also required.
Sure.
And if we want to go into the renewable energy, which we have to go because of the sustainable energy and the dollar not go outside the India and fossil fuel will be reduced, carbon print, all things.
All of those arguments are fine, but what is the capacity we need to create?
We need to create the at least 2030 as announced 500 gigawatt.
Right.
And of course, we are almost reaching to more than the half which is a very good sign for the India. About $124 billion to be invested in the 500 gigawatt, which is again the very good capacity as an Indian, I can say, which make the India at least 50% plus renewable energy sustainable for the people.
Yeah.
But in 2070, that is again one mission is a net zero. We are growing with the 9% every year to year consumption of the electricity, right?
Yeah.
So we require more and more renewable space also.
Sure.
And the government also trying that way. We have started 2 gigawatt almost this year of the wafers.
Yes.
25 gigawatt is cell manufacturing and all.
That's you. That's
Yes,
KP
it's a
Group.
use. It's a use. It's not a small thing what we are doing. You see the last decade and this decade, it's a tremendous change. Last year, 50 gigawatt we have added.
Sir, but can I ask you a question? With regard to so I know that you've said it's much more than just the wafers and the panels. But ultimately, these are the key ingredients and battery energy storage systems, which everybody seems to be jumping into as well. So this capacity that you're saying that can be created to compete with China, can it be done before 2030?
Of course, it will completed by 2030, at least to feed our, reach our target, right? And then after this trade things and EU things will come. But in that meantime, we will be mature enough to compete in the renewable space like solar panels, inverters, and of course, the turbines and all. Where our people is very hard trying, and we will reach. We will reach to the that target.
So by 2030, India as a nation and its companies will be able to compete on the global stage with China when it comes to inputs for solar and wind turbines. You're saying
both.
Okay. Battery energy storage systems. When you rank the importance of this particular element in the entire chain, everybody talks about evacuation of power, right? And timely evacuation of power for solar in particular. Sun can only shine for a particular number of hours in the day. How important is this cog? And with everybody jumping into it, sir, what is the economic viability for each company?
See, before we were thinking on the renewable power to be cheaper than the thermal power, we were trying and we reached to that. Now the problem is not RTC, means round the clock power is the one factor. But now we require the FDRE, means firm and dispatchable renewable energy, where you can see if you required at 6 o'clock power, you can have it from the thermal. The same thing, we have to convert renewable in that thing. So because of that, the battery energy storage system is the thing where you can feed the power in battery, and the time you require the power, you can feed it to the grid. So and because of that, all are thinking in the base, means battery energy storage system. And this is a very good solution for the stable grid also.
Sure.
If we require to use the 100% grid, then we require 100% battery energy storage system, which is the cheapest way to use the renewable energy into the real stream.
Okay. Last question and a quick answer, sir. This whole excitement about data centers, right? How big is it for your company and for the industry in the renewable energy space?
Renewable energy, data, anything, AI or the data system, everything requires 30 to 40% power.
Sure.
Right. And if the green power is taken a place in the data system, then it will be the nothing like...
So put a number to it. What is the opportunity here?
It's a very, very high opportunity. I cannot speak in the renewable energy. Otherwise, this 2030 goal for the, not for the data system, let me tell you.
So it's outside of data
system? It's outside the data system. And it will work. When it will work, the game will be changed in the energy. And believe me, whoever have the energy, sustainable energy, they are really energetic in the world.
Absolutely. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, please big round of applause. Dr. Farooq, pleasure speaking with you as always. Thank you so much for taking the time. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Okay. Now, we've spoken about this already. It's been a period of uncertainty and consolidation for the Indian equity markets. And a lot of small investors will look at the year 2025 and say it was a bit of a wasted year. I like to argue against that, because if you can call it a year of consolidation, you can also call it a year of accumulation. It is a period of time when there was a lull after a frenetic pace of growth for the Indian equity markets. But think about it. You had domestic institutional buying that was powered by mutual fund flows, which has been strong. It has only somewhat mitigated the impact of foreign institutions selling. And we've been talking about that as a theme. With this breakthrough in the negotiations that you've seen on the trade front, both EU as well as the US and the other 3 deals that have taken place over the last year, the question is, do these foreign institutions come back? What are the key threats? What are the key opportunities heading into financial year 2027 at a time when earnings in corporate India seem to have just about turned a corner? Now, of course, I've only just about given you a snapshot of what you can look for in this next panel, because you're going to see people that you normally see on NDTV Profit, but I think it's going to be more exciting, particularly because you don't normally have these conversations in New Delhi. These are conversations that we're used to having in Mumbai. So I'm pretty sure that the atmosphere here will energize these representatives of Dalal Street and our very own anchors from the newsroom in NDTV Profit to give you a sense of what you can look forward to in the rest of 2026 for India's equity markets, and whether we can claw back some of the ground that we've lost against several global markets, and whether Indians looking to invest in India can really benefit from staying the course. The panelists, let me introduce you to them. We've got N. Jayakumar, who is the Managing Director of Prime Securities. Please put your hands together for Mr. Jayakumar. If you can make your way to the stage, sir. On the right. We've got Dharmesh Mehta, the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of DAM Capital Advisors. Sir, please make your way to the stage. We've got Gurmeet Chadda, CIO and Managing Partner of Complete Circle. And I actually should have introduced her first, but I missed it. So let me amend that. Devina Mehra, the founder and CMD of First Global. Please, big round of applause for everybody on stage. To take this conversation forward, we've got NDTV Profit's Managing Editor, Tamanna Inamdar, as well as Executive Editor, Neeraj Shah.
Let me kickstart the conversation. Markets wait for nobody, 9:15. It starts, Tamanna, wherever she is, should be joining us any moment. But, well, this is a panel that I only can dream of, because getting all these 4 people together is nearly an impossibility. So the television audience, I'm sure, is thrilled. Alex, make amends on your behalf and start off with the lady first on the panel. Devina, it's been a while that we've spoken, but I'm glad that we're talking today. And since it's been a while that we've spoken to you, I would love to know whether 2026 brings out Devina Mehra as being optimistic, considering that 2025 Indian markets have hardly performed, or you're still a bit skeptical despite the trade deals, despite maybe the anti-AI trade starting to play out and whatnot?
So even before the trade deal, or for that matter the budget, my view was that 2026 may well be, at least in probability terms, better than 2025, and the simple reason being that for the first time on television, on digital media, I saw all, let us say, people from my industry enumerating the risks in the market. Normally, everybody is only selling the quote-unquote India growth story. And sentiment is a contraindicator, not my opinion. That's data in every research study in every market in the world, not just India and the US, but even Portugal, Brazil, across the globe, wherever the study has been done, it's the same. That when there is fear, there's anxiety, there's uncertainty, when you hear questions like, should I stop my SIP, should I get out of the market, the next period returns are above normal. in terms of probability, and it is when you have very, very buoyant sentiment, as was the case the first 8-9 months of 2024, when people thought 30% compounding was there for the taking. I mean, I actually had family officers telling me this, that I don't have unrealistic expectations, I'll be happy with 30% compounding. I said, that is an unrealistic expectation. But I had my RMs telling me that, people are saying that आपकी मैडम सुनने में तो अच्छा लगता है, बट वो तो मदर टेरेसा की तरह बात करती है, आप क्यों रिस्क की बात कर रहे हैं when everybody wants small cap scheme and make some money. People said, I want to take high risk and get high returns. I said, only thing certain with high risk is high risk of losses. Nobody is guaranteeing the high returns. But at that time, nobody wants to listen to that. And that's why that whole somewhat you got zero returns, and actually 2025 the indexes don't even capture the pain in the market, because while for instance the BSE 500 was up, the median stock was down. 57% of the stocks were down, 40% were down more than 10%. Now the figure is even worse with a very bad January. January India was the worst performing market in the world. Among the major 41, 42 indexes, we were right at the bottom, and the sad part was that the top 5 were all emerging markets. So this has been a boom time for emerging markets, and still we have not performed. But as I said, just because the sentiment is bad, maybe that is the good news. And that's been my view, that I never give a 1 year, never have given a 1 year index projection either in January or the beginning of the new Samvat. But certainly, I would say that things don't look quite so bad. My recommendation has been A, never have 100% in equity. B, that whatever is your equity allocation, certainly not time to sit it out. You should be invested. Maybe not in the same old stocks that you have in your DP, but you should be invested.
Wow. So that's Devina, what I love about Devina is you always tell it how it is. It's unvarnished. So when Devina is saying that things are not so bad, that means you can probably expect a very positive turn. but I wonder how, Jakes, I want to come to you. The way markets have responded to the events of the last few days, I think the fact that there was a trade deal was met with euphoria, and then there was some skepticism that did we actually get a good deal or not. How do you see the joint statement and announcement today? And in the light of everything that's happened, is the STT pain now seeming very far away?
That's a well removed from the markets kind of question, because this is something which I guess my predecessor and batchmate Anantha Nageswaran would have, I say predecessor as in on the podium here, would have answered. I think the fact that a trade deal has been announced, a number of 18% has been put in there, and there have been carve-outs for industries, etc. I think the uncertainty is out of the way largely. There are still elements which need to be negotiated, as the governments on both sides will tell you. So at one level, I think a lot of money that came away from India was because they felt that India was getting the raw end of the stick for one reason or the other. And over the last 1.5 years, and I'm kind of dovetailing this with what Devina was saying, just to bring context here vis-a-vis the markets, which is that a reversion to mean is in the process of happening. And even more definite than just staying on the fence, I feel that money that went away did so, and over a period of the last 1 year, which is, by the way, just happens to be a Jan to December period. I mean, it could be any period really, and we shouldn't look at markets in a 1 year time frame necessarily. But we've been the worst performing markets. The currency of investment has weakened for most foreigners. We've been down, we've been flat, so effectively we've been down between 10 and 15%. And if you happen to be an unfortunate European investor, you've been down close to 25%. Yeah. So given all that, I think there is a reversion to the mean. If you see the Asian markets and some of the tigers that have performed well, they've been coming off. So I think the first sign of flow back of money is beginning. This is a trend that doesn't stop in 1 week or a few days. And therefore, I believe that it's providential that the trade deal has been announced when it has, because it's also coming at the worst end of desperation, the worst end of people feeling sick and tired with markets, people rattling off reasons as to why SIP shouldn't be continued, etc. So from that perspective, I think we've put in market parlance, a great technical bottom, a great sentiment bottom, not necessarily on valuations, but that's where I think the markets, you need to look at stock specific. But there are one or two sectors that have come away very, very positive out of this entire thing.
Like which ones?
Well, if somebody cares to read, and I hope people do at least read 3-page press releases of 2 governments for starters. If you see what's emerged yesterday, one industry which I'm extremely positive about is the pharma industry. Because that genuinely, and the last sort of study that they did in the US talked about almost $1 trillion of savings that the generics pharma space has brought to the US market. So if there's something that reduces the cost to the US consumer, is non-threatening to the branded, patented guys, if you will, other than a price erosion, and works well for politicians in every country, it is the pharma industry. Of course, there's competition, but even vis-a-vis some of our other peers, where pharma specifically has been taxed or tariffed, if you will, I think we've come away pretty strong. And the reason I quickly switch to a sector is sometimes we can waffle in generalities, and with the ticker going down, I think I just thought that maybe we should focus on a few specifics as we go along.
We love it.
Yeah. No, it's beautiful. Actually, sorry, but is there the second sector you want to mention? Is?
No. I think we should just, we'll talk about it as we go.
Yeah, the first 2 answers made me feel, made me think of the Shahid Kapoor speech in Jab We Met, where he says, "Sandi to band baj gayi hai, jitna bura ho sakta hai, ho gaya hai, abhi yahan se sirf acha hi ho sakta hai." Hopefully that's what happens. Dharmesh, come in here. We were speaking to the DIPAM secretary as well, and he mentioned that there's a flurry of deals coming in Q4, FY27, etc. But you have a great pulse of what institutional wealth will do. Jake's made a very important point. There is a bit of a turn in the FI appetite. Now that the deal is signed and one more event out of the way, do you reckon that FIs which have largely fled India in 2025 could make a meaningful comeback, or is it difficult to call?
No, I'm very positive that the FIs will come back to India. It's just how India treats them, how India wants them. Unfortunately, we've not treated them well with the taxation changes and the changes on the holding structure, that you need to diversify your stocks. You need to own 10, 20 stocks instead of 1 or 2 stocks. If somebody wants to own an HDFC bank, why can't he own it? So that's a technical issue which I think the government has noted on it. I believe some action will happen very soon. But where do you go? I think so. For me, this is the best, India's golden decade, as I call it. That's what is happening to India today. Let's not worry about, 1 quarter, 2 quarters, stocks will underperform or they'll go overvalued, but the long-term story is intact. Manufacturing, for the first time, we are seeing this kind of boom happening from the last 2-3 years and many more. My friend Mr. Gujral is here from Sirma. They're seeing this kind of growth which nobody can even think of. So I believe India is in the cusp of a change, and anybody who's long-term, maybe 3 to 5 years, other than 1 year, should do very well. And FIs have nowhere else to go. So I'm very sure the money will come to India.
I was just thinking about the last point you made, Dharmesh, that we should treat FI as well. Hopefully absence makes the heart grow fonder.
Well, India, only things happen when there's crisis. So
True.
Hopefully it should happen.
Correct. We've quickly moved from that narrative that SIP and the domestic investor is enough, and we now realize we need a more well-rounded market. Now,
if I may just jump in,
Sure.
I think we treat some FIs really well. There's somebody called Jane Street. Check out how much they've made vis-a-vis the rest of the world.
Well, sometimes you want to come in on that, Dharmesh. Please go for it. I think sometimes they get what they deserve.
Well, there are multiple amount of FIs, so we don't want the JNCs of the world. We want the other guys. But even what's wrong is what JNC's done. They just taken a market opportunity. Yeah, so.
Okay, no, just to come to taking the conversation ahead, and I want to bring it down to the average investor that's watching also, because we are streaming this right now across the NDTV platforms, and we talk markets all day, but there's the average viewer over there whose SIP portfolio is looking bad, who is dabbling in individual stocks and is feeling dismayed and is wondering, yeah, gold hi le leta. So for them, Gurmeet, do you really echo what is being said here, that with everything that's happened in the last 8-10 days, the tide truly looks set to turn?
Yeah, so there are signs about it. So if you see, for example, the net inflows in emerging market funds have been over $20 billion. We lost out $4 billion. But last 3-4 days, there are net positive inflows. The AI trade is slightly softened. Commodities have slightly cooled. And if you see, the Dow Jones have outperformed NASDAQ. The S&P transportation index is doing better than the tech stocks. So once, and you know, a lot of it, while we keep saying tech, but there is a very big angle of brick, and as Neeraj says, pick and shovel story around AI. You know, you need power grids, you need data centers, you need metals, you need, and I think once that story starts coming out, something like India, which is a more traditional market, will start finding some allocation. That's my take. I think the disconnect, Tamanna, has been the real economy is not reflecting in corporate earnings. So what you see as a Goldilocks, which is high growth, low inflation, somehow the corporate earnings are not reflecting that.
Some would argue Q3 was much better than expected, especially in small and mid-size.
Yeah, but I'm saying, so for example, look at banks. Credit growth is back. Now, SBI at 47 lakh crore asset balance sheet is now guiding for 13 to 15% growth. Now, that's a big number. You know, it's the highest ever PAT I have seen for any Indian bank in a quarter. So SBI will do 85,000 crore PAT. That's like $10 billion, right? So BFSI is showing that. And you see there is record FDI in BFSI. We've got $10 billion between RBL, Federal Bank, Shriram, right? And there's more lined up with IDBI, with, you know, more banks. So I think wherever the earnings are coming back, I think the FIs are coming. And then long-term money is coming. You'll see that in data center. I think wherever the earnings are weak is where we are seeing. So I think it's a bit of a churn. Maybe it should mean revert. Seeing early signs, but fingers crossed.
Pretty interesting. By the way, we got the inputs from the DIPAM secretary that we'll hear some definitives around IDBI by end of March. So that should be interesting. Devina, let's nail it down then, right? You look at quadrants, you look at markets within quadrants, and you look at sectors within quadrants as well, right? Where is it that if Devina Mehra is slightly more optimistic than she was in 2025, that she finds favor? What themes, real commodities, tech, what is it that you like? Within India, by the way, yeah.
Yeah, first of all, I don't believe in narratives and stories. I don't believe in high conviction, because high conviction is nothing but getting married to a story. So we always look at data, and we look at data afresh every quarter because data changes. And just to go back to some of the conversation that went on in terms of Q3 earnings, the interesting thing was, if you look at my interviews last few months, I had been saying that I expect an uptick in earnings in Q3, which didn't quite come through. And part of the reason which has been missed out, which I had posted on, was the new labor code. That had a significant impact on earnings, obviously in BFSI and IT, but pretty much across the board. So much so, I think I looked at it when about 50% of the Nifty 100 earnings had come out, and the PBT on the reported PBT had not even gone up 1%. But if you add back the NLC related provisions, it was about 8.5–9% increase. So, you know, some of it got hidden in this whole, the labor code implementation, especially for companies. But it was not just BFSI and IT, even, you know, Indigo and L&T and all that had significant number provisions there. In terms of, again, I mean, we are in the process of a rebalance, so this may not hold 6 months later. But last 2 years, we have been overweight auto components and slowly auto also, which did well last 2 years. Pharma and healthcare, we've been overweight, which Jakes mentioned, did well in 2024. 2025, you can say, was a consolidation phase, but we still remain positive there. 25, we've added banks. Normally, we are a nervous investor in banks, so we're still not overweight banks, but we hold more than we normally do. So first half of 25 was PSU banks. Later on, it was some of the non-PSUs also. What else? So more FMCG, we slowly became overweight. I mean, more companies came on our systems. Others are bottom-up picks. They're capital goods, there's chemicals. IT would be probably market weight. So that would be broadly where we are. But also, I mean, FIIs are being discussed so much. I think I must have told you this also sometime or the other, that we all ask, will the FIIs come back? And inherent in that is an assumption that when FIIs come in, the market goes up. When FIIs go out, the market goes down. But I go back to my school days, and my maths teacher would always say that from this step to next step, is it really implied, or are you making a leap of faith or a leap of logic?
And if you showed that, right?
No, but if you plot from over a longer term, every month the FII flows and the market movement, you will find there is no correlation, let alone causality, there is no correlation. And I speak as one who started this business because the FIIs came in.
Yeah.
So I've been there right from the beginning. And even at a broader level, you know, in 94 is when the FII money started coming in. There was no Indian mutual fund to speak of. There was no great retail investment. So you would have said that this great slew of money which didn't exist is coming. It would really drive up the market. 94 to 2003, only 9-year period in the Sensex history with net zero returns.
Wow.
So that is the
Are you
data. I mean, rest are stories.
Are you making the point that we don't really need FPIs in Indian markets?
I'm saying I track FII and FDI from a balance of payment perspective, but not from a market direction perspective. I think we need lots more FDI. We've been doing pretty poorly on FDI, and the net FDI has been pretty poor.
So in that case, how do you determine, and I'll open up this question, the largest pain point for Indian markets? There was a time when people used to say Indian markets are disassociated with what's happening in the economy. Economy was weak, Indian markets were still up. Maybe the reverse is happening now. Your macro indicators are fine, your high frequency indicators are fine, you have FDI coming in, you are the fastest growing economy in the world, you're cracking trade deals left, right and center, but markets have not responded.
I mean, are you asking me? Okay, so, I mean, markets will frustrate you. They will not do what you want them to do. I mean, the biggest outlier example I give is China. China's market made a high in 2007. Its GDP went up 7 times, and that high was not taken out till about a year ago. So it can be as big a disconnect as that. But I don't think, you know, we've done that badly that we will never come out of it, or because in terms of returns also, we are not above the trend line. So which is why I'm saying that this is a time to remain invested, because if you look at the long-term trajectory of returns from Indian markets, the 1980s decade was a 21% compounding. 100 rupees became 700 rupees in a decade. Next decade was 14%, then 17%, and then 8.5%. The 10 to 20, you got, if you 100 rupees became only 230 rupees, which you would have got in fixed deposits. So that's why you had room for a run, and we are still not above the overall long-term trend line, which is why I'm saying I don't see the risk of a big crash, which is the point that you remain invested. You don't know when the up move comes, because in 40 years, if you miss out 10 best days, you give up 2/3 of your returns. If you miss out 30 best days, you give up 90% of your return. So unless you see a big crash coming, most of the time it makes sense to remain invested. And the big moves come. I mean, one move, of course, came recently also, but most of the time the big moves come when there is fear, despondency, anxiety. They don't come in a mad bull run. The only time those sharp moves came in a mad bull run was the Harshad Mehta Teji, which was a rigged market. Otherwise, it's never happened that you have one-day moves which are of that kind of size.
Wow. Okay. Okay. So then, sorry, any of you want to add to this? Because Tamanna just opened it. Yeah, sure, Jake.
Since we talk
and then
small
I'll ask my
investors, and I think it's important to, 2 points here. One is this thing about SIPs and whether they should do it. There was almost a consensus a year and a half ago that the only number being tracked was the SIP number. And it's almost as if the individual investor felt he was ordained to make money simply because he was doing SIPs. And therefore, this thing about a 30% return or 20% return, where people felt that at the end of a year, I'm going to see X plus 15, 20%, and they realized that had they put in a fixed deposit, they would have outscored the market, 6:1 on return. So one is, the only way SIPs make money is you're hoping that over a period of time, the fund managers whom you have invested through will start beating indices, etc. But if the index itself didn't yield much, and as most fund managers have actually demonstrated last year, they haven't been able to really beat the index in that sense. The second point, which is I think equally important on this FI thing, is the contra to the FI has been the FDI flows. And if you see the FDI flow, Gurmeet referred to it, whether you talk about the smallest of the Samman Capital, then you talk about the Federal Bank Blackstone deal, or RBL Emirates Bank, Shriram, etc. The total committed capital, including, I think IDBI may be largely secondary, so I'm not counting that in, is close to $10 billion of primary equity has gone into a system which largely leverages itself 8 to 9:1. You know, in India, there's this phenomena that NBFCs are equity rich but debt poor, and banks have been equity poor but debt rich. And that system has got $10 billion of fresh money, which means $80 billion to $90 billion of fresh lending can happen, which means the credit cycle is about to take off right now. And if you believe that all money is coming into this, you may well have a situation that the FDI is the highest in this sector, but the returns from this sector over the next 2-3 years, because the money has been front-loaded, may actually have peaked out. So you have to constantly look at non-over-owned spaces, spaces that are not, in favor, and take that leap of faith. I mean, if money making was that easy, then you democratize money making and poverty would disappear. Right?
Exactly, so, that doesn't happen. Very valid point. Okay, in which case, Dharmesh, I'm going to come to you on that question. What about themes which haven't made money in the last 12 months, right? You think of, sorry, we have two representatives here, so I'm going to mention that. Sarma may have done well, but EMS hasn't, right? KP may have done well. Energy transition in the last 6 months, 12 months hasn't. And there are multiple other themes. What about some of those beaten down sectors? Is there merit there?
See, also you have to understand why they have not done well. There is obviously a tariff hangover, especially on EMS, right? So a lot of those stocks are suffering. It's just few days back this has happened and you see all the EMS stocks have actually outperformed. So I would not like to go with, few sectors specifically, but I would say you have to understand the fundamental reason what's happening around here. And, just to talk on what Jakes was saying, as I said, we are trying to do too micro on the returns. It doesn't happen overnight. The size has changed, As Devina mentioned earlier, FIs, but those time FIs had an impact on the market. Today they don't have, because the size of Indian domestic investor has changed.
They didn't have an impact even then. That's the whole point.
But they were far sizable than any domestic investor were.
Even so, there was no correlation.
Yeah, but I don't look at markets only as index. It's more broader 500,000 stocks which matter. Because we just get misguided by the index. 30% is banks. If the banks do well, markets show you a different picture, right? So it's more at a more broader level is what we need to see. The kind of changes which has happened in India has just happened now. The trade deal has just been signed. We still don't know the details also coming out. What's going to be the impact? I think so. One has to be more patient. When the markets were hot, everybody was saying that valuations are crazy. Now suddenly valuations on the other side, everybody should scared. So I would say this is a good time to be an investor in these markets. As Jake said, buy the things which are under-owned, or things can make substantial changes. I think so. That's coming through. I would be very bullish on India, to be honest, today. And I would not like to be on this panel to say what to buy, but definitely this is the time to buy.
Paji, aap bata do. Thoda josh lao.
So I think from under-owned sectors, I think chemical is one space one should look at. I think there's a lot of capex which has happened. Without taking stock recommendations, like look at what Deepak has done or Aarti has done, and returns have been very poor. Something similar happened with the CDMO. Market was ignoring what a Divi's or a Laurus and etc. were doing from 22 to 24, 25. It was a very focused capex, right? So that's one space one should watch out for. Valuations are, I think they are COVID kind of valuations, if I can use the word. I think textiles is another space. So I'm seeing there are a lot of non-glamorous sectors which haven't done well. And so, for example, textile employs 4.5 crore people. That's second largest after agriculture, right? So there's a lot of pain in the informal sector if you go to Tripur and go to some of the wholesale markets, right? So that can come back. Also, some of the bottom-up names. For example, the infrastructure, economy-facing sectors. You see Hitachi Energy con call yesterday. They spoke about huge backlog in power grid and huge opportunity they are seeing in T&D, data centers, mobility, etc. I was listening to some of the earlier con calls, L&T. So I think a lot of the economy-facing sectors, can do well. I also think selectively IT could do well. I think there is just too much, and especially the IP-driven names.
I'm actually going to ask you on that. And I wanted to ask everyone, I think IT stocks, view is divided. Is it the end or next chapter ka beginning? Let me put it that way.
See, I think it will be selectively. I think there are a lot of obituaries written. We had a Y2K moment.
The more you say selective, the more I'm going to ask you which ones you're selecting.
So I think, as I said, so look, example, not a recommendation. Look at HCL Tech, for example, in large cap. The software business takes 10% of the revenue, but does 22% of the EBIT. It's a 25% EBIT margin business. Their dependency on IT services is very low. You look at something like a KPIT. It's actually an IP business. See some of the IPs they have. Look at what Persistent and some of the other names are doing. Coforge did a massive, massive inorganic acquisition, some time back. So I think we should not paint the entire sector. And also they are cash rich, right? So once you are cash rich and, if you can able to...
That's why they're getting punished. You're sitting with cash while everyone was developing AI. What were you doing? Dharmesh, I want your view on this. If you will comment on the broader view, I'm not asking you for any recommendations.
I only learned in the last 30 years, whenever people call the end, it's never the end. And whenever people say this is the best thing to happen, things go wrong. So, yes, AI is the new in thing. I believe these companies also will evolve. We are a services-driven kind of a country. So, yes, definitely we require investment into the product side, which I believe will happen overall, but this cash flows will go to that. It's a matter, yes, we are left behind the race, for sure. But doesn't mean that we'll never be able to do it. So I wouldn't say that the whole sector is over. In fact, that's the time to buy, whenever people say that.
You would put new money in service-facing IT companies today?
At a valuation, why not? It's always in the price. So at what price I'm getting it, I put into it.
Okay. On that note, we have to wrap it up. We can go on and on. We wanted to talk to you guys about primary markets. There's so much happening there. Dharmesh, definitely one word from you. This 2026 is going to be as exciting as 2025 for you?
Well, there's infinite supply of paper coming. So
Infinite?
Infinite. So, and obviously you require that paper if you want to grow. Or else India can't grow what you're talking about. For that you require money.
I think there are 300 DRHPs approved. So actually it was not FI selling. It was actually promoter and domestic supply, which together with FI actually. So there are 300 DRHPs already approved by SEBI. Moment the sentiment changes.
The number is 250 and almost 135 got the SEBI approval.
Tamanna, we should keep going for a bit. On
yeah,
this,
no, but I have to ask Dharmesh about this. There's so much controversy on this. Suddenly one sabzi wala is also bringing an IPO. One garage guy is also bringing an IPO. I mean, you're sitting at the gate in that sense of this entire pipeline. How many of them are actually good, Dharmesh? Ab sach bata do.
Everything is good at a price, I always say. So it all depends on what price you bring those IPOs. And it's not that everybody's going to get money. A lot of people go back to the drawing board. They may not happen. But if it is a good price, there is no problem of, people investing in those IPOs. And you've seen that. I'll give you a great example. In the last few months, all the large tech companies or e-commerce type of companies have got raised money. Everybody knows there's almost going to be 70-80% of supply coming back in 6 months. And look at the performance post-listing, they're doing phenomenally well. When within 5 months of listing, you're going to get another huge wall of paper coming in those stocks. But people are buying. Why? Because they believe the story. So wherever people believe the story and see there's a growth, they are going to buy at a price. People think IPOs are crazily valued. I'm of the other camp, where IPOs actually, very difficult to value IPOs today. In fact, they are the most undervalued as of today when you ask me.
Wow, that's tall.
Any responses to that?
Any response? Devina laughed out loud, Devina.
Of course. I mean, look at some of the IPOs that have come now, or for that matter. See, IPO frenzies come and go, and they have been there as long as stock exchanges have been there. I mean, there's a 400 IPOs on the Paris Stock Exchange, I think in 1881, where at the roadside food fella was giving you prospectuses. In India also, we've seen many times, 2021 being a good example, as when all these so-called new age IPOs came. And at that time itself, people were saying, value it on 15 years out earnings. The fact is that for most of them, the peak financials were just before the IPO, which is true of far too many IPOs. And the other concern, if you look at 2025, is the quantum of offer for sale in the entire IPO. So it is the retail investor who's giving an exit, not just to the promoter, to the first round investor, second round investors. And most of the time, the IPO valuation is 2, 3, 4 times, sometimes 8 times the last fundraise. So these are not, undervalued as a group. I mean, they would be the odd one. And there is no other way to value an IPO compared to a listed stock. There's only one way to value a stock. And too many people get in thinking this is a lottery game, and which shows in the SEBI statistics also that not the funds, but of the individuals who get an allotment, if it lists at a premium, most of them flip out within 2 weeks. That's the data. So they are not even making an attempt to value or buy a company. They think they are participating in a lottery, and that's never a good thing. So that's never a good thing. I mean, that you have to be cautious. And offer for sale in theory is not bad if the company doesn't require any more money. But if you are doing a 60% offer for sale and are back in the market within 8 months saying I need more money, as was the case with Swiggy, that's a problem. I mean, you can call me old-fashioned. I started my life as a credit analyst. I do look at risks first. If you start as an equity analyst, everything is hunky-dory and every company has a great story. I have never met an entrepreneur who's not a great salesperson.
Well, we've got on the podium two people who have listed entities, by the way, so they're entrepreneurs in their own right, if you will.
You know, actually, there's nothing wrong with IPOs. The market gives the verdict. I think the reality is people use the IPO in a sense to defease their FOMO, which is to say, and a lot of funds have participated. If you go through the anchor book in most cases, you wonder why somebody's putting 20, 30, 40 crores. And the reality is that they flip out to get that little alpha because the broad market is not giving you the returns. That's unfortunately what's happened to my mind. A lot of sort of on the edge funds are flipping out. And I think
Jake, sorry. I want to come in there. So there is a lot of chatter, right, that happens ke mutual fund ne is IPO mein paisa kyun dala? You are saying that is not necessarily a problem.
I don't think any of this is a market forces. People are trying to figure out ways to eke out returns in a period of 12-15 months when indices have done nothing. Let's be clear, fund managers also are constrained. If they feel the grey market premium is strong, put in money and flip out, there's nothing wrong, they're trying to generate returns. As far as IPO pricing is concerned, I mean, of course, we will agree to disagree about the undervaluation, and between you and me, I have the greatest respect for Dharmesh, who is actually the IPO king today. And I say this, I genuinely say this, I mean, I mean this from the bottom of my heart. Having said that, if something sells, and you know, why not? I mean, you're there for this, but the market is giving you the verdict. The kind of big IPOs that are collapsing post is an issue that I think the markets will learn to, and there's nothing good or bad about this. I mean, that's...
So, in fact, there are a couple of very good IPOs coming. So, you have Geo Platform, which in my view can have a significant impact on the entire, ecosystem of digital. I think there is NSE. I mean, NSE at today valuation is 40 times. So, I don't see assuming the price band is what it is. And then
currently, as an unlisted share, it's trading more actively than a listed share.
Okay, we have to wind up, but
Actually, I can just make one statement.
Okay, to be fair, everyone had the opposite point of view, so IPO King must get one chance.
I would surely say this, that IPO in India is the most inefficient process. So you have to understand how an IPO works. There is so much inefficiency, there is so much price risk involved. So many days go in launching an IPO, almost 9 months. Things change. And that's why I said, become a banker, you'll come to know how easy it is to price an IPO. Not that easy, trust me.
Okay, we have to wrap it up here, but this has been a fascinating conversation with a superb lineup of speakers. Thank you so much for coming in and joining us on the NDTV Profit Ignite Conclave today. Thank you.
Keep it going, ladies and gentlemen. Please allow me to take a picture if you don't mind. Hari, I'll send it to you, don't worry. If Delhi liked that conversation that normally happens in Mumbai, please put your hands together.
That's a nice aeroplane.
Okay. Now, I must say that I had a script prepared for the next conversation, but I'm going to keep it aside because in the run-up to this chat, we were speaking to Mr. Sanjeev Sanyal outside, and some of you might know this. He actually designed and built a ship that was seen in a picture in Ajanta that dates back to the 5th century AD. This is called a stitch ship, and it has no nails. It's been put together. It's been rigged with rope, and it was sailed by Mr. Sanyal and members of the Navy from Porbandar in Gujarat to Muscat. It is a journey that took 17 and a half days. And the reason I'm bringing this up right now is that what he described to me and certain others sitting outside is that just like this naval journey, oftentimes economic growth and trade negotiations are not a straight path. He was describing the fact that when they set out from Porbandar, there was no supportive wind or current. And they were blown in the wrong direction. The wind was actually a headwind. So they decided instead of going west, that they would go north. They went so far north that they were within touching distance of the border of the neighbor. And so the story is, and I'll let him tell some portions of that, they managed to get it around, and eventually the wind became supportive and they reached their destination. So headwinds exist. They will eventually turn into tailwinds. The ability to navigate that is the most important factor. From my perspective, that's what I took from this conversation. So let me, without further ado, introduce this gentleman to you, Mr. Sanjeev Sanyal. You all know him. And to have a conversation with him, please, Tamanna Inandar.
That was quite some description. Thank you for that, Alex. Thank you so much, Mr. Sanyal, for joining in today. I think maneuvering through rocky waters is something that India has done very deftly in the last 12 months. And we're speaking at a time when it feels like we've come to some kind of conclusion of a sometimes painful process when it comes to the India-US trade deal. I'm going to start off right on that. Have we really come to a conclusion, or this is an interim sort of a pause?
So you have to remember that I'm not just an economist, but also a historian. There is no end to history. So, of course, it is an iterative process, but the last few years have been particularly tough. We had the COVID situation. Then we had a major disruption in the global trade system, which, by the way, predates President Trump. It was already under enormous strain and breaking down. And then we had the last 1 year of disruptions. But I think on the whole, we can say that India has managed to get some very good trade deals in the bag. Not just the latest announcements, but we had some with the Australia, UAE, the UK, the European Union, and of course now in the next few weeks, one with the US as well. But at every stage, one important thing should have come across, that we never escalate things, but we do not easily back down either. So we are clear about what we consider to be national interest, and we will be patient if necessary, but we will get more or less the deal we want, and the trade-offs we will make will be the ones we think work very much in our favor.
You know, that's interesting you say, and you put it like that, because when you talk about the art of the deal, we were in that conversation with someone, an individual who prides himself on cracking the best deal. Today, anyone looking at it is trying to figure out, did India get a good deal? Do you think we can emphatically say yes when it comes to the India-US trade deal?
Well, I think we have done a good job, but as I said, I am not the person who did the negotiation, so please don't be under impression.
No, I'm talking about what we know, so far.
Yeah, so as far as I understand it, we have a very solid deal in the pipeline, and you will be getting, I think, Minister Piyush Goyal shortly, so he will be able to give you much more detail. But my understanding is that we got what we wanted, and I think so did the US. So it should be a good deal from both sides.
Has it also come at a time when not just India and not just the United States, but world over, there is a move towards becoming more and more self-reliant? And India can very clearly say that we had this in mind. We were on this path much before everyone else. Not protectionism, but self-reliance. How do you see the way India sits right now with both these imperatives?
So I think we began to talk about self-reliance, but I want to distinguish here between the kind of sort of import substitution kind of mindset of the 1950s and 60s with what we mean by self-reliance now. Self-reliance now is much more focused on
what is geostrategically important to us, or economically it's sort of a backbone. We don't try to protect everything. We also have an outward orientation towards exports, which we didn't have in the 50s and 60s. That was much more of a fearful response to a history of having been colonized, whereas we have a much more outward expansionist approach to the world. So it is fundamentally different in the approach we take towards when we say self-reliance. For example, we will be willing, if we find that it's not economical for us to do a certain activity, to sort of sign deals with countries or make arrangements that would allow us to function even if other countries are doing it for us. So, for example, hydrocarbons. India is not a hydrocarbon-rich country, even though we keep exploring and trying to find more. But in the end, we have to rely on other countries. Under those circumstances, I hope you have got a sense of the fact that we will make the sort of international, we will build those international relationships necessary to allow us to buy cheap energy for our 1.4 billion people. And if it requires us to do some tricky navigation, we will do so.
Are we set for some tricky navigation when it comes to import of Russian crude?
It is always the case that we are looking for cheap resources for the Indian economy. And we have, I think, more or less made it clear that we will continue to have this view of the world into the future. That does not mean that we will not take into account the views of our allies, but our allies also have to understand that we have our own imperatives. And I think some adjustments will be arrived at.
When you say adjustments, just trying to understand how you look at the facts we have in front of us today. You have one claim that India is going to stop importing Russian crude. And then you look at our import or our crude basket, and one doesn't understand how that's going to happen anytime soon.
As I said, our main interest as the government is to make sure that our economy gets cheap fuel. Because we are not a country that has been blessed with a huge amount of hydrocarbons. So we do need to import gas, crude, and so on. And we will buy it from the cheapest available source. But obviously, we will take into account the global sensitivity and so on. But as I said, we also expect our allies to understand our circumstances. So accommodation is made, as was made over the last few years. Irrespective of all the rhetoric, the fact of the matter is the world did adjust to the fact that we purchased Russian oil. And if cheap resources are made available to us from other sources, we will certainly explore this as well.
Are they available at this time? Is that,
as I said, this is an evolving thing. If tomorrow you ask us to begin importing Venezuelan crude, can we do it? No, because our refineries will not necessarily be able to do heavy crude from Venezuela tomorrow morning. Over a period of time, can we adjust to them? Yes. So these are circumstances that evolve, and we evolve with them. But of course, as I said, we take into account the sensitivities of other countries. And as I said, similarly, we expect them to take our sensitivities into account as well.
That is a completely reasonable expectation. But I wish to juxtapose it with what we have seen on other deals.
I can't talk about others. I think India has been reasonable all through. So we will continue to be reasonable.
Do you think that the greatest strength that India has shown is maybe in our responses or lack of responses to provocations through this period of negotiations?
So I think here is something.
It's been a masterclass in a sense.
So I think here you may want to bring some of these up with Minister Goyal, because he is the person who really did this, not so much me. But as I said, and I've said before in others as well, we were clear about what it is that we wanted, and we were firm. At no point did we escalate matters, but also at the same time, at no point did we back down. And I think people respect ultimately the fact that we were clear about what we wanted and stood by it. People understand that we have a government that stands by national interest. It's not so difficult to understand what is our national interest, and ultimately they are adjusting to them.
Okay. Mr. Sanyal, you are, of course, member of the Prime Minister's Economic Advisory Council. You're an economist yourself. And we've just concluded a budget. We've looked at our growth forecast. We're one of the largest growing, fastest growing economies in the world. With these 5 trade deals under our belt and the situation easing for exporters, do you see India perhaps now growing faster than what has been penciled in?
So I think we are expecting this year we are growing at about 7.4%. I think that's what the chief economic advisor had also stated in the economic survey. I think that's a reasonable clip.
Actually, 6.8 to 7.2 is the range, and then we're wondering
so I
if
think
it's going to be
now
plus.
we are now doing it about 7.4. That is our sense of what we'll do. We did better than what we had originally expected. Given that we have done this with very troubled external environment and with no stress to our own macros. I mean, inflation is running at below 2%. In fact, some people argue too low. Other indicators of the macros are also in good shape. The current account is in decent shape. The fiscal deficit is slowly coming down. We expect 4.3% for the central government of GDP, which is not bad at all. And very importantly, the financial system has been cleaned up. I mean, the banking system, which when I was at Finance Ministry as Principal Economic Advisor, one of the things we used to spend a lot of time thinking about and worrying about was the banking system. Today, the net NPA level of the banking system is down to 0.5%. Healthy by any standards around the world, well capitalized and in good shape. So we are generating this sort of growth without those stresses, suggesting to me that we can not just sustain this. If the circumstances open up, let's say because of the trade deals and other things, we may be able to sustain significantly higher growth rates into the future. Now, I'm not one of those who believes in pressing the accelerator unnecessarily hard when you don't need to, but the space is opening up. Now, obviously, I can't predict how the world will behave in the next 5 years, but if the world is growing at a reasonable clip, and at least we are able to create these spaces for our exports, then we may be able to do above 7% type growth rates on a sustained basis without stressing our macros. I keep coming back to this. Doing high growth rate while stressing your macros is not sustainable. So the game is really about doing those high growth rates without your inflation and other macroeconomic indicators blowing out. And I think we will be able to do that.
Do you think our exporters, now that they have got the fillip they need, will be able to compete better? If I look at the tariff rate in comparison to neighboring countries vis-a-vis the United States, we're well placed. But tariff rate is one part of it. There are many other reasons why India has not been firing on the export cylinder as much as others.
So first of all, remember, we are now a services export hub. Those exports have continued to do decently well. In fact, we export more services than goods now. But even on the good side, there are many things that fall in place. First of all, if you had gone back 10 years and asked people, what is it that gets in your way from being a great exporter from India? Many of the things they've talked about, for example, infrastructure. These are no longer considered to be binding constraints. I'm not saying we can't improve our infrastructure. I'm just saying they're no longer binding constraints. Similarly, many of our companies didn't have scale then. Not true of every sector, but now we do have some seriously large companies in India in many, many areas and nobody can deny that. And very profitable ones as well. And coming out of COVID, the twin balance sheet problem wasn't just about the banks, it was also about the corporate balance sheets. Our corporate balance sheets can now take a serious space for not just investment, but also doing R&D and doing other things as well.
Yet they don't invest.
Well, you may want to ask them why they don't.
Why do you think so? They say, I need to see the demand.
My own view on this is that in an economy that is growing at 7%, well, there must be surely demand. I personally think that you need probably more competition domestically, providing some level of protection to our domestic industry during the recovery from the COVID was a fair thing to do. But I think they are now mature enough and strong enough to be able to take greater amounts of competition. And so you may have seen that we have been systematically removing things like QCOs, for example, because we think our Indian industry can take that pressure and compete. And now, of course, we are opening up all these new vistas for them to compete in. Of course, remember, they will also get competition from those countries. It's not a one-way street only. But we think that our companies are now capable of taking the competition into their domestic market, but also be able to conquer new markets where they have to go. And so, obviously, that requires many other things, including, I think, an exchange rate, which is by any measure is hugely competitive right now.
Do you see the rupee stabilizing though?
I never comment on where the rupee will go, but I will say the rupee is very competitive. And not just that, do remember our inflation is below that of the US inflation. So every year, given that they have an inflation of about 4.5% and we are at maybe 2%, if nothing happens on a real effective exchange rate basis, we are gaining 2.5% of real effective exchange rate competitiveness vis-a-vis the US, just the US. So I think the exchange rate is very competitive. Where it will go obviously depends on many other things.
Mr. Sanyal, we're out of time, but it's been an absolute pleasure speaking with you, and thank you so much for giving us your views and your thoughts on the Indian economy today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, once again, big round of applause. Thank you so much to Mr. Sanyal and to Tamanna for taking us through that conversation. Now, let's hope for tailwinds and not headwinds in the rest of 2026. Now, geopolitics. I must confess that I was hoping for a calm start to 2026. And if anybody thought that 2026 would be calm, the last few weeks would have pretty rudely disabused them of that notion. We've had a president being picked up from his own country, and we've had several other tensions crop up in various parts of the world. But more and more countries are arming themselves, and they are spending on creating a defense buffer. But beyond that, they're trying to create a capacity and capability on both technology as well as manufacturing capability to manufacture themselves, to create themselves. And Atmanirbharta is something that the government has spoken about repeatedly when it comes to defense capability. And this is crucial, particularly in a scenario when the rules of warfare have changed so dramatically. So, what are the opportunities, what are the threats, and what are the challenges? How can Indian industry participate, and can policies change to become more supportive? From the command center, I give you Rajesh Kumar Singh, the Secretary of Defense, Government of India. Please put your hands together. To speak to him, NDTV 24/7 Senior Managing Editor, Vishnu Som.
Should I get that for you?
No, it's okay.
Well, hello everyone. Thank you so much for being with us. It's been an incredible year 2025. The start of 2026 has been fairly dramatic from a global standpoint, but defense has come into focus in such a sharp way after Op Sindoor. We've got the Defense Secretary Rajesh Kumar Singh with us. We are looking at in defense, commanding India's strategic edge. We've got about 15-20 minutes to talk with the Defense Secretary. I'm going to get started right away. A record defense budget. It's come as a huge surprise to many because we were competing with the 1962 defense budget as a percentage of GDP. Is this a direct result of Op Sindoor?
I wouldn't say that, because I think when we made our projections to the 16th Finance Commission also, I had asked for a 19% year-on-year increase in the, particularly in the capital outlay for the Defense Ministry. And I had made it clear in other forums as well that I will be seeking this year a 20% increase. And we are very thankful to the Ministry of Finance. Of course, the experience of Ops Sandur would have also weighed on them to some extent. But certainly, we are very happy with an increase in overall capital outlay of 21% and an increase in the modernization part of the budget by about 24%. And that is what really affects your capabilities, because that is directly related to your equipment and other technological upgradation proposals.
Does this mean that that massive order for 114 jet aircraft and an equally massive order for new build conventional submarines is on the anvil?
The submarine one is certainly on the anvil, in the sense that cost negotiations are on, and hopefully it will go to the highest decision-making authority in government in the not too distant future, maybe in about 3 months' time. The other one is a little early. We are still, we've crossed one hurdle only, which is the Defense Procurement Board. Thereafter, there are 2 other decision-making bodies, the Defense Acquisition Council under the Raksha Mantri, and ultimately the CCS under the PM. Those stages, when it happens, it will happen. As far as I'm concerned, we will try to move ahead with it, but I don't want to sort of preempt the decision making of these higher bodies. But yes, we are proceeding with that, with the intention of ensuring that it is a Make in India proposal with significant indigenization, a lot of local content, a lot of ability to upgrade its software, to integrate our own weapon systems, all of that. But at the end of the day, it's a negotiated process. The negotiations will start after we get the DAC clearance. And thereafter, we'll see how we can navigate it through the government at the highest levels, given the scale of this order and the huge budgetary outlays that it will entail.
And a large part of that is Make in India. That's, it's your policy priority.
Yes.
Do you believe that once the deal is agreed upon, the Make in India component will follow easily? Because none of these aircraft, whatever is picked, and there's one which is doing the name which is doing the rounds, it's not been built in any other country.
That's right. I mean, it will be the first time that particular aircraft will be built outside France. And it can be a struggle. I mean, the other sort of template we have here is the C-295, the transport aircraft, which is where the final assembly line is being, the first of the Indian aircraft will come out by September this year. And I do understand that there has been quite a struggle in getting to line up the components, the local suppliers, etc. It is a challenge, but then, nobody said it's going to be easy. The idea is that we have to have some of these capabilities, and the intent of the government is to ensure that while building these capabilities, we ensure that a lot of localization does occur.
It's been reported that Hindustan Aeronautics is not part of the shortlist of companies which are building the prototype or may build the prototype of the AMCA India stealth platform. That is fairly revolutionary. A, is that correct? And B, if it is, what is the signal that you're trying to send?
See, the revolutionary part of it was when we developed that model where we said that we'll make it a level playing field. The private sector can also participate in this particular project for building 5 prototypes of the AMCA aircraft. We were pleasant. Frankly, it was a leap of faith for all of us. There were a lot of naysayers, people who said that there will be no private sector bids at all. On the contrary, we got, I think, 7 fairly credible industrial consortia, a combination of public and private sector, who bid for it. We are in the process of completing it. I'm not again going to tell you when that, the details of the process, because let the process be complete and you'll know whether HAL is in or out. But end of the day, I can certainly tell you that there are credible private sector entities who are very much in the running. And the pleasant part of it is that at least 2 of them have strong public sector companies as part of their consortia. So it's going to be a genuine public-private partnership, hopefully, in building and in incubating a fresh fighter jet aircraft production line in this country.
So the naysayers would have told you that none of these companies have built a fighter aircraft end to end. And here you're talking about a 5th generation plus stealth platform incorporating advanced AI, an Indian AESA radar, Indian weaponry which is still being developed, etc., etc. A design which is very difficult and sophisticated. What leads you to believe that we have that technological maturity outside HAL?
Well, frankly, the process that has been followed in shortlisting these companies and thereafter, judging their qualifying them technically based on the availability of skilled manpower, capital equipment, past experience. It's a very detailed matrix, and on the basis of that, we've managed to select, as you mentioned, three consortia. This has been done by an expert group, and I have full confidence in that expert group's shortlisting criteria. HAL also would have definitely been part of it. HAL probably would have had some difficulty because of the nature of its order book being very, very extreme. It has a huge order book on the LCA side itself, it has about 180 aircraft on its order books still to be delivered. It has another almost 150 odd LCH aircraft and a bunch of ALHs as well as some Dorniers that are coming their way. So they are sort of fixed for the next 10 years. So in that sense, that weighs a bit on their capability to produce a fresh line. The other companies in India, many of them have had a lot of experience in terms of being part of global supply chains, whether it is Tassel, whether it is a bunch of other companies. So I'm very confident about this. End of the day, it is a leap of faith from our side as well, but we do feel that it can be made to happen. And end of the day, we are giving them a very long time, about 7-8 years, to actually learn this and make it happen.
I'll be very unpopular for asking this question, but the Tejas fighter, 180 of them on order, Tejas Mark 1A and the Tejas Mark 2. How would you respond to those who say that the Tejas, both the Mark 1A and the Mark 2, would essentially be dated by the time they are inducted in serious numbers?
I think it's a fairly capable aircraft, and the issue is, of course, that some of the weapons integration took some time. Now that the engines have finally started coming, we have 5 available, and hopefully at least 5 more on the way in this current financial year. And the delivery is reasonably stable at about 20 a year every financial year thereafter. The trials that they've done, both with the Astra and with the close-range missiles, have been extremely successful. So I wouldn't say that they are outdated. The issue is, of course, to sort of ensure that the delivery milestones are picked up. Ultimately, there is a little bit of spiral development involved. There are some QRs that they've not quite met as yet to the Air Force's requirements. We hope that as they implement this fairly huge order of 180 aircraft, they iron out these imperfections and ensure that they provide a platform which the Air Force is happy with.
You spoke about engines briefly. We've got 2 in the works, one from Safran, one from General Electric, with whom we have an agreement, but it's yet to be fully realized. How are those progressing? Because that's the holy grail of aviation engineering, some would argue, and unless we pick up that technology, it becomes problematic for us in the long run. Could you tell us where those projects are?
So for our own jet engine program, the intent is that GTRE, which is the lab which deals with jet engine technology, will tie up with an international engine house to co-develop an engine with the requisite thrust-to-weight ratio that the AMCA program needs. That proposal is in a pretty advanced stage. The international engine house is also fairly widely known, which it is. We are in the process of taking this proposal to the cabinet, and thereafter this process will start. The other engine that you mentioned, the GE 414, for which negotiations are ongoing between HAL and General Electric. I think the technical negotiations are over. The commercial negotiations are taking some time because of the sort of some of the cost escalation that has happened, but we are hopeful that HAL will be able to complete it in the next few months.
On another aspect, it's R&D. Without R&D, Atmanirbharta cannot succeed. I think that's a fairly basic premise. I noticed the R&D budget has gone up, but you need to perhaps increase it substantially more. Just for example, looking at what the Chinese are doing and the extent they evidently spend on R&D. Tell us about India's R&D conundrum in defense.
So you're right. I mean, this year's budget for the DRDO, including on R&D, has gone up by about 9, close to 10%. So there is an increase, and also, I mean, besides the DRDO's budget, we do run a bunch of other programs through IDEX and others where some level of support for R&D, for prototype development is available to our startups and other deep tech companies. How we make it bigger? I mean, see, there is this 1 lakh crore Anusandhan fund that has been set aside by the Ministry of Finance. Its modalities have finally been published, how it will be tapped. Our hope is that many of our companies, startups, private sector actually start tapping that, because end of the day, if that money is available and it doesn't get utilized, then I mean, at the end of the day, the government can only do so much. Some of that effort will have to come from the private sector. The patient capital hopefully will come from that Anusandhan fund. And if the private sector is able to do it, as far as the public sector is concerned, I think, as you are aware, the bulk of the R&D spending in this country in any case is done largely by the government and by the public sector.
The Agnipath scheme has been around now for a couple of years. It's being implemented at various levels. Recruitment is on fairly actively. From a financial standpoint, is it giving us benefits? Is it less expensive to man our Army, Air Force, Navy, Coast Guard?
So it's early days as far as the scheme is concerned, and frankly, I have not looked at the numbers as to whether, to what extent it will affect our pension liabilities. And obviously, in the long run, it will help us because the pension liabilities will come down. But I think the intent was never to, focused only on the financial part of it. The intent was to get younger manpower into the forces, to use them. This is the practice in most armies across the world, where you do a certain level of induction at a fairly early age, keep the army young, and that's what we are doing. On the numbers, I think it will have some fiscal benefits in the long run, but that is a secondary consideration.
Drones were used extensively by us during Op Sindoor with fairly mixed results in terms of indigenous drones. Since we spoke last, which was several months back, there's been this concerted effort, I think, by indigenous drone manufacturers to step up to the plate, improve their efficiency, not just in manufacture, but capabilities themselves, be more resistant to jamming. I think drones are an incredibly important part of the future of Indian defense. At stating the obvious, do you have more confidence on the ability of indigenous drone manufacturers to deliver?
Yeah, I mean, I would say that the confidence is sort of growing every passing day. We have a fairly large drone ecosystem in this country. They were not producing too much of military-grade drones, but as a result of Operation Sindoor, they've come to realize that they have to operate in contested environments, in GPS denial environments, and that hardening the provision or the introduction of the required patches to ensure that they can survive jamming, all that is happening. I think some of the trials that the Army has done, the successful ones have been few, but others are learning. So yeah, I mean, I think this ecosystem is growing very, very well. And at the end of the day, if you don't have fully Indian design and developed, you will also have these technology transfers. A lot of foreign majors, whether it is General Atomics, a lot of the Israeli companies, they've entered into technology transfer with Indian companies in the private sector. And so we will, I think, have a fairly large, fairly robust military drone ecosystem of the country, comprising everything from the loitering drones and kamikaze ones to the much longer range and the male and hail category drones. For the male category drones, we've already got a tender out, and we've had a fairly humongous response of 24 companies who want to make those. I'm sure that number will thin down once we go through the technical pre-qualification process. But yeah, I mean, we feel that in the next few years, we'll have the capacity in this country to make all kinds of drones from the, and let me also say that a lot of these drone manufacturing, we sometimes lose sight of the fact that the Indian Army, and particularly its EME wing, is able to actually do a lot of drone manufacturing of the for military use itself. They're using components available on the market. And I was very surprised in my visits to some of the commands that they've developed a lot of different types of drones, particularly the loitering munitions, even ISR drones, at very, very low cost. So, yeah, I mean, all that is happening.
One of the biggest performers for India during Op Sindoor was the S-400 surface-to-air missile system. It has genuinely delivered the way it was specified to. We've got a couple of units which are still to be delivered. Are we going to get those sooner than later, given the situation in Russia now? And what about the future and the S-400 and the S-500?
On the S-400, the balance 2 batteries are going to come in the current calendar year. The first one by June and the last one by November. We've been assured repeatedly that this delivery milestone will be met. On future, whether we go for some additional batteries of S-400 or whether we go for the S-500, frankly, S-500, I don't think that they've really exported it to any country so far. S-500, there is some projection that we might need a few more. The IFOs will look into it, and once they make a statement of case, we'll certainly examine it, given its effectiveness. And of course, as a end of the day, as you would have you've covered this beat for a long time, you're aware that we are trying to develop our indigenous version as well. That has also had some success in terms of initial trials. So yeah, but as an interim measure, until that kicks in, there could be a requirement for a few more S-400 batteries, and we'll look at that option.
You've in fact touched on a very interesting point. India's Sudarshan Chakra, not the Sudarshan system, which is sort of synonymous with the S-400, but the larger plan to have a ballistic missile shield with an exo interceptor and an endo atmospheric interceptor. Have we gained the technological prowess, the engineering to be able to develop a robust system, deploy a robust system?
I think when it comes to missile technology, particularly, the DRDO has certainly sort of delivered results in many ways, and I'm very confident that they will be able to, develop this missile shield for us. It would ultimately be a multi-layered system where a lot of our legacy systems will also play their part. But yes, I'm very confident that DRDO will be able to deliver on this, given their track record when it comes to missile development. Of course, the concept paper and also let me stress that the Honorable Prime Minister's vision of the Sudarshan Chakra mission has always been that it should be largely or broadly indigenous. So yes, we do intend to do it ourselves using DRDO's technology with some fill-ins from outside, including some of our legacy systems or weapons like the S-400, which we already have available or which are already part of our inventory.
A final question. For decades, defense beat journalists like me used to criticize your ministry and the Navy and the shipyards for being unable to deliver ships on time. Now that is very much a passé argument. That is no longer the case. It's remarkable the speed at which and the consistency with which we are able to but manufacture warships to very exacting standards, put them in the water and have them fully operational. But we are now looking at the future. For example, our next generation destroyers, it might be called the Project 18. Where are we in our thinking on that? And it ultimately boils down to sealing designs and placing orders. So let's hope there's no further slowdown there, or there is no slowdown there.
No, I agree with you that the Navy perhaps has been the most the quickest of the mark in terms of embarking on the Atmanirbharta mission. I think we have about 59 odd ships being constructed right now, and with deliveries every 2 or 3 months. So yes, they've done the most in terms of getting this Atmanirbharta mission on the road. Others are now following. The NGD, the next generation corvettes, all of those will happen over the next few years. That intent is very clear, that we want to make it get to our goals when it comes to strengthening the Navy into a full blue water Navy with complete dominance, at least in the Indian Ocean region. So that will happen, Vishnu. And let me also say that end of the day, what you mentioned about delivering ships on time, it shows what happens when you provide predictability and visibility when it comes to in terms of orders. which is what we tried to do it over the last 2-3 years in particular. We signed about 2,09,000 crores of contracts last year. This year, we've already signed about 2,10,000 crore worth of contracts by December. Once you provide the contracts, the visibility to that entire ecosystem, then you start, getting results 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 years down the line. And that is what we intend to do, which is why this 20%, with this 20% increase in our capex budget, the intent is to keep up the pace of contract signings, about 3 lakh crores in the next year, and keep it up for the next 3-4 years, and thereafter the capabilities will come, through the pipeline of orders that you've placed. That is the intent, and we hope to make it happen.
And a final question, as a percentage of GDP, we've seen a significant rise in the defense budget. We began our conversation like that. Is this the new benchmark?
As a percentage of GDP, we've restored the share had come down to about 1.8%. So we've kind of reversed that decline in our share, the defense share of GDP. We are now back to about 2%. My view is that given the rate of increase of our GDP, in nominal terms at least 10% every year, I think we can confidently expect. So we have the fiscal headroom. I think a 20% CAGR in our modernization budget in particular, every year for the next 5 years will meet almost every sort of capability void that the forces are worried about, or which they would like to sort of ensure that it gets filled. In fact, their view was earlier that even a 10% increase would be enough. But with the experience of Sindoor and the changing trends in warfare, I think a 20% increase and a 2.5% share of the GDP in 5 years is what I'm looking at. And in my view, that would be, comfortably give us the capabilities that we need.
Well, sir, it's been wonderful speaking to you, and thank you so much for taking all of these questions. He's always been incredibly forthright in his answers, very direct questions, direct answers. It gives you an idea of where we are in the Defense Ministry and Defense Procurement. Thank you, sir, very much for being with us.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for what is a very enriching conversation. And Vishnu, thank you as well. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to a very interesting point of the evening. And I think you all know what I'm referring to. Of course, one of the big headlines of the week gone by was the trade agreement that was signed between US and India. If there was one sword of Damocles for the Indian market in 2025, it was the lack of an agreement and lack of clarity on this trade between US and India, India's largest partner, of course, and the tariffs that were imposed. With that clearing out, you saw the reaction in the market. You had a sharp run-up. Now, the details of the deal are something that everybody is trying to figure out. And what I can do is perhaps give you what is known and set the context before this very important conversation. What we know, of course, is that the tariffs go away. The reciprocal tariffs go away. It's no longer 50%. It drops down to 18%. There is a commitment to reduce or exempt several goods coming in from the US, and certain clarity has been brought in. There are lines in the sand that have been drawn. We know that as well with regard to dairy and agri. The concessions that have been made have to do with things like sorghum and things like soybean oil. There is also a commitment to increase trade with the US, that bilateral trade going up to $500 billion eventually. The details of how that is going to come to pass are still to be worked out. Of course, a lot has been happening in the recent past with regard to global energy. There was a big conversation with regard to Russian oil, the purchase of which has been something of a bone of contention with India's major partners. And this is something that was referred to when tariffs were imposed in the first place by the US on India. These were the penalty tariffs. There is, of course, as has been said by many commentators this evening itself, a commitment that has been drawn out, the details of which I'm sure the Minister is going to be able to lay out very effectively to you. While we're waiting for this very interesting conversation to start, we've got Rahul standing by in the crowd, and of course he's going to be conducting the session. Rahul, what do you think the main conversation point is going to be? And just to give a sneak peek into this conversation.
A lot of this is really to do with luck. We had absolutely no idea that hours before Minister Goyal comes for this NDTV profit conclave, that the joint statement of the trade deal would be put out. So we're extremely fortunate to have the man who is in the middle of the news coming here for this very special conversation, literally hours after the joint statement came out. So it's a good opportunity to try and understand what really happened and why the impact on so many different sectors. So it's a very special time and place kind of conversation. So we're very glad that this is happening right here and right now. So can we have a round of applause as we welcome to the NDTV Profit Conclave the man of the moment, Minister Goyal. Welcome. That's your Singhasan for the time being. Please take your seat. We're with the Janta, the people, and you will answer questions from there. That's the plan. So welcome and thank you. I'm here. I'm here. That's the plan. So if everybody just settles down, then we just get started. Vaishali? Hello and a very warm welcome. This is a special time and place because hours after India and the United States put out the much anticipated text of the joint statement of the forthcoming trade deal, we have with us, ladies and gentlemen, the man of the match, the man of the moment, the man who is frankly on quite a roll soon after wrapping up the India-EU trade deal to be able to get the India-US trade deal done as well. This is not just a normal interaction, even in a historical arc, this is quite special because there's been so much uncertainty in the build-up to this trade deal, so much turbulence in the dynamic between Delhi and DC. To finally have that behind us is quite remarkable. To find out the inside story, the andar ki khabar about what happened so far and what happens from here. Can we have a very warm round of applause as we welcome to this special conversation the man I described, and I'm sure all of you sitting here watching this NDTV Profit Conclave on television, social media, YouTube, wherever else would call the man of the moment. Piyush Goyal, welcome. You look very relieved. Is it like getting a big mountain off your back to be able to finally close out the text of the joint statement?
Not at all. I think I look the same. But I'll have to worry now that you're telling me I look relieved. Because I thought I was quite chilled out yesterday as I was day before.
No, yesterday and day before, after the deal was announced, of course. I'm talking about when the United States and the President in DC were creating by saying the kind of things they were. It surely was a very stressful period for you.
Not at all. I don't think with Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji holding our back, any of us has to worry. He ensures that the national interest prevails over everything else. He gives us the confidence to be able to negotiate from a position of strength. And he always encourages us, nation first, Bharat ke hiton ki raksha karna hamari jawabdari hai. And I'm delighted that all through the negotiations, we had Prime Minister Modi's guidance, his leadership, and I don't think we ever felt stressed at all.
एक सवाल जो मुझे लगता है लोगों के जहन में होगा वो ये कि इतने दिनों से तनाव था, आखिरकार क्या बदला, which led to this trade deal finally going through. You've been on the verge of concluding the deal for a while. What changed over the last few hours that actually saw the deal ultimately
मुझे तो
getting
लगता है
announced?
तनाव आपको ज्यादा
हमें
था,
तो बहुत
हमें
तनाव
तो
था।
कोई तनाव नहीं था और nothing changed. We have been negotiating. Negotiations, if done with sincerity and with the best interests of the nation in heart, to ensure that you protect all the sensitive sectors that you want to make sure that don't get affected in any way whatsoever, and to get 100% success is obviously not easy. It takes time. And I think it's been a nice journey through the last 1 year since Prime Minister Modi and President Trump decided that we should have a bilateral trade agreement, and the first tranche of which we should start negotiating. It's been truly a labor of love where I got very good support and cooperation from everybody, industry participants, farmer organizations, our seafood industry and fishermen, our MSME, Laghu Udyog Bharti and other organizations, people from all across the country and stakeholders from different sections with whom we've continuously interacted to understand what we can do, what we cannot do. What's the best deal that can do good for India? And I'm delighted to share with you that not a single stakeholder, and I was just on the call with the farming industry, with the farmer leaders, with the farm minister, the agriculture minister. He has been today with 9 other agriculture ministers from across India during the day. Across the country, the feedback is extremely positive. Everybody is excited about the huge potential this free trade agreement, bilateral trade agreements, first tranche has opened up for the country. The amount of jobs and opportunities to invest and the amount of business potential that this will open up, the great future that exporters see selling into the United States, the fact that now India can look at getting ICT products of high quality for our data centers, for our AI mission, for the quantum computing mission. I think we are really in a sweet spot in our journey towards Viksit Bharat 2047.
So what I'm going to do is use this opportunity to go through some of the sectors and get Minister Goyal to try and explain, as everybody tries to wrap their head around the deal, on what specifically happens and with what kind of timelines. The first thing you've committed to or said is likely to happen is trade going up to 500 billion between India and the United States. That's almost 5x more than the base that you start with.
About 2.5x. We already do about 200 billion.
In terms of the exports that we're sending, how do you see the commitments that you've made in terms of getting to that value of 500 billion?
It's a bilateral trade that one looks at. We already at 200 billion plus bilaterally in goods and services. We are very confident it will take us about 5 or 6 years to go to 500 billion. And this trade agreement, which gives us a competitive advantage, a comparative advantage over all the other nations whom we compete against. So China has 35%, Vietnam has probably 20%. So all our basic countries with whom we compete have a higher rate. We also have a number of zeros, both in farm produce that we export and in industrial goods, which we will continue to export at zero. I think the potential of growing exports to the US is humongous. We need industry to come up to speed. We need them to really go for it, create capacities, enjoy the fruits of economies of scale, ensure we consistently make high quality products. Sky's the limit, as the US ambassador said, limitless potential in this relationship.
Okay,
Likewise, India stands to gain a lot from products that we can get from the US. After all, we do need to get products like artificial intelligence equipment or data center equipment or quantum computing machinery. Now, all of these very often face difficulties and controls in different geographies. With this unlocking of this relationship to the higher levels, and with the deep friendship between our leaders, this will ensure a free flow of products that are needed in India. This will help us get our aircrafts, engines and spare parts faster. which we need. We already have orders worth, I think, 80 or 90 billion on Boeing, on GE, on the aerospace ecosystem. We need that to come quickly, and I've been telling my American friends that please ensure that we get the supplies that we need. Our steel production is going to double from 140 million to about 300 million tons. We are going to need more coking coal. We don't have enough coking coal in the country, and we will be required to import. And rather than being on the clutches of one or two exporting nations, I would rather have diversified suppliers, more the merrier. It brings our buyers, our Indian buyers who are getting this material, more competition. I think in every respect, this is a trade deal that will actually help us unlock huge potential on both sides, and collectively the 9 free trade agreements that Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji has spearheaded and finalized that cover 38 countries, of which 37 are developed nations. Mauritius is the only one left that's also got about 4 times our per capita or 5 times our per capita income. And most of the people there, in any case, people of Indian origin. And they don't have much that they compete against India with. So again, we complement each other. The rest of the economies are all complementary to India. So this is a win-win game. We only stand to benefit from going across the continents, across the globe, expanding our international engagements, because I think no country in the world in history has become a developed nation without looking outside their own country.
So I'm going to get some questions from the audience as well. So you can have your questions ready, and we've got some very interesting minds over here, so we'll have those questions out. But I want to talk for a moment about imports as well from the United States, because we're liberalizing imports, and we've seen in particular concerns being raised by the opposition around agriculture, and concerns that somehow, at least that's the fear that is being propagated, that India gets swamped by agricultural produce. Now, I've seen some of the comments that you made in the press conference this afternoon, and I've also seen the tweet of the Agricultural Secretary in the United States, who obviously they're claiming it to be a victory for their farmers and for their local constituents, which is quite imaginable. So do you want to explain how you intend to deal with the potential backlash which will sort to be created on agricultural imports?
Well, I think everybody in this room and all your viewers are basically familiar with what are the produce of our farmers in India that really define farming in large measure and where we are self-sufficient. And let me read out to you some of the items that we've kept outside any concession. So these items, there's absolutely zero concession. They continue to have the same treatment as before, even after this free trade agreement. So no concession, exempt from this trade deal. We have meat, we have poultry, all dairy products, GM food products, cereals like rice, wheat, sugar, soya meal, corn, that's maize, millets like jawar, bajra, ragi, kodu, amaranth, fruits like banana, strawberries, cherries, citrus fruits, pulses like green pea, Kabuli chana, moong, oil seeds, certain animal feed, groundnut, honey, malt and its extracts, non-alcoholic beverages, flour and meals, starch, essential oils, ethanol for fuel, tobacco. Bacha kya hai? Where is the fear?
No, say
almost every farmer commodity which is made in India in good, respectable quantity, where we are not dependent on imports, has been kept out of this trade deal. Now, there are a few products which we have been importing for years and years, from the Congress time. I wish they had looked into the mirror and asked themselves why they had to import soya bean oil when they were in government. Why did they allow palm oil to come into India? And we know how harmful it is for the health also and in every respect. But it's Congress who has done this criminal and negligent act of allowing palm oil into the country and in a way making people so dependent on palm oil, which is, which we are suffering, our farmers are suffering. Things like mustard oil and all, which should otherwise have got a huge demand, suffer because of products that the Congress allowed to come in. So I think there's still many products. Our overall exports of farm produce from India and marine products is $55 billion. That's about 5 lakh crores. Yet we continue to import about $30 billion. That's about 2.7 lakh crores. So there are a few items we have some shortages. And if we allow those items to come in, who is the beneficiary? The consumers. Who is at a loss? Nobody. Because there is a shortage, we don't have enough production, there is a demand. And while opening up, we've been very, very calibrated, even in those items. Making sure there's enough transition period, making sure prices are protected in India for Indian production. So it's a very logically, carefully thought out strategy in consultation with farm organizations, with the line ministries, which will ultimately help the Indian economy and the Indian farmer both prosper.
Okay, I'm going to get Neeraj Shah, who's the markets editor at NDTV Profit, to ask you a question, Minister. Go for it, Neeraj.
Mr. Goyal, there is a presumption that no country will be very successful in the global stage unless they export. A lot of these FTAs would probably lead to more exports, and the presumption in the economist camp is that that will induce private capex. Do you believe we'll finally see private capex happen in India over the next 24 months?
Well, undoubtedly, just look at the sectors where we've got now preferential duty coming down to 18% reciprocal tariffs. Whether it's textiles, footwear, sportswear, leather goods, sports goods, the entire range of labor-oriented goods are all down to 18. In many cases, we even have preferential tariff of zero duty access into the US. So for example, if we look at industrial goods, all our smartphones go at zero duty and will continue to go at zero duty. Our pharmaceutical industry will get a big leg up because they continue to go at zero duty. Our gems and diamonds will continue to go at zero duty. There's some essential oils, certain home decor items like chandeliers, illuminating signs, parts of lamps, seats, they'll all go at zero duty. And there's a whole list of items, natural rubber, items made of plastic, wood, etc. Similarly, in agriculture, we've got zero duty access in terms of reciprocal tariffs. There'll be no reciprocal tariff on all spices, which is a very big interest of ours. On tea and coffee, which is a big interest of India's. On copra, coconut oil, big interest of India. Vegetable wax, nuts like areca nut. Areca nut farmers are delighted and joyous. Brazil nuts, cashew nuts, chestnuts, fruits and vegetables like avocados, bananas. You're one of the largest producer of bananas.
How would you look at the concerns of apple growers?
Well, I think if you heard me in the morning, you would have by now figured out that we've done such calibrated opening. First, India is an importer of apples. Our production is about 21 lakh tons. Our consumption is about 27 lakh tons. We continue to import 5.5 lakh tons or thereabouts every year. Point one. Point two, the acreage under apples is not easily increased because it's in the hill areas. Consumption, on the other hand, continues to increase. So while we are trying to increase productivity, we still continue to have outpaced demand, given the higher prosperity level, higher income levels of the people of India, which is clearly leading to more shortages. Point three, today, as we speak, we import from the United States of America substantial quantities of apple. And what is the way government has helped our apple farmers? We put a floor, minimum import price, 50 rupees per kilo. Nobody can import below that. And there's a 50% duty, 25 bucks. So 75 rupees landed at the port is the minimum at which anybody can bring from abroad. Then there are other costs associated with it. So really our farmers have easily a protection up to 100 bucks or thereabouts from imported production if they make good quality. In this deal, we have done a calibrated opening of a quota which is less than what we are importing today from America. And that quota, we've kept a minimum import price of 80 rupees and a 20 rupee duty on that. How does that sound, ladies and gentlemen? Can that be harmful for India?
We'll get tasty apples. I mean, that's one thing. Although Himachali and Kashmiri apples are my favorite.
Now, when we are currently giving a floor of 75 rupees, 50 plus 25, even in the quota, we have kept a floor of 80 plus 20, 100 bucks. And then other costs, so it cannot come to the market for less than 130, 140. So Indian farmers are protected in a variety of ways. Sometimes you do quotas, sometimes you do transitional, gradual opening, sometimes you restrict the benefit to a nominal tariff reduction. So there are various ways, even when you open, if at all, it's a product which also competes with India. There are many products we have no competition. For example, as I said earlier, soybean oil. But there also we've not done a complete opening. It's a quota. So very intelligently we have negotiated. Obviously, America will have to talk about the benefits that they get, and everybody gets some benefits. Everybody gets market access. But the sum total of all is that Indian farmers are protected, and Indian farmers will in fact get many, many more opportunities to export goods that I've just shared with you, where we have a lot of potential, where we get even zero duty access, or others where our reciprocal tariff falls to 18.
I'm going to get Tamanna Inamdar, who's the managing editor of NDTV Profit, to ask the next question. Go for it, Tamanna.
So I must say that the way India has handled all of the provocations that came from the United States on X, etc., it shows how deftly we have strategized this. So congratulations for that. But I must ask the question on people's minds. Can we see this deal through? Because there have been circumstances where the US has gone back on deals they have announced.
Not to the best of my knowledge, but you may have to do a little more research on that. Irrespective, the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi and President Trump share very strong bonds. Also, the India deal is a very detailed, very elaborate exercise over the last 12 months. We were amongst the first to start negotiating. So our deal is very holistic, comprehensive and detailed. Many times deals have been announced which are frameworks without the detailing having been done. So in our case, all those details are also sorted out on paper and exchanged between the two sides. So it's a very robust deal, and typically how India works and how Prime Minister Modi works, full assurance that this will get implemented. I think it'll take us about a month, month and a half to do the documentation, and we should be on. Whereas the joint statement has already been issued early this morning. So we are looking to see the executive order reducing the US tariffs to 18, reciprocal tariffs to 18% very soon.
Now, one of the things this statement put out by the White House says is that India is also going to be cutting back on import of oils from Russia. And that it also uses pretty aggressive language to make the point that if we change our mind and we start importing again, all these reciprocal tariffs will come back. How do you look at this kind of coercive language being used?
I think the Ministry of External Affairs has already spoken on this issue on several occasions. I have made a statement on the floor of the House, and this is a subject that the Foreign Office looks after. I don't see any relation of trade with issues which are handled by the Foreign Office.
Okay, I'm going to get Mr. Jaikumar to ask a question. Sir.
Hi. Feedback from the market, Piyush. Table thumping positive. I think people are delighted that it got signed as quickly as it did. A basic document. Considering that there are multiple industries here which are affected, I talk on behalf of one, not that I'm part of the industry, which is the pharmaceutical industry, which has done India proud in terms of the kind of exports it's doing. Where if you see, I'm just reading out from the 3-page document that got signed, which says that it's a zero duty scenario and etc., etc. But there's also one line which is it a fly in the ointment, which says negotiated outcomes subject to investigation under section 232. It's not easily understood what that means. Is that meant to be a disclaimer of sorts?
Not at all. Pharmaceuticals will continue to get zero duty access into the US. It's an agreed position. Section 232 is a national security section in the American law under which an investigation is carried out, and the pharma investigation is ongoing. They haven't made a determination as yet. Now, till that determination is made, they cannot presuppose and make any mention of a particular rate in the document. So, therefore, that language comes in. But I can assure you, in our understanding, the pharma industry, for generic pharma and its ingredients, the chemicals that go into it, have been given a zero duty assurance. Once the section 232 findings come out, we'll be doing the necessary paperwork.
IT services are very important in terms of export to the United States from an Indian perspective. Have you got any assurance on H-1B visas, because immigration has been such a vexed issue in the United States? What's your message to all those companies and those engineers who are banking on those H-1B visas?
Well, those days are gone. I remember the H-1B visa story had gradually deteriorated into a lottery. So if I needed 2 H-1B visas, I would calculate that 1 out of 7 are going to get it. I would apply for 15 and hope to get 2 out of those. Gradually, the process had gone down to that level, point 1. Point 2, post-COVID, I have not heard any company, absolutely any company, come to me and ask me to talk to the US or try to negotiate for more H-1B visas. The world has changed. Today, the world recognizes that so much can be done, which could have been done at home during COVID, can be done offshore. And rather than struggling to take people from India to the US and then pay them top dollar salaries, because the cost of living in US at $90,000 per capita income versus $3,000 per capita income in India are humongously high. So A, you pay more to the person spends more, but all to the US economy. Whereas in India, when they outsource that work to our global capability centers, not only do we create jobs in India, not only do our people work and spend and pay taxes in India, not only are they with their families, but it also makes the business more attractive and profitable for all those who are running the 1800 plus GCCs in India. I'll join you in a minute, just about a minute. You can engage with the audience.
Okay, sure. So we've been hearing different kinds of reactions. I want to just get Alex to take over and talk a bit about, this is what happens when you're negotiating so many trade deals in different parts of the world. You never know who's calling and why that might be required. But Alex, work your magic and get some reactions on the trade deal and the fact that we'll have Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman here in just a short while.
So actually, the interesting thing about the timing of the trade deal was that the big hue and cry post the budget, and market men and women in this room know what I'm talking about, dissipated somewhat. So let me go across to Jake's first. I'm putting you on the spot. As always. So that abbreviation, that three-letter abbreviation that the market was so disappointed about, do you think that this completely takes away from that? The positive news, the tailwinds that we've gotten?
Personally, if you ask me, letters that come one after the other and sometimes repeat like STT, etc., shouldn't be taken too seriously. It was people needed to latch on to something. In fact, if anything, I felt a budget on a Sunday is fine. But having trading on a Sunday made no sense, especially when 2/3 of the market participants were not there.
Okay.
And that's why panic just set in and people used some crutch to sort of go on. But that's a fly in the ointment, if you will. This is the real deal.
This is the real deal.
In more senses than one.
I love it. So, Jakes, trust Jakes to use the tagline of the event, the real deal.
That's why I said in more ways than one.
There you go. So
we see Devna Mehra there. I want to pin her down on the impact this has on the markets. And just generally, one is the actual exports, right? The other is the idea of spirits being lifted, because frankly, flows coming into India were marred because of all this turbulence around trade. To what extent, Alex, you want to give her a mic?
Yeah.
To what extent do you think that then now gets resolved, Devna?
I don't think the FII coming in, that really makes this makes a direct difference. What it makes a direct difference to is the Indian economy. So, both in the listed and unlisted space. So that would be the kind of first order of impact. And that naturally, if the earnings go up, then it attracts whether it's domestic or foreign investors. I mean, I am of the view that we spend too much time thinking about what FIIs will do when there's no correlation between what FIIs do and what the market does. I mean, that's a matter of data. It's you plot the statistical data, there is no correlation. So I think this is also that we want something to talk about, but it is not, we don't need to make a guess on what FIIs will do. The more important thing is that it changes the fundamentals for the economy, as I said, both for the listed and unlisted space. And exports typically are also, many of them, not all of them, but many of them are also the labor-intensive parts of the economy. So hopefully it also changes the employment scene, which is something where we do need a boost.
Rahul, I don't want to go to Rahul, of course, Rahul Bharti, because at the GST Conclave, I remember this very, very vividly. There was a question about resumption of demand, right? And small cars, you said, would make a big comeback. You said that capacity would need to be added. We would move from negative volumes to positive volumes. The question that a lot of people in the market are asking, do you see this demand? And are you positive heading into FY27 that the customers come back?
Well, I could predict it that time, but I had the confidence, but I didn't have the numbers in hindsight. So small cars were growing at a rate of -4%, let's say April to July, because the announcement was made in August. Q3, we grew by 24% in small cars. So a swing from -4 to +24. And we could, even in August, when the announcement was made, we accelerated our capex cycles, and we have 2 plants coming now. One in April, the other in July, of about 250,000 per annum capacity. So 5 lakh capacity will be added by just Maruti Suzuki in the next few months in response to the GST bonanza that the FM gave to the small car customers.
Fantastic. So talk about private capex coming back. I want to go to Mr. Gujral here. And of course, everybody knows him. He is with Sirma. And new age technology is what everyone is focused on. The street is really excited with what you're doing, with what your peers are doing. Talk to us a little bit about what your reaction was when you saw some of the headlines. Maybe you watched NDTV Profit and you figured out that the trade deal was signed. What was your initial reaction?
See, we are not present in America as of date for exports, but America finds a pivot for us to continue exports in the future. And in my considered opinion, EMS industry, if it has to survive, has to be an export-oriented industry. It has not been. We export about 1,000 crores of electronics to Europe. Long-term sustenance and growth of EMS will come only with exports, because rationality in the domestic demand will come sometime. A 30-40% growth in domestic demand is irrational. And I think for that, it is very, very essential that the companies invest. And we have grown our gross block by 3x over the last 4 years.
I'll come back to that, sir.
This, I must say, is amongst the first times in now it's been a pretty long career that this has happened, that we got a live interview going on, and something so important happens that the minister needs to go, so I need to interrupt this interview. I won't ask him who called क्या sir. आपने तो सबको स्ट्रेस कर दिया, उनको लगा कहीं चले ही तो नहीं गए इंटरव्यू के बीच में.
Friends, there is so much attraction for the India story today. Fastest growing large economy. For the last 4 years, expected to be for the next 25 years, the fastest growing large economy. $4 trillion today. Any maths you can do, and I see some very good experts in maths in the audience, this will be a $30 trillion economy in 2047. That's the India story that we are negotiating. And that's the strength which helps me negotiate smarter and better. When I show people, look, I've got a $26 billion waiting to grow. That's the business opportunity. It attracts people. So right now, as we speak, and I'm sorry I had to go out because some of these international engagements are at a very fast pace. We are almost on the verge of closing one more free trade agreement.
Which one, sir? Which one? Which one is the? Which one is the?
You'll hear about it very soon.
Which one is the next one that's going to?
मतलब ऐसे नहीं कि तो बोलो हर हफ्ते.
आपका तो वैसे ही ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड चल रहा है अभी.
But we have Canada who wants to launch negotiations, so terms of reference are under negotiation. When the Honorable Prime Minister of Canada comes, we launch that. 2 days back, I launched the GCC, Six Nation GCC Free Trade Agreement. We finalized the terms of reference and we launched that. We already have discussions going on to expand the PTA with the Mercosur group of companies. When Prime Minister was in South Africa, they expressed the desire that we also want to do a trade deal with India. This is your Bharat, which all of you should be proud of.
Sir, but I want to, before we wrap up, ask you a larger question about the idea that globalization was in retreat, the idea that we are moving away from free trade. Now, for various reasons, a lot of which not in our control, we've now reached a situation where we are signing up trade deals which have been in the works literally for decades, or at least being spoken of for decades. How do you look at the larger question of the philosophical retreat of global trade and the globalization project and the reality of so many trade deals being signed?
I disagree with that. Globalization is neither retreating, nor taking a backseat, nor slowing down. On the contrary, global trade continues to grow despite all this turbulence, if you look at the numbers. Our own trade, goods and services combined, will grow this year by at least 5-6%, maybe 6% or thereabouts. So rest assured that and we'll grow both in goods and in services. We're growing in both in this turbulent year. So whoever talks of globalization being in retreat is ill-informed, sadly. Second, look at the philosophy of the negotiations of the Modi government versus the past. It's very important to understand which are the free trade agreements that the Congress party and the partners like DMK and Renewable Congress and Samajwadi Party, this ilk of UPA or so-called India Alliance, what are the free trade agreements they did? I looked at the countries with which they did free trade agreements. The only 2 developed nations, only 2, with which they did a free trade agreement was Japan and Korea. And the rest of the 30-odd countries with whom they did free trade agreements or preferential trade agreements were all our competitors, either LDCs or developing countries, just like us. So imagine in one of their trade deal, if they do give concessions to, in ASEAN agreement, they give concessions to Indonesia, Vietnam. They're actually shooting themselves in the foot.
Okay.
Whereas all of our agreements are with developed nations whom we complement, not compete with. So my only point is, understand the philosophy of this government and how it is going to help Bharat grow.
Thank you very much, Minister Goyal, for joining us. It's very rare to have the man of the moment join us on the day when he's in the center of all the action, as we saw quite literally with that unexpected phone call. I'll ask him later, kiska phone aaya tha, kya baat hui, but that's for an off-record conversation, not this. Thank you very much, Minister Piyush Goyal, for joining us at this NDTV Profit Conclave. And nicely done on the EU deal and the US deal. I wait to find out who's next. Thank you, sir.
How Rahul does it, but every time we have some big announcement or a big engagement happening, by coincidence, I'm sure this would have been decided.
हमने बोला था डोनाल्ड ट्रम्प को कि आज कर देना हमारा बड़ा इवेंट है and we want to ensure it's a very topical newsy event, and that's kind of how the timelines went. Thank you very much, Minister Goyal, for joining us. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are far from done as we say thank you to one of the heavyweights of the Narendra Modi government. We're getting all set to welcome the Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, because remember, huge tailwinds now on the back of the announcement of the India-US trade deal around spirits and around potentially flows into the economy. So we'll have the Finance Minister with us in just a moment from now. So this is where all the action really is, the NDTV Profit Conclave, some unexpected phone calls as well, adding to the excitement. But hey, what's the point of being in live news unless there is excitement, Alex, of this nature?
Absolutely, absolutely. But speaking about the budget, right? I said at the start of this event, there are weeks when decades happen. And so this is one such week when the presentation of the union budget, which is arguably the biggest day for a financial journalist, is somewhat eclipsed by the news that emerges just barely 24 hours later. And so what was interesting for me in Budget 2026 was at a time when governments globally, and large economies at that, are veering towards profligacy, the government in India, and the finance minister in particular, attempted to strike a balance. There was a bolstering of capital expenditure, and over the course of 2 years, you've also seen several measures that have been aimed at boosting consumption. You listen to the representative from Maruti Suzuki, Mr. Rahul Bharti, talking about the requirement to add capacity on account of the fillip that was provided to small cars. This was on account of the GST cuts that took place last year. But beyond that, the question is, what more needs to be done from a policy standpoint? How much room is there on the fiscal side to support growth? And where does private capex come through in building towards this 2047 target? The groundwork, of course, has been laid. The question is what the government is going to do. And of course, very interesting talking points that have emerged from the budget, notwithstanding the market reaction, of course, because like Jakes just pointed out, that might just have been a flash in the pan. The focus tends to then shift to longer-term changes that are in the works. You saw the shift from the focus on fiscal deficit to a look at the debt to GDP. You saw the trajectory that Madam Finance Minister spoke about for the next couple of years in particular. You've also heard just yesterday from the Reserve Bank of India that the 20 to 30 basis points that were shaved off of growth estimates for India have actually been put back on account of the signing of this trade deal and the semblance of normalcy that has come through on the external front. I promise you that I will not continue speaking for the rest of this evening. I'm buying a little time till we have one of the stars of this evening coming through. Okay, so if you can actually turn around, ladies and gentlemen, to the other side of the room, you will notice that Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman is in fact walking in. And I think this is going to be a very engaging conversation. Rahul, of course, will lead this. Oh, wow. You have footage of the man at the moment in conversation with Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman as well. I'm sure they meet in the corridors of Parliament often.
She's a wise reporter.
But this is
She knows
a unique
how to
opportunity, of course, for all of us at NDTV Profit as well to interact with both of them as historic times are playing out even as we speak. Let me go across to Rahul right now to speak to both of them at the same time.
In the middle of the interview from here, there, global one free trade deal here, there. So all that was happening. It was a very exciting interview. Are you talking into that? Or no, we're talking to you. We're welcoming you. Come. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Wish you all the best. Come, ma'am. We're all ready for you. Everyone's super excited to have you. Thank you for taking our time. The announcement of the trade deal makes things that much more exciting in terms of just having positive.
Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. Ma'am, welcome to the NDTV Profit Conclave. Please make your way to the stage. Rahul, over to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a very warm round of applause for the record-setting Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman? She joins us, ma'am. Please come and take the hot chair. Ma'am, we're here. We're going to do it like a town hall, and we're absolutely delighted that you're here. Thank you so much for taking out time. Please, can we have one very warm round of applause for the Finance Minister for joining us now? Ma'am, the context for the NDTV Profit Conclave happens in a setting where India and the United States have just announced a trade deal, the joint statement put out literally hours before now. As Finance Minister, if you were to look at, say, growth numbers for this year, now that you've got these positive tailwinds that are lifting spirits, to what extent would you be willing to revise GDP growth numbers? Because you've got now this very strong tailwind, because earlier it was dragging growth down. Do you think this acts as a trigger for growth? And is that something that leads you to potentially raise the estimate of how fast you think the economy will grow? That's what I picked up from the Chief Economic Advisor. He was saying like 0.4% tailwind on account of the trade deal. What's your sense as Finance Minister responsible for our economy about how the trade deal impacts your vision and outlook towards the economy, ma'am? Welcome.
No, every trade deal is important, and it certainly lifts the spirit of the exporters and people who are looking for newer markets and so on. And if the Chief Economic Advisor has given you a number, go by that. I normally don't suggest any number. We work for it.
Interesting. You know, that's the other thing that we've seen, ladies and gentlemen, in the last several years with the Finance Minister and her top economic team, a conservatism when it comes to setting projections and growth numbers. Is that deliberate? Because one is to aim higher and then, constantly try and chase those high targets. The other is to be conservative when you're setting targets and to, delight on the upside. So is that something that you're trying to do deliberately?
I try being realistic. It may be perceived as being conservative. But I think there are areas in business and commerce which can err on the side of being conservative. Banking, finance, these are areas in which you really can't be too flamboyant, or you cannot be too over-ambitious without realizing where the facts are. So if I were to assess the numbers I've given all these years, I would say I've always been realistic.
What's keeping you up at this moment? Last year, potentially the trade turbulence, the unexpected nature of some of the comments coming globally, and therefore the impact it has on the Indian economy, the impact it has on investment outlook, would potentially have been your biggest risk factors. At this moment, as Finance Minister, what's keeping you up at night?
Well, the uncertainties have not gone away yet, particularly the external uncertainties. We keep strengthening domestically our markets, our manufacturing, the MSMEs, support agriculture, and so on. But the uncertainties from outside are still where they were. In fact, even more, I suppose, highly volatile. So that is still a concern for me.
Okay, I'm also going to get some of my colleagues to ask questions. We'll start with Shrimi Chaudhary, who covers the Finance Ministry for us. So Shrimi gets to ask the first question. Go for it, Shrimi.
Ma'am, just wanted to understand with this tariff deal in place now, we got some certainty here. Is it a bit perplexing or confusing for you that with the kind of growth number we are estimating and we projecting, still we are seeing the FIs outflows, anemic FDIs, I would say. Is it confusing for you?
Seema, I think I answered this question even earlier. See, the recent couple of years have revealed something which probably was lying under the carpet, but then obviously now they're all coming out. And I'm referring to the fact that fund flows internationally seem to have more than just the commercial considerations. Economies are doing well. You have some economies doing really well and sustaining their performance over the years. Then you have every such indicator which should draw funds towards it really being on an uptick. Even then, the flow is not a flow sometimes. I wouldn't say it's a trickle, but sometimes it doesn't flow as much as you expect them to. So I strongly believe, and there are many who would agree, and there's very little reason to suspect that this particular assumption is wrong, or this particular not assumption, my conclusion. Fund flows have more than just the commercial interest in their mind.
So you're saying fund flows are as political as they are economic?
Strategic interests also seem to be one of the very important factors. Otherwise, the economic survey was right when it said every macroeconomic indicator for India is at its recent best. And it's been so literally for the last 4 or 5 years.
But can I counter argue to say, because my batchmates who are investment bankers in New York or London, and even if they're of Indian origin and very bullish on the Indian economy, and I ask them, what's your outlook to India? At this time, India doesn't have much of an AI play. So that's one thing which holds flow. Secondly, the rupee has been depreciating versus the dollar. And by the time they take the money back, because for them, it's about how much returns can they generate sitting in New York. In that context, they're upset still with the long-term capital gains tax which is imposed, saying that that impacts to some extent they feel their outlook to India and the depreciation of the rupee versus the dollar, and the fact that India, in their view, doesn't have much of an AI play, which is where a lot of the funds are going at the moment.
Rahul, I don't deny whoever has given you this assessment. It is probably their own assessment, and they perhaps deal with their funds with these factors before them. But there are equally big fund managers and people like JP Morgan who come, their global head who comes to India and would say probably not what they have said, and they would say India is the place to be, India is the place to do this, and so on. Now on the AI play, I'm not convinced about that, because AI for every country has its own little calibration. Over and above the AI which is globally required, we have the manpower which is absolutely at it, at a high end. We are trying to give that kind of an exposure to AI even for the young fellows who come out of the college or from higher secondary, each for their levels. So on AI, I'm not sure, probably excluding China, I'm not sure if there's any country which is gearing up its manpower to be adept at AI as we are doing. And I can say this with a sense of confidence because you hear it from people who are looking for talented people who can be at various stages of AI.
No, their concern about the public markets is the lack of an AI play in terms of because a lot of the funds have gone towards the big companies which are at this moment building the data centers or the chips.
It's money coming only for AI. Come on, Rahul.
A lot of the flows have been in that direction over the past.
Never mind. You can always score a point on that. But I think India has still a lot of macroeconomic factors based on which till 2 years ago fund would come. But after a certain tightening up on certain other considerations, inclusive of sanctions which are happening, where tools are getting weaponized if a country asserts its sovereignty.
I think that's a very important point the finance minister makes. And of course, sitting on the sidelines of a match and doing commentary is the easiest thing for you and me. But once you're in and that's what you pick up, that's very important. The fact that flows are not just flows.
I'll add to it. Countries like Canada, their pension funds. Countries like Norway, their sovereign wealth funds and so many others have been in touch with me, and I am actually being invited to go there, and I shall be going sooner. Are they also not affected by the AI consideration? They shouldn't be calling us at all. So different reasons prevail for different funds, specifically in the last minute, to say, all right, I won't go to India or I will go to India. The larger consideration is the return on your investment. India does give it, and that's why many of them booked their profit and went out. And you would naturally assume that return on investment is the primary consideration on which money flows.
Of course.
But no. So what else is there? Something beyond it.
Kahani mein geopolitical twist. Okay, I want to take a question from Tamanna Inamdar, who runs NDTV Profit. Where is she? There she is. Can we have a mic brought up to her, please? Tamanna, go for it. And the others can also keep their questions ready and warm, and we'll try and give as many an opportunity.
Important point of maybe fund flows being used as a geopolitical tool, like we've seen tariffs being weaponized. But I want to ask you a question from the domestic market point of view. There were lots of hopes for some kind of relief on long-term capital gains tax, with the thinking that it may not happen. The STT increase did see some reactions from the market. Just want to understand your thinking, because when there have been increases in the past, people have still continued to trade in large numbers. Is this truly prohibitive, and will there be more action going forward if you want to control this satta, as you called it?
I'm not sure it will be prohibitive, but that doesn't mean I'm indicating that I'll come with more. Not at all. But if you look at it, I have not touched anything other than the futures and options. I'm not indicating I will. I'm not touching anybody. And the reason why we wanted to bring in this little increase was more for deterrent purposes rather than for revenue purposes. And it's not going by anecdotal examples. Even SEBI in its study found that 90% of them who engaged in futures and options lost money.
Ma'am, can we engage in a philosophical debate on this? I see where you've come out on this debate, that by raising STT you hope to deter active participation by small day traders in the futures and options segment. Fair enough. The counter to this is, these are adults, they're spending their money, they'll burn their fingers, they'll learn their lesson and they'll back off. By government intervention of this form, you don't necessarily impact behavior. That, for example, they'll find other ways. We saw this with crypto, multiple other geographies, VPNs being deployed, the same purchases in cryptocurrencies happening outside the Indian geography. So the government loses out on that tax as far as behavior is concerned, but the behavior doesn't change. Yet your effort is to signal deterrence. To what extent do you think it works?
That's why I said it's not as if this is going to be the one pill which will solve the speculative tendencies. I'm not suggesting that it is the one and only thing which can address it, and therefore I've done it. But equally, it's also something which very many people have said, is the government going to just look the other way, even as this is going on? And if study-based responses are coming, wouldn't you want to act? Other than the regulator themselves acting. SEBI would do its own and I would do my own. SEBI 2 days ago has said, no, we don't intend doing anything at this moment. And I'm saying I have no further intentions of doing anything more. We'll have to try.
What's your assessment of the efficacy of your interventions on cryptocurrency and real money gaming? Has it had the impact you thought it would?
At least I'm trailing them, am I not? At least I know which are the ones who are going and where is it going. At least I know to track it.
But when I speak to young companies, they say, we could have had these kind of valuations, we could have built this business, it's going to geographies where it is allowed, they are making the money and we are losing out in these technologies and in these sectors.
Let's understand that. When if it is all of them are going out and I have to get them back because they are Indians, and if technology will still not defy borders, I can get them back. The same business from here with no borders because technology, or the same business going elsewhere because no borders will serve this country as well. It's the truth. Technology doesn't care for your geographical borders. So in order to keep them here, I have to compromise on tax is one thing, and second, compromise on even detecting what is happening there. Automatic disclosure is not happening. People are not saying, okay, I'm going to go onto a platform and play with cryptocurrency. Are they going to say it to me?
No, but those companies will be here. Those companies, their databases, they'll be
Very
here.
well, I've heard this argument and there are still a lot of companies here, despite my TDS and TCSs.
Okay. I'm going to get Devna Mehra to ask the next question. Can we have a mic brought across to her, please? Yes. Go on, ma'am.
Yeah, good evening, Honorable Finance Minister. And even though I'm from the capital markets, I'm all for this STT increase that you've done. My tribe might lynch me for that, because it is not just that 90% of the people lose money. SEBI data shows the less educated lose more money. People earning less than 5 lakhs lose more money. People outside metros lose more money. So it is really the people who can afford the least who are losing the most money. And the wonderful part of the budget, of course, was that you've maintained the capex, which is both for capacity building besides the direct impact.
Question.
Yeah, I'm just coming to the questions because that's deriving out of the capex. Which is both for the listed space and otherwise. But on a lot of the revenue expenditure side, I see that you've budgeted either a very low increase or even a decline. So what is changing in the economy that enables you to do that?
Not changing in the economy, it's also since the 14th Finance Commission, 14th, 15th and now the 16th, an assessment of the schemes, assessment of some of the revenue expenditure has been going on. So if allocations are lesser, it's also because I'm entering a new Finance Commission cycle. And I'm also entering a new Finance Commission where some of the orientation towards how to fund schemes are also being discussed with the states. So many of the things which were long overdue are being done now.
Okay.
That may not be the answer for every specific head of account on which come under the revenue, but principles like that govern us in starting from a low number. If necessary, we'll increase it as we go along.
So it's like a zero-based budget for many of those things, are you saying?
Somewhat, not really, but yes, somewhat.
Because the subsidies have also come down significantly in the...
Subsidies are coming down in some, going up in some others.
Yeah, I was just talking the total, yeah. Okay, thank you.
I'm going to get Vasudha Venugopal, editor for politics, to ask a question because we're also heading into election season in states which are very close to the finance minister. Vasudha, go for it.
Ma'am, I can't not ask you a political question. You've always been right on Tamil Nadu. I know the DMK has been critical of the budget, and you've said that, it's the only state to have 2 corridors, the defense and the high speed. How equipped do you think the NDA is today in Tamil Nadu to dislodge the DMK? Do you see a part of the anti-incumbency votes also going to Vijay and TVK?
Well, it will be a strong fight. The NDA alliance, I think, is intact and strong, and if anything, it's moving in a very concerted fashion. So that's on the one side. On the other, the ruling DMK cannot be confident, and that's not me assessing. Their conduct in the last 1 month shows that despite 5 years of what they claim as a very good 5 years, we've governed well, we had this, we had that, they are completely appearing nervous. And why do I say that? the kind of statements coming from their ministers, the kind of freebies, fresh freebies which they're going to give, and also suddenly all their ministers also going from one temple to another. You know, these sort of things are so betraying of the nervousness which is set in the DMK. That's one thing. And second, a strong ruling party in Tamil Nadu, one has seen from both the sides of, meaning as a non-political voter of in Tamil Nadu and also coming out of it, the tendency would be to say that Tamil people have been taken care of, good welfare measures have reached, this is, education is taken care of, industries come, we are doing this. The narrative wouldn't be center versus state for a state election. There have been state elections alongside a Lok Sabha, then of course you will talk about both. Otherwise you will get a feeling that is Tamil Nadu so immune that it doesn't want to talk about anything to do with the center or the national politics. That's how the environment used to be. Now it's more hit at Modi, say that the center is not doing anything to us, rather than talk about your local, which is your usual forte. So that narrative is also changing, making me feel that the DMK believes that no longer can it get vote, talking just about Tamil Nadu's developmental activities, which they say they are very proud of. All right. Even worse, the resorting to the original so-called Dravidian agenda, Tamil, we are very different from the center cannot oppress us, they are also back. If you are confident on your track record, you won't go to your pet themes, which were necessary like early 60s, 70s, you had to do it because you were pushing the Congress out. Today the Congress has given it to you in a platter that even Congress is not interested in standing up to you. They are divided completely, and just a couple of months before an election, and on this I think I want the media to work more. Your alliance partner is looking for partners elsewhere and saying we are not sure whether we want to be with you. Your partner, you are in government, you are in power, a partner is telling you, look, you may come back to power, but wait, I'm not with you. And who's this partner? Who's never formed a government in Tamil Nadu for the last 60 years, despite being so-called national party, despite a party which should have carried the national agenda, spoken for India and Tamil Nadu. No, it was happily sort of sitting and enjoying itself, having one MPs or MLAs through an alliance with a local party. So that party is deserting you, and you're not able to claim your 5-year legacy. What an amazing situation. But no, the questions are asked of BJP and NDA. Ask the ruling party, why would you be in such a mess if 5 years of golden rule had happened? That itself indicates Tamil Nadu's election and its outcome are going to be much beyond anybody's assessment.
Ladies and gentlemen, you would have noticed the flush of energy and the level of animation when Nirmala Sitharaman pivoted from being finance minister to being spokesperson for her party on Tamil Nadu. Ma'am, you sidestepped the question on the impact of TVK Tamil star Vijay and how you think his presence as an X factor impacts this forthcoming Tamil Nadu election.
I'm not commenting on Vijay coming into politics or not. Anybody is welcome, Vijay is welcome. We need a lot of players in a democracy. Voters should have a choice.
You've seen his films? You've seen them?
No.
No time.
I'm not a movie goer so much. So
At all?
No, I don't.
And OTT?
And that's not now. I've always been like that. Except, of course, if I see something at home.
What would you see?
Well,
like what have you seen off late? Apart from budget papers?
No. You may not like this, but the last I saw was the animated Ramayana of the Ghibli studio, Japanese. So, but that was at home. No, so Vijay has created quite an impression on the ground. You hear conflicting reports about women in the rural areas, women in the urban. Rural, urban, Tamil Nadu is a very urban state. And women do have their own views about who's going to serve them better and so on. He will have an impact on the election. To what extent is got to be seen. And whose vote is he going to take away is a question. Is he going to take away all the supporters of DMK, particularly the women? And women in Tamil Nadu politics have a very, very powerful voice. Not because of Ladli Lakshmi or anything like that. In general, MGR or even before, women have a powerful decision-making role as regards who they would vote. And therefore, I think it's interesting time to watch Tamil Nadu elections.
Absolutely, and we love elections. So I'm going to get Veera Raghav before we pivot back to business and finance, our South editor. Veera, good.
It's great to ask you a question after many, many years, ma'am. You've made a lot of political analysis like the conversations we used to have on Tamil Nadu. I'm just going to nudge you a little bit and ask you for a prediction. Give us a prediction, though you may not want to give a prediction on the economic front, but in terms of the elections, do you believe that Tamil Nadu is going to head into a potential hung assembly, perhaps for the first time after 1962? We saw one in 2006. Number one question. And the number two question, I just wanted to broad base it, how would you respond to allegations of the larger southern states feeling discriminated against, constantly being made? Do you believe that's a worry for you?
Constantly made to?
No, southern states constantly saying that they are discriminated against by the center. Would you believe that that's just merely a political allegation, or is there some economic reality to it?
They're discriminated against, no reality at all. Before the 16th Finance Commission report, they had this feeling that their good performance in terms of revenue generation, contribution to the GDP, and also population stabilization had not been recognized. I'm with them on that. I agree. I did tell many of the states that they should effectively put forth their case to the next Finance Commission, which is the 16th Finance Commission. And I guess many of them have done that. They've spoken to the Finance Commission, and Finance Commission has come up with a new weightage given to contribution to the GDP as a particular indicator in the set of considerations based on which they assess the formula. So that's worked out for them, I think, because of their putting their case forward. The Finance Commission has brought that in. So discrimination, no. Bringing in elements which are important for the states and their development parameters, yes, and that has worked with the Finance Commission. And based on that formula, from now, monies will go. But I objected to that language despite a case which is valid, only because that's a kind of contagion which from Tamil Nadu can spread, because Tamil Nadu built on this North is always growing and we are always, we are losing ground if I were to not do a proper translation. I don't know how many of you will understand Tamil here. Vadakku Vaழுdu, Terkku Teidu has been a continuous political slogan, meaning North prospers, whereas South stagnates. No, Teidu is, if you rugged karke kisko itna bada cheez ko itna karoge, so what is that word in Hindi? I don't know. Huh? Erosion, yes. So South erodes. That has been a political slogan in Tamil Nadu. I was surprised that that was getting some traction in the rest of the states, but I think that has been adequately answered, both by no discrimination from the center and because of facts, and the Finance Commission recognizing their contribution.
Ma'am, your approach to budget making and governance has been marked by fiscal prudence. You've reduced the fiscal deficit target from 4.4 to 4.3. You're obviously careful about how you spend money. I want to ask you what you make of political parties in election season come up with a slew of freebies. For example, 10,000 rupees were given to women in Bihar. Now there's an election in Assam and elsewhere, and all parties, including yours, are doing the same thing. Especially in the context of now so much focus on the debt to GDP and your effort to bring it down. One is politician Nirmala Sitharaman, the other is Finance Minister Nirmala. How do they talk to each other on this, and do you sometimes counsel your party members in states like Bihar, Assam, elsewhere, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, and we're seeing in states like Maharashtra, they're now struggling to live up to some of those election promises. So how do you look at this very slippery slope that we are currently on when it comes to freebies?
No, first thing, if a state has resources and if they think they are able to fund it through budget, technically no one of us should have a problem. If the budgeted amount given for the freebie is shown and taken approval of through the House, their state assembly, none of us can have an objection.
No, but they cut back on revenue spends, revenue expenditure gets cut. So you're not spending on productive, say, infrastructure builds. You're just juggling within the budget by spending more on welfare and less on public infrastructure.
No, when I say if your budget can provide for it, I'm not indicating juggling. I actually mean that you have resources which can fund some of this, you're welcome to do it. And that's not at the cost of capital expenditure. They are different heads altogether. I assume the capital expenditure will happen, and over and above that, if you have resources, you should. And if you want to go ahead, please take the approval of the assembly and go ahead. But what happens is, such things get supported by borrowings, which are beyond their means. And when I say beyond their means, anything that goes through the assembly or the elected representative scrutiny will bring in that element of responsibility to say, can you or can you not afford it? And the House can decide on it. Whereas when you tell the House something and not tell the House something else, and that something else goes through your state-owned public sector undertakings, then it is a sleight of hand which is wrong. And in that, even there is a margin that you can give. And what is that margin? If that public sector undertaking, which is in the state government's domain, earns its own revenue, it has a product to sell and it earns its money, and therefore you want to temporarily borrow from them and then serve your cause, even then it is accommodatable. But if it's a welfare board, which itself is dependent on the budgetary allocation, and it has no revenue source of its own, you still make them borrow. And then from the budgetable items, such as excise duty, you say for the next 5 years that will go for repaying that loan. That's not right. Because the elected House will have to clear what you're saying. And then there will be an element of answerability and accountability. When you're not being answerable, when you do this, it also crosses the legislated FRBM, the fiscal responsibility and budgetary management that you're committed in your House, and there is a law governing it. You exceed 3% by making all these boards and others to go out and borrow for something on which they don't have paying capacity.
Which state are you most concerned about? The
No,
state
there
of
are,
which state's
there are a
finances?
few states which have done it over and over and over again.
Which states' actions concern you the most? Punjab,
I'll not
Telangana?
name them. I'll not name them here through the media. No, I will not name them. But let me also tell you, I'm not just talking about these things and leaving it to be where it is. I've called some of these states and told them that please, your borrowing is unsustainable. I can always curb you from borrowing, that's all right, but you have these kind of unauthorized ways. But even otherwise, the earlier borrowings have been at a very high cost. You're paying 11%, 11.5%, 12% in some cases. I've invited them to sit with the finance ministry's officials and restructure their total debt basket so that the interest which they pay can be, the burden can be brought down. And I'm happy to say, I'm not doing this only for BJP states. Opposition ruled states have benefited from it, And I would say here again, not taking the name, a chief minister went to the assembly and thanked me. He doesn't belong to my party, and said, Government of India has helped us, as a result of which my burden, service burden, has come down of the loan, which I have to pay interest and everything else.
This was Revanth Reddy.
I'm not naming anybody here. Okay? So, as central government, without being harsh, but yet conveying the message that debt has to be carefully managed, you can't leave intergenerational burden on our citizens. We are trying to do that.
Okay, I'm going to get Jaikumar to ask the question. Go for it, sir.
Honorable Finance Minister, one of the liberalization moves that has not even been talked about, but probably is going to have the most amazing impact on the economy in general, is the quiet way in which banks, foreign banks have been allowed to come in and take majority stakes here. Just a rough calculation is about $10 billion of equity just in a few deals announced is the harbinger of many more things to do, many more things to come. That, along with the borrowing capability of theirs, means almost a $70–80 billion injection of credit into the system. I think the budget could have given a sign of lower interest rates by actually reducing the gross borrowing and making the rates tick lower, because the only thing, if you see inflation is low.
So, question.
I'm just coming to it. This would have been a good time to signal lowering of interest rates. Maybe, I'm just qualifying that, maybe that was one thing which was missing in the budget, where a gross borrowing figure, for some reason, was higher than what the markets expected.
I agree. But I didn't have the luxury, is what I want to tell you. I didn't have the luxury. If you're just looking at the numbers and saying that could be, I will agree, if ceteris paribus. But the global uncertainty since 2022 has kept the 3 Fs as a hot boiling issue: fuel, fertilizer, food. And if this uncertainty continues, at least on 2 things India is very dependent on external markets: fuel, fertilizer. I import huge quantity of fertilizer. Of course, I want greater rationalization if we can, without giving the farmer any costs for worry. He should get as much fertilizer as he wants. But there's also this question of how much is getting pilfered, how much is going into plywood industry or any other industry. But with all that said, I can't afford not to have enough stock of fertilizer. So such uncertainties also make me want to be sure.
If I may, the divestment could have been the route to a conscious attempt to raise equity, which companies do when they're indebted, rather than the borrowing figure is the only suggestion here.
I fully agree, and on divestment we are still working. We shall be doing it. And if at all I'm able to reach that kind of a level even by mid-year, I'll review what my borrowing should be, which is anyway done once again at that stage, before we announce the next half borrowing calendar.
No, so let's spend a moment on asset monetization, because you've now set a target of 80,000 crore rupees for the DIPAM division to be able to monetize government assets, part of it to come from IDBI, which you've announced. What are the kind of timelines you've set for your team to be able to get the IDBI monetization done? And secondly, land monetization of central public sector units. Thirdly, like we saw with Air India, are we now, because you've been working on it for a while, are you now working towards a zone where the government feels confident to be able to push through strategic disinvestment of other central public undertakings which you don't think the government, especially non-strategic areas where you don't think the government needs to be in that business?
First thing, non-strategic areas, strategic areas, that differentiation is gone from 2021. Every sector will have private sector come in. Sure. And government's presence in non-core sectors will be to the minimum. In fact, non-core we can be completely out, and core will be to the minimum. So that's made clear. And the 2 kinds, where your holding is already 90%, you can always come down 75, 60, 50. An economic survey said, why don't you come down to 26 now that the voting rights are very clearly demarcated by defining, redefining. I'm not even talking about it at the moment. There's enough and more for me to do in terms of getting public float into some of the public sector undertakings, which are sitting with 92, 98% holding. The other is already cabinet approved items, which will have to be fast tracked on to be totally sold off or privatized. We will continue to honor that approval given by the cabinet. I'll be taking that up. And land monetization, in fact, I'm not sure the report is out yet. Niti Aayog had done a study on land monetization since after the pipelines were announced. And I think the report really finds that quietly a lot of good work has happened. Once those numbers are out for you all to analyze, study, you'll know that the government has been performing even on land monetization. It wasn't as if I announced the pipeline and left it there. Quite a lot of work has happened, and I'm glad Niti Aayog has come up with the report.
Okay, I'm going to get Rahul Bhatia of Maruti Suzuki to ask a question. Can we have a mic sent across to him, please?
Honorable Finance Minister, I have to really compliment, and I go back to the GST landmark reform or historic reform where you had made a remark, virtuous cycle of growth. I can tell you from industry side that we are actually seeing that happen. We have to accelerate our capex cycle in order to create more capacity to meet the demand that has been created, and it's a phenomenal jump growth rate. The second part is...
So question please.
I'm sorry. I'll still dwell for, okay. The budget, we are in a rare Goldilocks situation, which we say high growth, low inflation, and coupled with this virtuous cycle of growth. What is the downside that you see now? What are the risks? I mean, we can see everything positive from here on. What risks should we be concerned about now?
Risk is the external challenges. But equally, I would, since you are asking and you're from Maruti, I would say this. India's private sector should participate in India's growth. No longer any other reason can be given as a valid reason. Because if there is more reason, let me know. And if government is a hindrance, I'll work to remove it. But come on, participate in India's growth.
Why do you think it's not happening? Because this question's been engaging you. We've had multiple conversations last several years.
This question is engaging me is a wrong thing to say. It's not a question for me in the first place.
Why is manufacturing and capex
there we go.
not...
He asked the question to me.
Yes.
Ask it to the industry. That is a question for them.
What do you find
All
out?
of us are giving our observations about it. It's for industry now to say, no, sorry, we cannot do it because A, B, C of the policy is hitting me. I'll work to remove it. But tell me what's the reason?
What's your theory of what
I have no speculations to offer.
That's
a luxury media can engage in.
But they don't invest in the same way.
It's your luxury to speculate. I have no reasons to speculate.
Interesting. Okay, but she sent a very strong message, so I hope everyone's listening. I'm going to get Neeraj Shah to ask a question. Neeraj, go for it.
Ma'am, good evening. One of the things that the markets has lauded in the budget is this tax holiday for data centers. I was wondering if there is a thought of, if this attempt succeeds, to have more sectors in order to attract FDI, or is this a one-off because it's got some AI connection?
Well, nothing is one-off. They're all part and parcel of a larger scheme of making India more investor-friendly, making India more manufacturer-friendly, and so on. So we'll keep doing this.
But this was a landmark, sorry, which is what I was asking. 22 years is a landmark.
You wanted big-ticket announcements. You wanted things to be done in a big way.
What are your calculations on the impact of this announcement on the tax holiday for cloud services and data centers as a spur for future investment over and beyond what's on the horizon at this moment? How many more data center projects do you think can potentially come to India? And the fact that data centers are huge energy guzzlers and therefore it requires a massive spur in investment on energy production. which is something which is one part of this data center equation which doesn't seem to have been addressed, at least from what we can see
Right.
in
Since
the public.
the last budget, we've been talking about the small modular reactors. The Parliament is passing bills which are necessary for establishing nuclear energy in India. The push for renewables still continue. We have also given a lot of announcements about pumped storage, which is also green. And therefore, the emphasis on making India energy self-sufficient is in place, and we are doing everything it takes to make sure that we are able to produce more.
No, so to what extent can it be a spur for?
I won't.
You must have done some calculations, you have done some modeling
Yes.
before you make that announcement. What does that modeling look like?
It looks very good.
Okay, looks very good. I'm going to get Nisha Podar to ask a question. Go for it, Nisha.
Good evening, ma'am. So since it's your 9th budget and there is continuity in the vision which the business community really likes, I can ask you about the previous budgets and some of the announcements made there. Job creation is one of the pain points and could be a bigger issue going forward. 2 budgets back, you had announced a stipend program along with the private sector, with top 100 companies really participating in it. I tried to reach out to some of those companies to get the data on what has really happened there, but I was not successful in that. If there can be an update and how the job creation and skill development is really taking shape under that particular program that you had announced. Thank you.
That was the internship program. That was not a jobs program. The data on the internship program has been several times answered. In fact, even tomorrow, I've got questions on the internship program for which I'm giving answers. Last Monday too, last Tuesday too, Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. So internship is one of those on which we have shared the information with the parliamentarians and also put it out in our website. So there were 2 pilot programs for the internship. And from the pilot, we've had quite a few learnings. And based on that, a cabinet note is being prepared. It's almost ready. It should get the cabinet approval for the full program to be launched with as much allocation as it requires. So, any case, that was only an internship scheme. It was not a job scheme. But to my surprise, many of the companies chose those interns for whom they had created space and given them the opportunity to know about the company into their regular employee list. So it has actually turned out to be not just an exposure for those who have never seen what the big industries want of a person who's seeking job to be an intern, and post which for them to find a job in the company itself. I'm not saying everybody found it in every places that they went, but many of them had the internship getting converted to a job.
Dr. Farooq Patel has a question. Please go for it. Can I have a mic brought up, please? Question, sir.
Good evening, ma'am. I'm Farooq Patel and from the KP Group. See, after these few days, government had a very nice deal with the EU and the trade deal and of course, with the Trump Saab and all. So, opportunity of export is highly expanded nowadays. In that case, our group is in renewable energy, and what we are watching, the neighboring country is our competitor. So if we want to go to outside and do some development outside the India, so how your Indian bank will support us, and how the insurance of India will support us, and the government will, how they will come into the agreement to make sure and secure our investment outside the India, like Africa and all.
See, in very many countries, we have a bilateral investment treaty signed. There are some countries with whom the negotiations are going on. So for Indian investors who go abroad and invest, the best way is if there is a bilateral investment treaty, you're getting covered. Even otherwise, project exports or investments abroad can also benefit, because if there is an agreement between the 2 countries, not really investment protection, but tax avoidance or tax evasion. You have the double taxation avoidance agreement with many countries, like we have it with all the 27 countries in European Union. We have it also with many other countries other than European Union. That also helps you because there's a clarity on where you pay the tax, how much do you pay, what happens if you don't pay it in one place and you pay it on the other place, and so on. These are the broad ways in which the government also, through its embassy, helps our investors who are outside. These are specific ones which I've mentioned. They can be separate understanding between one country and another through a bilateral, some other agreement, not investment protection, and so on. But it depends on the country you're going to.
Okay, General Messner has a question on defense spending and on the defense budget. Go for it, sir.
Ma'am, good evening. Rather not on defense spending. My question is, ma'am, this time Chabar port, no allotment has been made in the budget. It is of great strategic significance in terms of security and economic interest to India. Even now, President Trump is putting a lot of pressure on India. So how are we going to maintain our national interest by retaining our flexibility and, of course, whatever investment, I think $120 million we have made, how do we retain a hold in Chabar port because of the north-south corridor also? Thank you.
Yes, you're right. There's not been any allocation, but I understand the importance of Chabhar. The north-south transit route was also linked to that, going up to Moscow through the Central Asian republics. And also it became linked to the rail corridor as well. At the moment, this is all I can say. I'm sure, are you an ex-serviceman? You seem like one.
Yes, of course.
You seem like one and...
Seem like one. That's a compliment. That's a compliment, General Messner.
But you'll understand if I can't say anything more beyond this.
Okay, I'm going to get Alex Matthew to ask a question. Go for it, Alex.
From the perspective of ease of compliance on the payment of tax, a lot of work has already been done. The nudges that the tax department has sent to individuals has also worked, and you've created windows. My question to you, ma'am, is will we see more of use of data, which has gotten a lot more robust? Will more such notices be sent out to correct behavior? I'm talking about collection of revenue in the right manner on taxes that are supposed to be paid, that are going out through loopholes in the system.
Yes, of course, data will be used. And nudge will be our modus. We also want to help the assessee by pre-filling his forms. Because most often we find assessees miss out on declaring some things. When you pre-fill it, they understand you've got the information. Some of them are very honest enough to immediately admit, saying, oh yes, that was a miss from my side. So we will be adopting these methods so that our collection efficiency improves.
I'm going to get Nasir Salim from Flexi Capital to ask a question. Go for it.
Thanks, sir. Thanks, Rahul. Good evening, Finance Minister. Just a quick question. You know, I represent the wealth management industry and the mutual fund industry broadly. The question is, today's SIP book in the country is a huge 30,000 crores per month. Adds a lot of capital market value every month. Our question is, any vision that you have possibly on the last man standing in terms of financial inclusion, Finance Minister? What can we do better to take this to the last man standing in the line in terms of inclusion?
I think you have done well, much to the surprise of many who still believe small savings is the only way Indian householder can keep his savings safe. But I think the way in which the mutual fund industry and the wealth managers have shown that it is possible to earn with a bit of a risk, but sumptuous amounts, even for the retail savings person, retail investor who's come into the market. It has surprised a lot of global investors as well, because even with all the fund flows going out, our markets have survived on the back of the retail investor. I think greater investor education is important to build awareness about how effectively even a retail investor earns from the markets. Because it's not just anymore talking about risks in the market. Because of good governance, board-driven governance, reportage, and also because the MCA's website is available for people to see if all the reporting which is being heard and spoken about is true or not. You're able to cross-check on the annual returns that the companies are filing. And therefore, today, the awareness among general public is very good, but we need to strengthen that with greater confidence-building mechanisms, which only industry can do, which only businesses and market players can do. And I think, therefore, the wealth managers will also have to come every now and then and speak about how effective is participation in the market going to be.
Okay, we can go on for a very long time, but we're kind of coming to the tail end of this conversation. Gurmeet Chadda has a question. Go on, Gurmeet.
Hello, ma'am. Ma'am, despite the fiscal prudence India has shown, our fiscal deficit is lower. RBI has cut rates by 125 basis points. The capital market, the bond market is not showing enough transmission. So let's say a 20-year government bond is the same rate, so government is borrowing the same rate, I am borrowing a rate. My home loan is 7.1. So something is off here, and that is not leading to transmission. Could India also consider, like West, a change in the tenure? So our weighted average cost of capital is 7.3, 7.4, which is way high for somebody who's doing such a good job on fiscal prudence. Can we reduce the tenure from 13, 14 years to 7, 8 years? A little bit more clarity on, let's say, OMO calendar. I think somewhere this is rubbing off even on the equity market also. So if some thoughts can be done there.
Yeah, sure. I agree with you, but I can't really speak on what exactly I'm doing because
this is the best time to do it now. What better than being live on NDTV Profit and telling us what you're doing? That's the whole idea of having
that question will immediately spike up or spike down the market. And tomorrow you will say the headlines that NDTV gave made the, market go volatile and so many people have lost or so many people have gained and thrash me again on it.
No.
I'd rather say when I'm ready.
Will we thrash her? Not at all. We won't do that at all. Aap aaram se jawab de do, no problem.
Oh, thank you.
See, we tried. At least we tried. That's all that we can do. So we'll wrap up here. We've had an absolutely fantastic town hall with the finance minister. We saw, not just your prudence when it comes to financial management. We saw some political flourish as well, and as you head into Tamil Nadu, I'm sure we'll get to see a lot more of that. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a very warm round of applause as I thank Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman for joining us on the NDTV network and being part of this. Thank you very much, ma'am. Wish you all the best. Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, as exciting as that conversation was, and those last two in particular, we haven't drawn this evening to a close just yet. We've got more lined up for you. As you can see, the frenetic activity on the stage next to me. We're lining up for another power-packed panel. This is another representation from corporate India. And we're going to be talking about what is next on the tech front. In new age technology, we've got representatives who've already given you a glimpse of what the future holds for them. And we've got some really interesting talking points, right? From the perspective of the manufacturing side, we've got Mr. Gujral, who is the managing director of Sirma SGS. There's quite a bit of action that has been done from the perspective of policy that I'm sure Mr. Gujral will want to speak about, PLIs, etc. He had started speaking about exports. Sir, forgive me, we're just setting up as we brought you onto stage. But beyond that, we've got Sachin Seth, who is the regional managing director of CRIF India. There's a lot that has to be said about India's borrowing and the retail side, and whether or not there are pockets of concern. CRIF, in case you didn't know, looks at the credit rating except for the individual borrower. And we've also got Paula Mariwala of Venture Capitalist with us today. If we can ask her to join us on stage, please. And to take this conversation forward, she's already on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, Nisha Poddar.
Thank you so much, Alex. We've kept the best for the last, and trust me when I say that, because both the budget as well as the Commerce Minister, while spelling out the US trade deal, has mentioned the MSME and the mid-market manufacturers to a great extent in taking forward the growth agenda of the country and the economic growth of the country. So let me begin by asking Mr. J.S. Gujral, first of all, with Sirma and with electronic manufacturers, what does the FTAs as well as the US trade deal mean in opening up the market and expanding the market potential and growth potential for the companies like yourself?
I think it's been a dream come true for the electronic sector. We have been in the industry for 40 years, and as Piyush ji said, we are stripped off all the demand by having the agreement with our competing countries. For the first time in the last 8-10 years, electronics has found a space at the head of the table.
Yes.
And I think it gives us an enormous opportunity to grow. Industry has to invest. Growth is not going to be easy. It's not like China, which had a 20 years of smooth run in a sort of a stadium with AstroTurf.
Right.
Current geopolitical environment is like you have to run a cross-country marathon.
Yes.
So the industry has to gear up. The government has done enough. Should it do more? Yes. Can it do more? A big question mark. They have their sort of limitations.
Yes.
I think industry has to invest in capability building.
Yes.
Capacity building is the easy thing.
Right.
Money is not a constraint today for credible industries. So you can get money from the market, from the debt, and you can create capacities. Capability is the challenge.
Okay.
And innovation. So we have to invest in R&D, on which I'll share my thoughts after the panelists have spoken.
All right. So innovation is the nerve center. But for this CAPEX cycle to really pick up, two things are very important. That is the debt side and the equity side. The funding has to come from either of the two places. So Paula, you have been an investor. You're also very bullish on Indian manufacturing prowess. How do you see the MSME mid-manufacturers really taking the stride towards this opening of the market, and where is the money coming in from?
Thanks, Nisha. Great question, because like Mr. Gujral rightly said, the time for manufacturing is now.
Yes.
For various reasons. Of course, the government has made it, their priority. The whole China Plus model is right. We do need good capital. And
Yes.
by good capital, I mean a capital which understands the kind of timelines, the kind of investments, not just CAPEX, but also in terms of, innovation. To support innovation, we would need R&D. And I mean applied R&D. It doesn't have to be fundamental, but we do need capital that will support this kind of innovation. And technology adoption. I think there is huge possibility of jumping a few stages and getting on to manufacturing 5.0 even by the digital transformation. And capital can support this. And equity investors like venture capitalists who understand the role technology plays, I think they have to shift gears a bit.
Yes.
And apply it now to manufacturing industries, to things like electronics, defense, and various sectors where one can really add a huge amount of efficiencies by adopting IoT, process controls, data, and so on.
That's right. Patient capital is the need of the hour. And unfortunately, the VC and the private equity community has really not looked at the manufacturing space. They look at other sectors, which are the few sectors of choice only. So Sachin, looking at the data and how MSME has really evolved in the last few years with the government support, has there been a momentum build up? What does the data show? And are the states doing enough to really build those clusters as well?
Thank you, Nisha. I think that's a very, very apt question. So,
adding to what my co-panelist, Mr. Gujral and Paula said, absolutely, MSME and in the current context when we are looking at the trade deals with Europe and with US, especially I'll say with Europe, if you see many of these geographies are built on MSMEs, right? Europe, the whole Europe MSME ecosystem is very strong. Very interestingly, 27th when this deal was happening, as CRIF is my parent company is Italian, and I was sitting with the chairman of the group, and we were just discussing that this deal is about to happen. Yes. And it was a big thing which happened for both India and Europe, and obviously US has followed. So keeping in that view, if you look at the MSMEs funding or, let's say credit to MSME or finance access to MSME, as we heard the view of a venture capitalist, but the key point here is that the insights of data or the level of transparency what typically a credit provider or an investor requires. Unfortunately, in India, it is a cycle which has been evolving. If I give you some of the data points, see, we have about 7.5, 7.6 crore MSMEs. We have only 2.5 crore MSMEs which have been given at least one loan any point of time. As of today, MSME loan book is about 40 lakh crore, right? And if you see the penetration today, the live loans, it won't be more than 12 to 15%, right? So you can see that that's a credit side of it. If you come to the investment side of it, it will be even far lower, right? But these are I would say this is the backbone, as we heard both the ministers, Honorable Commerce Minister and the Finance Minister, the growth of the country cannot happen without these 7.5 crore enterprises. And that is where data is going to play a significant role. They need to become more and more transparent, or they need to become more and more data centric. Yeah. And providers like us also bring certain value to that. But that's the ecosystem which needs to work, because that's where the credit and investment will play a significant role in making these sort of ecosystem players much more robust for the future.
So more data and more risk analysis, these two, how critical is it, Paula?
Extremely critical, because without that we are just speculating in the dark. We don't have a great amount of past history, so we do need current data which is robust. And I think a lot of the digital transformation that has already happened through various initiatives of the government are already making MSMEs more sort of compatible with data. And that is helping us figure out, what kind of projections. So it's no longer simply Excel sheets. I think it is based on data, whether it's productivity, efficiency, supply chain resilience. All of that now is backed by data. That helps us mitigate the risks or project the right kind of returns, the time frame, the various milestones. So extremely critical for MSMEs to really adopt this. And we talk of AI, but this is really great application for MSMEs to use AI ML to generate much more confidence for getting more equity into their companies.
So use of technology is extremely critical, but innovation is also very critical. From Sirma's point of view and from the sector point of view, how do you see this particular space, and how is the government really supporting innovation?
I'll first like to add on the SMEs. I think there has to be a structural shift in the whole landscape.
Right.
Small is no longer beautiful. We like it or not, it's a fact. We are competing with global companies. Once you have the FTAs, it's a double-edged weapon. Our markets will also be open, and we have access to the global markets. So I think the SMEs have to move into the value chain and let the big companies do the front-end product marketing.
Right.
And transitioning from a small scale to a medium scale to a large scale is comparatively easy if you're organized, if you're professional. We were less than $100 company, $100 million company 3 years ago.
Yes.
Today we are approximately $550 million. Now it seems very big, but when you talk to global companies, they talk of 30 billion, 5 billion. Jabil is an EMS company. It's a $35 billion company. And the entire electronic manufacturing landscape in India, leave aside the Foxconn, including Dixon, us, all the listed space, is nowhere near that.
Does this US deal, opening up the market in several other regions as well in the world, does that give you that opportunity, and is it easy to convert into an exporting sector?
Absolutely. Absolutely. We have been exporting for almost like 30 years to Europe. We have not been present in America to a large extent. America is a key market for us going forward. Till now, our exports are about 1,000 crores, and 65%, 70% of that is to EU. Servicing export markets requires a DNA.
Yes.
Please imagine a customer sitting 8,000 kilometers, 15,000 kilometers, or 4,000 kilometers, and you are feeding his factory line. In EMS, we normally sell it to our customers and they integrate it with their overall part. Now, if you have to feed his line, one line stoppage will erase 2 decades of good supply, because he'll remember the one line stoppage which he has. So I think the Indian industry has to invest in systems, has to invest in automation, has to invest in R&D.
Right.
And R&D, we are small companies, 1,000, 2,000, 5,000 crore companies earning 500 crores. How much they can spend in R&D?
Yes.
Unlike China, where the government funds it because it's not a democracy, it's a dictatorship. So I think for innovation and R&D, we have to adopt the cluster approach, where industries should join hand, comparable players should join hand, form a R&D company. Each one of the manufacturing companies, say 5 electronic manufacturing companies, create a R&D company. Each one of them is a shareholder in that company. So there's sort of convergence of interest.
Yes.
On or alone, on a standalone basis, R&D would be a non-starter because all the companies are listed, and unfortunately, you have to go to the markets every quarter with results.
Yes. So you have to compete also, and you have to collaborate also. That's the nature of the new age, sectors, any which ways. But how can investors really play a critical role, Paula, over here? And will the opening of lucrative markets at lucrative tariff rates, will it attract equity investors into R&D, patient capital, because it will lead to higher exports and potential of higher income?
See, if you want to grow this ecosystem, and it can be really lucrative, I think this is absolutely necessary. Your total R&D spend of our country is still less than 1%, even though it may have increased, but as a percentage it continues to be low. And if you look at all economies which have scaled, there has been substantial investment in R&D. Yes. I think as patient capital, this is a key area of interest, and we have seen it in space, for example, and defense, that investors have come in and have funded with with very measured capital, albeit it has, started a whole phenomena in certain sectors that funding R&D can lead to innovation, and very quickly we have seen a couple of listings that have happened by funding R&D. They were from incubators, Agnikul and so on. So I think now there is a trend and there is a confidence, and most importantly, there are now role models. There are companies, like Mr. Gujral's, Equus, and so many others, who are actually showing that this can transform, whether it's their position in the world or just potential of spinning off many other companies like that. I agree, we are still very small as a hardware industry or research based, but that gives us opportunity. As investors, we want to see growth potential, and I think that is now coming up.
All right. So while equity investment is easier in terms of getting it in and utilizing it, but it's still a much more expensive way of really fundraising. But debt is what really fuels this particular space, and out of all my analysis and talks with MSMEs, the biggest concern and challenge in this space is the credit, availability of credit. Now, Sachin, from your vantage point of view, how is the credit risk developing? Many banks shy away from this. Also, the cost of acquisition is high. But how is the risk propensity? Because till that comes down, not many lenders would be attracted.
Yeah, very valid question. So I'll just give a couple of data points and come to the specifics what you asked. So one more point which I wanted to bring to the table is that the MSMEs across the board, if you see across the states, we are seeing a slightly different kind of behavior from credit perspective. In fact, some of the states credit adoption is significantly higher. And if I give some of the reports we have published every quarter, in fact, as of last quarter, UP was almost 20%, 20.7% growth of credit, whereas some of the states were, let's say, at 10 to 12%. Now, why I'm giving this number? Because this number has some root causes. When you look at the credit assessment, you look at basically in a holistic manner. Now, sometimes some of the states have followed the approach of a cluster-based approach. Approach in UP is called ODOP, which is one district, one product. So basically, they have very innovatively created a sort of a pockets wherein your leather manufacturing, textile manufacturing, plastics manufacturing, even hardware manufacturing, it's happening in pockets. So for credit assessment also, it becomes very easy for a bank or NBFC because they exactly know that what kind of business this company is doing, what is the input, what is the output, who is a supplier and who is a buyer, right? Not only in addition, I mean, this is not about talk about the credit bureau or credit worthiness point of view. If you look at the business information data, which is also very crucial, because you'll have to look at three types of data. One is operational data, financial data, and then the credit risk assessment. Yes. I think operational data and financial data is also equally important. And that's where a bit of awareness, bit of education, literacy, etc. works, right? But coming back to the point what you said, definitely there is a bit of risk averseness in certain types of lenders. And also one point I want to make it here, credit is not just about credit. Credit is about at what cost you get the credit. Yes. In fact, if you get the credit at 10%, your competitiveness versus you take a credit at 18% is going to be significantly different because it in some businesses, you just can't produce 8% extra profit to service that debt, right? Yes. So which means that the better you are in terms of your prudence, in terms of managing your financials, keeping your data, working with providers on submitting that to the right set of lenders, that's where the game changes. And that is precise the point wherein certain NBFCs have been very aggressive. And also the type of loan you take, which is if you take a secured loan, the loan will be at a much lesser risk, right? Yes. So, public sector banks and NBFCs have been very aggressive. Private sector banks are also there, but obviously they have to look at very cautious approach. I know it's a long answer, but I thought I'll give you a whole perspective of what is the credit cycle for MSME.
So of late, the second tier banks have started looking at MSMEs as a growth opportunity. But the cost of acquisition, the risk propensity has to really match. Paula, family offices can play a very important role in domestic pool of capital where they come from the industrial side, where they themselves know manufacturing. Can they play a bigger role in providing that much needed heft to the MSME sector?
Absolutely, because this is a perfect match. We don't have to plan for non-linear returns, but prudent returns along with planning credit debt. So I think as industrial families or business families, we understand both are required. And it doesn't dilute, the balance sheet. It actually just strengthens it. So if there is equity infusion by, let's say, family offices or businesses, along with the understanding that, one can generate good debt, it's a win-win on both sides. And I think, getting sort of a more of a consortium approach here again, where, some of the family businesses come together or investors come together to really focus on this sector and collaboratively invest. I think that can be great. Corporate VCs is something that we have missed out completely in our country.
Yes.
But corporates really traditionally have also invested in smaller, companies,
Yes.
which can innovate much faster. They're more nimble,
Yes.
and that can really feed into the innovation that's been talked about, and really, bring in much more scale, much quicker. And then credit and so on will sort of dilute.
Right.
One big challenge though here is also, along with credit, I think talent is another big challenge that
she
was
spoke
referred
about.
to. And we need skilling
Yes.
to again gain confidence for other families to invest.
So last word on how, any suggestions on how skilling can be done, and can government get any suggestion on this?
See, at the top level, the policy measures are well in place, but at the ground level, that culture is yet to percolate. Custom clearance is still a pain. There's a lot of inverted duty structure. You import a machinery at zero, but if you want to make that machinery and import some critical parts, you pay 10-15% duty. So we have been told that this is in the works. It should be a thing of the past.
Yes.
I think the crux here lies is scale. And for scale, industries like us, which are 5,000-7,000 crore companies, have to collaborate.
Yes.
The government has come out with a 1 lakh crore R&D fund, where 50% will be given as a low-cost debt at 3%, or something like that. Now, if I have to invest in R&D, my balance sheet would have a constraint. But if 4 companies can collaborate and say, we put in 2,000 crores in R&D over a period of 5 years or 7 years, the government gives 2,000 crores, and that company selects a product. There's no point of 10 companies doing R&D in the same product.
All right, so collaboration and then government
Private sector
support.
level.
That is required in the mid to smaller companies to really attract talent and also attract rightful credit and therefore innovation. Thank you so much, all of you, for sharing your insights. Thanks to all of you for patiently hearing and participating in our conversation. Thank you.
For these lovely panelists. Nisha, thank you so much. All right, with that, ladies and gentlemen, it falls to me to thank all of you for having participated in what has been a rather momentous NDTV Profit Conclave 2026. We've got several headlines that will hold us in good stead over the course of the coming week. Thank you so much for your patient listening, both in this auditorium as well as all of you tuning in from your homes and wherever else you might be. It is my pleasure. A massive thanks, of course, to our stellar speakers, guests, panelists, and of course the audience. Of course, a mention to our sponsors. This event has been co-presented by NSE, co-powered by LIC and Apollo Tyres, special partners Niva Bupa, APIS and Adani Airports, energy partner KP Group, NBFC partner Capri Loans, associate partners Rumta Steel and Generali Central Life Insurance, data and insights partner CRIF, impact partners Adani Power, Adani Ports and Logistics and Adani Solar. As we draw this event to a close, all I have to say is thank you very much and stay tuned to the NDTV network.